Sure. Good afternoon, colleagues. Maybe let's settle down so that we can start. Today we are meeting with the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. They are here to brief us on the progress they've made in the stabilization of the entity since the administration period and related matters. So we're starting last week when we changed the meeting to today. We brought the meeting by a week, brought the meeting forward by a week. The administrator indicated that he will not be available in the morning as he had prior engagements. And then luckily Parliament agreed to give us the afternoon. So that is why we are meeting in the afternoon. The dilemma is that the department and the ministry had planned that tomorrow they are launching the TVET month. You know that August is a TVET month. And therefore the minister will be able to join us until around 3:30, 4 o'clock. Because the TVET month, they are launching it in KwaZulu-Natal. So the DDG of TVET and the minister will leave us around 3:30, 4 o'clock, but the minister is here with us. And I want to thank members for availing the afternoon as we're dealing with this serious matter of NSFAS. So this is the first time the new Deputy Minister joins us. Welcome, Deputy Minister. Last week I joked, I said, your staff did not join us in the oversight. And I said, maybe it's because you are still sorting them out in terms of office and all of that. And somebody went to you and said, I spoke bad about you. I want to confirm that I was not speaking bad. I said, maybe the Deputy Minister staff is not with us on oversight because they probably don't have an office. And you have confirmed that you are still sorting out those logistics. Honorable Khachau did defend me there. I don't know where, but that's what she's saying. She's defended me somewhere. I just don't know where. But welcome, Deputy Minister. We wish you all the best. We will work with you with this bunch of winners. They pay attention. They pay attention to detail. They will work well with you. They will agree with you where you do well. They will disagree with you when they think you are not doing well. So welcome, NSFAS administrator with your team that is here. So we will start. I think, Minister, I've just noted your apology with the apology of the DDG. We do have the apology of the other Deputy Minister, Dr. Dube Ngube, who is abroad on official business in China and India, I'm told. And she did submit her apology timelessly. We really appreciate that. The other apology is the apology of Honorable Ngubane, who will join us late. We have the apology of Honorable Governor, who's out of the province. Apology of Honorable Low and Honorable Khabo, who says they are entering Parliament. And those are the only apologies we have. with the apology of the DG is abroad as well with the Deputy Minister, and hence we have the Acting DG, Mamfuchani. Those are the only apologies we have, Annalena. Oh, the apology of our content advisor, Mampacho, who's assisting the Women's Caucus, the Women's Parliament. The Women's Parliament is having a program of Women's Month in Kimberley in the Northern Cape. So she's that side assisting. Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, please, you would have noted the ATC today. Please note that Honorable Jordan, of the alternate member, the new alternate member of the Democratic Alliance, also had a family emergency to attend to, so she will not be able to join us today.
Yeah.
We will send through a formal apology to your office.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We normally announce apologies that are written to us. Yeah, we understand it was ATC today or yesterday, so they are new. So, huh? Yeah. Oh, okay. So it was a family emergency. Okay. Now we'll take it. Honorable Sazana, you also have an apology.
No, Chair. Maybe I'm too forward.
Yeah, no, we're
Yeah,
still on
I'll
apologies.
wait. No, I'll wait, Chair.
Yeah, please.
No problem.
Yeah. So that's it on the apologies. So on the our agenda will be in this format. We will after doing introduction, we'll give the minister to to lead the presentation, to do his presentation, and because he has an apology, need to leave around 3:30, 4. I'm then going to give members to ask questions that are related to him and not necessarily the administrator. I'm doing this because I don't want later on members asking the administration team questions that should have been asked to the minister. So immediately after that, we'll ask members to then ask the minister those questions that are related specifically to the minister and the decisions that he would have taken, and then we'll then go to the department, NSFAS to present, and then we'll have our conversations after. We're together with that program. We're going to give the minister after introduction to do his opening, and then after that, because he has an apology that he needs to fly to Durban for his launch of the TVET month, I'm going to give members to ask questions that are related to the ministry and the minister. And then after that, we'll go back to the presentation so that by the time we get into question and answer, you don't ask the administrator questions that were supposed to be asked to the minister. So that's the change. Those are the changes that I'm making to the agenda, but the agenda remains, yes. Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chair. I accept your proposal, but I want to register comfort. One, I understand that we are starting at 1 o'clock right now because of the administrator, right? And the minister has other commitments. But the bottom line is, as per the nature of our engagements in this committee, it is highly difficult to have a conversation with the minister alone, finish that conversation, and then have a conversation with the department and the administration and then finish that. Because there are cross-cutting issues that also still need verification. So while there's nothing we can do with the fact that he must go open and give a speech, which I assume somebody else could also give that speech, but in moving forward, it can't be that we have an agenda item as sensitive as this one, and then the minister in the middle of it, because at the end of the day, with or without administration, he is the person that is the sole custodian of NSFAS. He's the one that's supposed to give us direction on matters.
Yeah, maybe you did not hear me at the beginning. The meeting was scheduled for the 19th of August. And because of challenges that we have ourselves with the report that we're supposed to get on the 12th, which is today, we then asked us that the meeting of NSFAS be brought back a week before. So it is not, they had cleared their programs, their calendars, but because the report that we're expected to get next week, that we were expected to get today was not ready, we then asked them to bring their presentation forward. So I don't want us to leave here saying that we had an agenda item that insulate the minister or the administration. I don't even want the insinuation of that point. So they agreed to help us, but because we were meeting them last week, the administrator had a long-standing medical appointment, which he indicated when we brought the matter forward, that he can't make it in the morning. Actually, he even asked that we rather, or we consider bringing the meeting on Tuesday or a Thursday. But we then said we'll have the meeting on a Wednesday because that's the day we have. On a Tuesday, we've got members here who serves in other portfolio committees. So I don't want us to say it will be difficult. So I'm saying the minister, when he leaves, I want him to leave here having responded to the questions that are related to his responsibilities or actions. So that the reason I'm changing this agenda this way is to accommodate that point where we don't get to 3 o'clock or 3:30. We're asking questions and the minister needs to leave. Because tomorrow, we'll say the minister ran away or the chair allowed the minister to run away. That's why I'm changing the agenda to make it accommodative for all of us to have a conversation with the minister and conversation with the administration. Honorable Msazan.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Mhlambe sihlalo ngizobuza umbuzo nge-presentation, the updated presentation. I thought maybe you would explain
I
what
will
does it
get
mean.
to that point. I was saying, are we agreeing with the agenda proposals that's what we are, where we are now? Are we agreeing with the proposals that I'm making? We have not arrived at the agenda. I'm still going to do that. Honorable Lons.
No, Chair, I move to agree because we're going to spend time discussing an agenda.
No,
And
thank
won't
you
have
very
enough
much.
time to ask the minister questions.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kakao agrees. Thank you very much. And then the second part, thank you, Honorable Lons. The second part is that Anela just alerted me now that NSFAS, you have just given us an updated presentation now after the meeting was supposed to start at 1. And you have just given us an updated presentation now after 1:30 when the meeting would have already started. We have, Minister indicated a long time that when we go into meetings, members must be given time to prepare for those meetings. And we prepare by going through your presentations, having our own notes on the presentations. So giving us a presentation, literally when we are in the meeting, makes it extremely difficult for members to discharge their responsibilities of holding yourselves and the entities accountable. Hopefully, this is the last time that we get this thing because I think it was last year we agreed that if that happens, we'll not continue with the meeting. But I don't want us to even think about not continuing with the meeting because we're only getting it now. But let it be the last time that we get a presentation whilst we are in the meeting. So having said that, we'll start with we have 2 members that are alternates that are brought or that have been deployed to our committee. I know if I don't mention it, I'm going to be in trouble with the Honorable Khakao. So there are alternate members from the Democratic Alliance. It's Honorable Siska Jordan, Honorable Jordan. Yeah, our J is silent. Honorable Jordan and Honorable Iliano. Spies, who have joined us as alternate members. Welcome. I'm told Honorable Jordan had a family emergency. We will welcome them next week, but welcome Honorable Spies to our committee. So we'll start with introduction. Introduction, it's how I'm going to do it. Your names, your designation, and your company or your entity that you represent. Like myself, my name is Tebo Kholitsie. I'm a member of parliament and a member of the portfolio committee on higher education and training. But I'm also the chairperson who was elected unopposed. I thought in a meeting like this where people want to co-chair, I must indicate that I was elected unopposed so that when I remove them, Honorable Lonzi knows, when I remove them, they know that I was elected unopposed. Thank you very much. So Anela, we'll start with you and then we'll start here, then move this way, come until here.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Anil Kabingis. I'm the Committee Secretary. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members and colleagues. Lungisa Sechi, I'm the Acting Core Business Executive at NSFAS.
Good afternoon, members and colleagues, Minister and Deputy Minister. My name is Hlengan Matebula. I'm the administrator.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Mutloding Litswalo, Senior Manager, Employee Relations from the NSFAS.
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, and honorable members. My name is Sivuile Chiwula. I'm a manager in the Office of the Administrator.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Hina Valji. I'm the Senior Manager for Student Accommodation at NSFAS.
Good afternoon, colleagues and Chair. My name is Pelo Kugushe, Acting Manager in the accommodation space.
If you can just get closer to the
Oh,
mic,
sorry.
because
Afternoon, is it better? Okay, thanks. Afternoon, colleagues and Chair. My name is Pelo Kugushe, Acting Manager in the accommodation space at NSFAS.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members and colleagues. My name is Luhle Changela, Acting General Manager in Finance at NSFAS.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name is Rivonia, Acting Senior Manager Legal at NSFAS.
Rivonia does not have a surname. Or Rivonia is the surname.
Rivonia Maluleke. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Russell Mulamula, the Chief of Staff to the Minister. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and members. My name is Iron Rensberg and I'm Special Advisor to Minister Manamela.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to members of the committee. Yusuf Kasim, Deputy Minister in the Department for Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Buti Manamela, Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues. My name is Tembisa Fuchane. I'm the Acting Director General for the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister and Deputy Minister, colleagues. Thandi Lewin, the Deputy Director General for University Education at DHET.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Ministers, and everybody. My name is Matsapo Sidat, and I speak on behalf of the Minister.
Good afternoon, colleagues, committee members. It's Mugelani Mdlalose. I'm a senior manager in supply chain at NSFAS. Thank you.
Afternoon, Chairperson. Afternoon, honorable members. My name is Wasim Karam. I'm the CFO at NSFAS.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members, Acting DG and colleagues. My name is Sam Zung. I'm the DDG for TVETs. Thank you very much in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Kirsty Gelderbloem, PLO to Deputy Minister Yusuf Kassim. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Malunge Lupue. I'm a journalist from Newsroom Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to the Minister, to the members also. My name is Sebonga Kowani. I'm a journalist from Daily Maverick.
Good afternoon, Chair and members and the Minister. My name is Kevin Brandt. I'm a journalist with ENCA.
Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. I am Tando Kolopotoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, honorable members. Protocol observed. My name is David Mohlame, the PLO in the Office of the DG.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister. Colleagues, my name is Sibutu Mampani. I'm Deputy Director, Management Support and Transfers, Department of Higher Education and Training, University Education. Thank you.
Afternoon, Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the committee, colleagues, I'm Fundiswa Sotenjo. I'm the Acting Chief Director, Institutional Governance and Management Support at Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable members, Minister, Deputy Ministers, and everyone. My name is Unombali Mncwabe. I'm the PLO in the Deputy Minister's Office, Dube.
Good day, Chair, Honorable members, Lungwani Tabile, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, and everyone in the House, members. Agnetha Aronson, I'm the researcher for this committee.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Delmaine Christians, and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashley Oeke, the First Souls, and I'm a full member of this committee. I wanted to give the fifth largest party an opportunity to go before me, but the sixth largest party in the country will do it first.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, members of the committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues. My name is Sanele Zondo, a member of this portfolio committee. Chair, I've just recruited souls. We are going to exchange. He's going to campaign in KZN because he's more like a Zulu man. So I will come this side to stand in Cape Town. Yeah.
So you're saying it's more like Zulu and you're more like colored?
But I'm going to sharpen his Zulu speaking. No.
Afternoon, Chair, members and Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. My name is Sonwabile Ngqiza, PLO to the Office of the Minister. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to delegation led by the Minister, Portfolio Committee Chair and members. My name is Sihlelonzi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me pass my greetings to your good self and everybody in this room. My name is Khaolatle, the surname is Khabo, and I'm also a member of this Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much.
Ke go leboge modula stulo, ke leboge minister wa rona le ba tlileng le bone. Ke dimonise maloko a rona parlamente le ba ba teng. Ka leina ke Sedukanelo Tshepo, law o tswang ka kwa Pampierstad ke leloko la palamente la committee ya higher education ke lebogile.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the team from the DHET. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee.
It's in the afternoon. It's no longer morning.
Sorry, Chair. I thought it was morning because I have a flu. I just woke up now. I'm sick, yes.
No, I know you just woke up, but it's not because of flu. I think this thing of research you've taken it to another level.
Angibingelele ko wesihlalo amalunga department elidwa umphathiswa igama lami ngumnqobi ngwakamsezane not Msezana Msezane ingiqhatha namadlozi lento ukuthi abantu bebhede isibongo sami ngithunywa umkhonto wesizwe kule portfolio committee ka higher education and training. The progressive left forces decided that I will serve as the deputy chair because of his inkinga zale department. Ngiyabonga kakhulu sihlalo.
Good afternoon, colleagues, Minister, Deputy Minister. I'm Eleanor Spies and I'm a newly appointed alternate member from the Democratic Alliance. Thank you.
Ya leba modula stulo ko hlompe tulo sa hao ditho tsohle tsa parlamente le tona la tlatsa le tona acting DG administrator ka le basebeletsi bohle ba teng ba NSFAS le lefapha lebitso la ka ke Karabo Lerato Gagao ke setho se felletseng sa parlamente ha mmoho le komiti ena ke a leba modula stulo.
No, thank you very much, colleagues and members, for introducing yourself. So, Minister will give you to lead the presentation from the ministry, and then from there, like I've said, we'll then give to members to engage if there's any clarity seeking, and then after that, when we are busy with the presentations from NSFAS, if you need to leave, you'll just indicate to me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, in particular, Honorable Spears, who's an alternate, and also to our Deputy Minister, who it's his first meeting, and also the officials from the department, the administrator of the NSFAS, officials, colleagues, good afternoon, Chairperson. And thank you, more importantly, for your indulgence that we have been allowed to leave this meeting earlier than scheduled due to the commitment of the TVET month, which is also a very important platform for the sector. We really appreciate that, but also thank you for this engagement. I want to begin, firstly, Chairperson, by acknowledging the context in which this meeting is taking place. And I think the last time when we met on the NSFAS in particular, it was also not an ordinary engagement. This is also not equally not less important an engagement of oversight. NSFAS remains, yes, under administration. There is litigation concerning that intervention, I think, as honorable members are aware. There's also been sustained public reporting on the administrator and the NSFAS itself, issues around the cost of administration, the person supporting the administrator, issues around student accommodation, loans, the NSFAS loan system, institutional payments, and the overall financial position of the NSFAS. And I think members of parliament have also raised some legitimate questions about these matters. And we will obviously answer those questions because they must, and that importantly, oversight requires that the account presented by the NSFAS be obviously tested against evidence, but also against the law, the financial position of the institution itself, above all, the experience of the students and institutions NSFAS exist to serve. Because of the position that NSFAS occupies, its stability or lack thereof affect almost the entirety of the system. If there are challenges at NSFAS, it means that universities are under pressure in terms of the operational costs, and similarly, TVET colleges, students get stranded in terms of student accommodation, issues around the loan scheme, a whole range of issues. So the NSFAS is essentially the spine and the nerve of the system, and that its stabilization remains a very crucial element of the discussion around the PSET sector. In fact, just after I was appointed, one of the things that I said was that I am not a minister of the NSFAS, but importantly that there is agency in ensuring that we stabilize the institution because the stability of the entirety of the sector almost depends on it. We have received the administrator's initial stabilization plan, which identifies the correct systemic problems and provides a useful strategic framework. It recognizes the interconnected weaknesses in governance, financial controls as part of the challenges, issues around data, ICT, audit remediation, which we explored quite a bit the last time when we were here, issues around accommodation, appeals, and also issues around stakeholder confidence. I have not treated the submission of the plan as evidence itself of stabilization, or rather that stabilization has been achieved, nor also as approval of every proposal contained in it. Our preliminary assessment as the department is that the plan remains stronger at the level of strategic commitment than at implementation level. It will require clearer qualitative baselines. It will require cost and costed interventions. There must be clear milestones in terms of what we want to achieve, where and how, but also start preparing for the exit of the administrator and what sort of evidence should we assess the administration on. And we see that as important because the test is not whether activities have commenced. I think the test is whether NSFAS is measurably moving from instability towards reliable performance. And probably in not too distant future, and I know that the portfolio committee itself is having discussions on an element of the NSFAS service, which is on student accommodation sometime later this month, which has become an issue of major interest. But I hope that with time we can also have a discussion about, besides all of these challenges, what is it that we want to see in terms of, sustainable student funding. There is some work which, in terms of policy, that we've been, working on, and I think with time and when the committee is ready, we need to have that discussion. I also want to address a matter that I think has become, confused in the public discussion. The statutory decision to place NSFAS under administration and appoint an administrator must be distinguished from the subsequent process for determining the administrator's remuneration and conditions of service. The administrator, I think, as we all know, was appointed with effect from the 4th of May 2026 in terms of Section 17A to 17D of the NSFAS Act. And that appointment was published in the Government Gazette. The appointment triggered a number of consequential administrative processes. One of these is the determination of remuneration, which requires concurrence with the Minister of Finance. That concurrence process does not determine whether the administrator was appointed. It concerns what remuneration is payable pursuant to the appointment. And I acknowledge that this process has taken longer than it should have. The department and I are engaging with the Minister of Finance urgently to ensure that this matter is finalized, and once concluded, I will ensure that the appropriate account is given to the committee and to the public in this regard, as the matter is already being ventilated publicly. The experience, I must say, has also exposed the need for clearer standing guidelines for future statutory interventions. Of course, we do not plan to put institutions under administration, but where circumstances necessitate it, there should be a clearer framework covering appointments, appointment instruments, issues around remuneration, support arrangements, delegations, reporting, expenditure controls, but also exit arrangements. Because the law just places, a condition for the appointment of the administrator and what needs to happen. But because administrators are appointed with agency, certain things happen before we could finalize issues around, remuneration. But I think we've had some commitments with the Minister of Finance that we need to finalize this. But I think on our side, we will have to work on the regulations so that we do not treat each administration separately, but that all institutions that are placed under administration faces similar guidelines. I think we have been aware in a situation which the department is attending to, the appointment in one of the seaters. And so all of this, I think, collectively, I think, should give us some experience. It's a situation which we've already had, and I think looking also at what had happened, in the past with the appointment of administrators, it also, there were similar experiences where longer periods have to be endured by institutions before finalization, and concurrence of, of conditions of service. This is quite regrettable, and and I think I really want to thank the administrator, who obviously has been working without any form of payment, and we hope that this matter will be closed as soon as possible. The report that the NSFAS will present confirms that the administrator inherited serious structural weaknesses, and that NSFAS and institutions, I think importantly, did not operate from a single reliable data environment. Billing and registration records did not always reconcile, and I think that's why the concern around the closeout report, for instance, issues around who gets paid and who doesn't, and so on. So there's been issues around billing and registration reconciliation, accommodation payments, which had been routed through arrangements which created exceptions that sometimes blurred accountability. I think the Deputy Minister was at Central University of Technology yesterday, where he was dealing with some of the similar issues that relates to arrangements relating to accommodation, and I think the report will show that. The appeal systems, which contained a defect which repeatedly restarted the 30-day document period and left cases in a continuing loop. Issues around historical reconciliation failures, which affected students' ability in some instances to clear accounts, obtain certificates or progress with further study and employment. And so the previous full decentralization model also required a staffing and infrastructure footprint that NSFAS could not sustain within the available budget. I know that the administrator will, as part of their presentation, what their proposals are, which have also been presented to us, which we will look at in terms of regionalization. But the important thing, I think the principle which we subscribe to is that all students, as and when they have to, should get access to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And that service outlets, should be within reasonable distance to and for all students. Now, we've also asked the administrator to show what has moved. And I think they will also indicate in the report that there has been significant progress in terms of the reconciliation with regards to the TVET files and the universities which have submitted full cost of study information with the 2025 reconciliation process being concluded. And of course, the challenge which remains, meaning the remaining challenge being that we can no longer simply just reconcile, that this has to be concluded, including challenges around the NSFAS's own financial situation and how we deal with issues coming out of that reconciliation process. We'll see some numbers with regards to appeal, and there has been some movement with regards to the appeal. The position, I think, is actually much more clearer with the number of appeals that have been received, but I think you will get more details with regards to that. The biggest challenge that we face, and I've said earlier, Chair, acknowledging the engagement that the portfolio committee is organizing, that the biggest challenge remains accommodation, which is an area of exposure. Of course, there have been reports around direct payment to accommodation providers, which has been taken back in-house, and that bank verification processes have improved with historical exceptions remaining, but that the current position includes tens of thousands of students recorded in non-accredited accommodation, which is something that I think we need to deal with. We need to distinguish between temporary or formally authorized deviations. I think there were those report, but also accommodation operating outside the applicable framework without approval. It is important that we send the message that students should not be penalized or punished for structural shortages, but temporary exceptions cannot become a permanent substitute for minimum safety, for quality and financial control standards, and that NSFAS must produce a reliable accreditation and deviation database, and then deal with strengthening verification and payment controls, legitimate providers being paid on time, while students are protected from eviction caused by administrative failure. And I think we will hear how what's been done in that regard. The other issue that I think is of critical importance is the missing middle, which requires rebuilding essentially. 53,000 applications, only 3,000 assessed as eligible. I think the administrator will talk a bit about the plans that have been put in place to ensure that we deal with the question of the loan system. The missing middle issue is part of the long-term discussion on NSFAS funding stabilization. And then challenges around ICT and reform, which I think should also be and will also be dealt with. The most significant and I think unresolved issue remains the financial position at the NSFAS. Now, the information, obviously, well, I think what we know, and which has been something that has been recurring since the policy, fee-free higher education policy, has been put in place, is that NSFAS has continuously experienced shortfalls. And these shortfalls are essentially as a result of the demand for higher education. These shortfalls have compounded from just around 2.5 billion rands in 2018, and our current estimates, I think last year was around 13.5 billion. Our current estimates is around 15 billion. And I think the key question here is that we have a policy to provide free education on the one hand. On the other hand, we have an allocation that is almost set in stone in the medium-term expenditure framework and in the budget for a cycle. And that allocation fixes. It does not move on the basis of the number of students who qualify for NSFAS. So it's a fixed allocation for the next 3 years. Now, we already know that the number of students that succeed from grade 12 are on the rise, which then means that our discussion on the sustainability of our student funding model has to take that into consideration, because some of the issues that relates to delayed payments, and so on and so forth, also have to do with, with the timing and the amount of resources that the NSFAS itself has. And so that issue around the financial position of the NSFAS is not an issue just for the NSFAS. It's not an issue just for the department or for this committee. It's an issue for the country. We have made a commitment to South Africans that we will provide fee-free higher education, and we have to go and find the money. And if we don't have that money from the national fiscus or from wherever, we need to rethink our approach towards fee-free higher education. And I think for me, that's the bigger discussion. And that's the discussion, which we in government, of course, have to lead. But importantly, I think society have to ask itself, as to what do we do, with regards to this. As I said, Chairperson, earlier, that we are working on some policy proposals and suggestions, but all of this will obviously be dependent on, whether are we willing to shift the public purse to accommodate the growing demand for student funding. We can control university enrollments, we can control TVET enrollments, but that at the end of the day is essentially almost illegal, because our policy is that people who qualify needs to be given money, but that money is not available. So that's a discussion we're having with the Minister of Finance, but that's a discussion that I think we all need to have, because it's not just a problem of the NSFAS, it's a problem that the entirety of government has to attend to. And it's obviously a problem which we're deeply preoccupied with, which we need to take forward. And obviously that discussion has to protect poor and vulnerable students, and so on and so forth. And I know that, part of what goes around DM Kasim here and the Democratic Alliance, who are part of the GNU, have got views on what should happen to the NSFAS. We don't need it. The EFF have got views on what should happen to NSFAS. We must pay directly to institutions. Almost everyone has views on what needs to happen. But I think at the end of the day, once all the other issues that are, I think, important,
The ANC also has a view, Minister.
immediate, yes, of course.
Yeah,
the
please.
ANC has a very strong view around, the fact that, we need to
ANC must not have views,
have a
it must implement.
proper institution. So those are, I think for me, that's the discussion we all should be preoccupied with, at a political level. Once all the other issues that concerns all of us have been clarified. Now, I've also been made aware, Chairperson, of the questions raised concerning persons appointed or contracted to support the administrator and the legal basis for those arrangements. And I think we have seen things which I suppose are going to arise, issues around travel and the overall costs of the administration and how people have been paid. And yes, those questions, require responses. We have to ensure that those questions are responded. I've also requested a complete account, Chairperson, based on the letter that you sent me yesterday with regards to all those issues. I think the letter from Honorable Lonzi, those issues relating to the persons that have been appointed or contracted to support the administrator. And we have, as I said, requested a complete account of all of those issues, all the relevant documentations and the issues around remunerations, contracts, and so on and so forth, and issues around the application of the law and how those and whether those have been appointed. And I think it's the specific reference to certain sections in the Act. But what we must say is that everything that happens at the NSFAS has to happen within the law. The appointment of individuals either to assist the administrator himself, or any official at the NSFAS have to happen within the law, and that in all instances we remain supportive of the administrator, but I think it's important that we emphasize that the processes that have been followed in appointing the supporting team, that all of that has been followed, and that where there are issues, that those issues be dealt with. Our role is to ensure that whatever that has been done should follow the spirit and letter of the law. The next funding cycle is already upon us, and the committee should therefore leave this meeting with a common understanding of the verified baseline, the unresolved corrective actions which will present, the financial issues, but also when the NSFAS will deliver. 2027 readiness must also be tested against hard milestones, applications, and systems. I think that's what students are also interested in hearing. Issues around the funding policy, appeals, and so on and so forth. Accommodation planning. Those are important elements of what happens, in terms of our readiness for 2027. The preparations thereof, Chairperson, have started quite earnestly at the NSFAS, but also in the ministry, to start thinking about how 2027 will look like. In closing, Chairperson, this is ultimately, I think, in our view, a period of repairing the NSFAS over years, of some of these challenges that have periodically affected the NSFAS, and ensure that we have this, hopefully, as the last administration. It's also a period of rebuilding and of redesign. I think we are of common cause that the NSFAS cannot go on, the way it should, and that we need, a complete redesign, of that institution if it is to effectively serve the needs, interests, and aspirations of South Africans. It means dealing with fixing the immediate failures that prejudice students. It also means restoring systems and controls and institutional capability and, importantly, public confidence. NSFAS serves students, it serves institutions, it serves the public. And so public confidence and return on investment is very crucial. It also means that obviously we have to answer deeper questions. Repeated administrations have postponed, including the sustainable funding model, proper division of responsibility between NSFAS and institutions, the data architecture, accommodation, governance, missing middle instruments, and the governance model that will prevent another cycle of crisis and intervention. Administration cannot become NSFAS's permanent governance model. The purpose of this intervention must be to rebuild an institution that no longer requires an intervention during crisis and therefore an administrator. And that's the standard against which I believe this administration, the department, and this committee should judge progress. We will, yes, we're here to answer the questions, and we believe that we can, we will, and with whatever is outstanding, I think we will ensure that we will provide. Where mistakes have been made, I think they should and must be corrected, and where allegations require investigations, appropriate processes have to follow. But I think the overriding obligation remains unchanged to build an NSFAS that performs its mandate reliably, lawfully, sustainably for the students of this country. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister, for the opening remarks. So members, I'm going to give you, I've noted you here. No need to raise your hands. It's a technology. Yeah, don't want you guys to do things manual anymore. Must digitize. This will be the order. We're 11 members, and we have just over an hour and 30 minutes. Before we have an hour 30 minutes before the minister leaves, and we are 11. We'll work out the time just now, but the order will be in this fashion. It will be Honorable Khabo, Honorable Khachau, Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Msezane, Honorable Christians, Honorable Zondo, Honorable Ngubane, Honorable Spies, Honorable Soul, Honorable Low, and Honorable Litsi. So I've started with the case at the top and I finished the else. I was just trying to be creative. So number 1, Khabo. Number 2, Khachau. Number 3, Lonzi. Number 4, Msezane. Number 5, Christians. Number 6, Zondo. Number 7, Ngubane. Number 8, Spies. Number 9, Souls. You see, I tried to know Spies and Souls. You see, it's SS. I was trying to, and then Low and Litsi at the end. So we have. Let me check the time quickly. So I'm inclined, I'm trying to calculate the what?
Okay. I've just joined, so I would rather donate my minutes for today.
No, thank you.
It will be the only time that will ever happen.
Thank you. We don't donate minutes to people. There in the committee where you come, I used to donate people. Yeah. No, don't worry. So what 10? I know Honorable Khachab wanted you to say wrong things, to say you are donating your minutes to her.
No, I
Oh, no, I'm saying she wanted to say that to you.
No, I'm not that easily influenced.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not saying you are influenced. I'm saying she wanted you to say that. So you just defeated her, which is good, because you're strong. No.
Chair,
Okay,
you were doing really well.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do that today.
Oh, you did not do that.
No, I did not do that.
Okay,
And
I
it serves
apologize.
nobody's interest to waste time
I
creating that image.
apologize.
Thank
I
you.
apologize. She did not do that. She just wanted to do it. So we'll give each other 7 minutes. I think that should be sufficient, so that we allow the minister around 3:15, 4:45 to leave. So, Honorable Khabo.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity once more again. Let me pass my greetings to your good self, Minister, including your entourage, Deputy Minister, welcome to the committee, including members of the portfolio. Chair, I will not waste my time on operational issues that I would raise with the administrator. I would rather speak to legislated processes that the minister obviously must deal with. Minister, you'd remember that previously when there was an issue of an administrator being introduced, we obviously asked questions on and around the process that you had followed on identifying the administrator. And largely, we could not get a clear answer, even though we understood that it's within the powers of the minister that he can appoint an administrator as and when there are issues or challenges identified in relation to governance. Our area of focus was then related to the process followed in identifying the administrator. And I would want to start my line of questioning from that angle, particularly relating it with the process in line with, I think it's section 17. And I would want to obviously get clarity, as you are aware and you have obviously previously indicated that it's within your powers to appoint an administrator. But section 17A and B, it speaks to a process that also include the issues of approvals, as in when the minister has concluded the process of appointing. And that's my area of concern. That would be the point of departure as to whether the minister has received all the necessary approvals, as section 17C dictates that part of the approvals that the minister after appointing administrator must get is from the finance minister on and around the remuneration package. I would just want to start there, Honorable Minister, especially when the administrator previously has indicated that ever since his appointment, he has not yet received any salary. And that on its own has created curiosity on and around his survival at the institution. So let me firstly start with that question. Chairperson, if you'd allow me, maybe I'll take it in that approach.
Thank you, Chairperson. Like I said, we are in the process of finalizing the concurrence with the Minister of Finance as it relates to the appointment of the conditions of employment of the administrator. It is obviously not something that's just in our own hands. And it's something that we, as I said, are finalizing with the Minister of Finance. But I also think that it is something we need to, as I said, look into. How do we manage these issues? I mean, the appointment of administrator is something that happens almost always on an agency basis. And legislation requires consultation after appointment in terms of the conditions of appointment. How long those processes take, that's something else. And I think the implications of those processes on the appointment itself is also something else. So I think we will have to work on, firmer guidelines that, as I said in my remarks, that will look at specifically those issues.
No, thank you very much, Minister. I would plead with you not to dribble me with your responses and chow on my time. And I would plead with the minister to be clear. Can the minister confirm as to whether he has received or not received the approval from the Minister of Finance as Section 17C of the NSFAS dictates? Remember, it's almost 3 months now, ever since the administrator has been appointed. Has the minister received it, yes or no?
No, like I said, we haven't finalized that with the Minister of Finance. So it's something that we have to finalize.
So it's safe to say and conclude that the minister, as things stands, he has not received any approval from the Minister of Finance.
So there's no concurrence agreed upon between ourselves and the Minister of Finance on the remuneration of the administrator.
Thank you. Let me I'll now get to the other aspect of the question. In the process, there was an appointment of 4 advisors equally, and the Act allows you that you must deal with the approval. And I would want to check at the same time, plead for such reports indicating the approval of the remuneration package of the 4 advisors. And I would want to check if the minister has concluded that process. Is there an approval at hand of the 4 advisors?
Yes, I think what I had said was that I think based on the question I received yesterday from Honorable Lonzi, we put in together all of that information, and we will provide that information to the honorable members. But importantly, we have received a request from the administrator to appoint advisors, and we have concurred with that request. But I think the rest of the details we will finish.
No, it's fine, Minister. Let me rephrase my question. Does the minister or has the minister approved the appointment of advisors, 4 advisors? And is the minister in position of the approvals so that the minister can share it with the committee? That's why my question was.
I don't have that approval here with me. The letter concurring with the administrator. I don't have that letter with me. But yeah, that process has happened.
I'll get back to that issue. Let me go back to the issue of the appointment. And now that you have confirmed that the Minister of Finance has not yet given you an approval in terms of the remuneration package of the administrator, within that 3 months, the actions and decisions of the administrator had its own legal implications and financial implications. And I would want to check with you in terms of which authority was the administrator acting, and even from the worst case scenario point of view, in an event that the minister, as it has been presented in the public, that the minister has not approved. In fact, the minister does not even have intentions of approving such. So from the worst case scenario point of view, in an event that the Minister of Finance does not approve the appointment of the administrator, who would then incur the financial implication during the process, who will take responsibility of that financial implication of that 3 months appointment? I'll stop there.
Okay. Let me, this may require a bit of a few minutes, Chairperson, because so the Government Gazette legally appoints the administrator, and the administrator resumes their responsibilities on the day of the publication of the Government Gazette. And that process then triggers engagement with the Minister of Finance for concurrence in terms of the conditions of employment for the administrator. So that's a separate process. So the legal decisions of the administrator stands because they are made on the basis of the of the Government Gazette, and the question of remuneration and conditions of service becomes something else. And I suppose the legislators, the people who were sitting here before us, who drafted the NSFAS Act, did not anticipate this challenge, and that's why it's been recurring, and that's why we probably need to put in place mechanisms to anticipate what happens when we appoint an administrator. So as is the case now, we either rely on what has been done before, basically that, practice dictates that this is the process we should follow, or in instances where I think the law indicates, then we do that. This was, the question of administration is a special circumstance. And I think a whole lot of things happens, in the process. But just in terms of what happens, and I think that's something that we, will have to deal with it then. But as is now, the contention between, the discussions between ourselves and the Minister of Finance is on the conditions of employment and remuneration. I don't want to get into speculations about what the Minister of Finance may or may not have said, or anything around that. I would really want us to report on the matter once it has reached finality. We have to agree at some point. There's no way that this matter can be left open-ended. And we will agree. There has to be some form of settlement on how this issue moves forward.
Look, Minister, your response is not actually clear in terms of who would be held accountable, who will take full responsibility of that actual irregular appointment. Because once the appointment, let alone the appointment which is different, once the
Which
minister,
regular appointment?
the approval of the minister of, I'm arguing from the worst case scenario, like I said, in an event that the minister of finance does not approve the remuneration package of the administrator, it then means that it will have to boil back to the appointment, the initial appointment of the administrator. I get your response that these are two separate processes. You've got the power to appoint the administrator, but my belief that it is also subject to the approval of the minister. And my argument here is that from the worst case scenario, in an event the Minister of Finance does not approve, what then happens? And that's what I'm expecting you to provide clarity. Yes, of course, I get you that there is a gap in terms of legislation, but I believe that it's something that you'll have to consider. And I get you when you say that your appointment in terms of Section 17 is a separate matter, but we would still have to argue it from that angle in terms of getting clarity. Thanks you, Chairperson. I think I will just submit some questions in relation to the question of your 4 advisors. I wanted to get back to it because the minister earlier on did not clearly respond to it in terms of the 4 advisors that has been appointed by the administrator. My understanding that it's subject to your approval, and that's what I wanted to check as to whether do you have those approvals. Can you share with the committee the remuneration package, and subsequent to that, before the appointment of the 4 advisors, was there any assessment done to identify those gaps that led to the appointment of the 4 advisors? Chairperson, I'll rest my case there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. The minister did indicate in his response that he does have those exchanges where he gave concurrence, but he does not have them with him. That's what I understood him to say. With him here today. So the administration did ask the ministry, and the ministry concurred on the appointment of the 4. The question that I think, Minister, you did not respond to is on the 17C. The Act on 17C speaks to the remuneration and allowances. And it says that the minister, which is yourself, with the approval of the Minister of Finance, may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and any other person appointed in terms of Section 17B. Now, maybe let's go to 17B first. It says assistance to the administrator. So these are the advisors to the administrator as they are appointed. It says an administrator appointed in terms of 17A may be, with the approval of the minister, appoint any other person with suitable knowledge and experience to assist him or her in the performance of his or her functions. So the understanding here is that the concurrence that is needed from the Minister of Higher Education yourself is on the appointment of a person with suitable knowledge and experience to assist the administration. But 17C then says those people that we have appointed in 17B, which is the assistance to the administrator, requires a concurrence from the Minister of Finance. That's what 17C says. So the question, which I think Honorable Khabo was asking, is that did the Minister of Higher Education receive the concurrence of appointment, the people appointed to assist the administration in 17B? So did the Minister of Higher Education receive the concurrence on the advisors to the administrator? That's the question.
All right. So 4 May we gazette the appointment of the administrator, and then get into the process for concurrence for the administrator's costs. And upon assuming office, administrator then recommends the appointment of specific individuals. And the advice that I had was that based on practice, the recommendation from the administrator only requires concurrence from the Minister of Higher Education, and that we do not need any further concurrence outside of that. And that the concurrence that we require is the concurrence from the Minister of Finance as it relates to the administrator, which is the discussion that we are having with the Minister of Finance now. So the interpretation of 17B and 17C as it relates to the administrator and the advisory team of the administrator was that we should seek concurrence for the minister, from the Minister of Finance as it relates to the administrator, and that we should approve the appointment of the team that comes in with the administrator based on certain conditions which we had set to that NSFAS administrator to follow through. So that's the situation as it stands now. Sure.
Yeah, so the minister did not seek the concurrence on 17C because the interpretation was that you needed concurrence only on the remuneration or conditions of employment of the administrator, not the advisors.
Yes.
Okay. At this point of order, follow up on the point. So let's start with follow-ups. So we'll give Khabo first, Lonzi, Msezana, Honorable Khakha. After your follow-up, I'll then start your minutes. Honorable Khakha. So on the follow-ups, we know we'll just go straight to the
No,
point.
we go
Yes.
straight, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Chair, the follow-up is on the response of the minister. In particular, when you have just demonstrated that Section C dictates that the minister must get an approval for, amongst others, the traveling and subsistence, including the accommodation and everything. That is my understanding. And the minister now, in his response, he's just speaking on the approval of the appointment of the administrator. And the follow-up is on the basis of the approval for the traveling and subsistence. And in this regard, I believe that your approval, as the approval of the administrator, is dependent on the approval of the finance minister. Me saying this is because of, after you have appointed the administrator, you'd still need the approval of the finance, amongst others, to give you a go-ahead so that the administrator can begin to spend, amongst others, the funds of NSFAS to accommodate his movement. Now, the question earlier on was that under whose authority? And that's why earlier on I also indicated that who will then take responsibility? Because you are then saying that the law is quiet in relation to that process. That was my follow-up question, Chairperson.
Okay. Okay. So, well, I think firstly, you know, if it's the honourable member's contention that you know, the interpretation of the law should be that we should first seek concurrence of the administrator before the administrator can you know, do anything. What it essentially means is that from May up to date, we would not have been able to do anything at the NSFAS. That's what it essentially means. And I think that it has to be understood within the context of the fact that, I mean, the agency required with regards to the appointment of the administrator and the type of people that the administrator you know, requires. In terms of the relationship between the appointment of the administrator and the appointment of the advisors, and what you know, what the law indicates and what our interpretation is, with you know, with the advice from the department, was that the two processes are separate and has you know, been dealt with you know, separately. And I think it's obviously something, as I said, that you know, we'll have to look at. But in the overall, the whole process for the appointment of administrators, you know, within the sector requires, I think, much tighter looking at, so that we have firmer regulation. So there's no step-by-step manual that says this is A, B, C, D, this is what needs to be done, and so on and so forth.
Honourable Luns.
No, Chair. I'll come to 17C when I ask my questions. I just want to clarify one point here, because there's a question that Honorable Khabo asked, and I don't think the Minister answered it clearly. On 17B, we know that the Minister puts out a gazette to appoint the administrator. Thereafter, the administrator must write to the Minister on the 4 people that are going to assist him in the form of advisors. Now, that is in 17B. I think the very direct question that Honorable Khab was asking is, did the Minister approve the appointment of the 4 advisors to the administrator? I just want that, and then I'll come back to, there are big problems at 17C, but I'll deal with it when I'm asking my questions.
Okay.
Yes, I think that the answer was yes.
Honourable Suzan.
Well, thanks, Chair. Maybe the Minister will also assist us in telling us when he approved the that approval of the advisors. But my concern also, Chair, is on 17C, which I think the Minister has not answered. And I'm concerned because 17C is very clear when it says the Minister must, with approval of the Minister of Finance, determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and any other person in terms of section 17B. It's like straightforward. I'd really want to know, Minister, you said you were advised or got advised that this is not what it is. I would want to know who advised the Minister on that to say this does not mean what it's clear to mean, that the Minister of Higher Education and Training must get approval from the Minister of Finance as it relates to the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrators and any other person that assists the administrator in terms of section 17B.
Minister.
It was on the basis of the documentation from the department.
So it's the department that advised.
Yeah. Let me just, I think, well, firstly, I've indicated where, I mean, the chronology. And secondly, the distinction in terms of our interpretation as it relates to the administrator and the team that supports the administrator. And the fact that where we need concurrence, I mean, if our interpretation was as per the honourable member's interpretation, we would have followed that process. We would not have ignored that process, and that's why we have stuck to the process to the latter as it relates to the administrator, and that's the process which we're dealing with the Minister of Finance. But I think importantly, you know, if our interpretation was exactly that inclusive of what involves the support team of the administrator, that's the process that needs to be followed, we would have definitely followed that process to, you know, to the latter. So our understanding was that the concurrence that is being sought based on the, you know, the work that was done from the department was that what we need is concurrence in terms of the administrator, and that the team that the administrator themselves require to support, that the administrator can go ahead with that based on our concurrence.
Honorable Kaka. What time? Who said you had time on the floor? No, but who Honorable Lonzi had time? Honorable Kabo had time. So what time are you talking? No. Honorable Kaka? Let's come down. Let's come down. Honorable Kaka? Yeah, but now you are disrupting Honorable Kaka. She must speak.
Ke a leboha, Modulasetulo. Minister, let's first start with your opening remarks. You said, where mistakes have been made, they must be corrected. What mistakes are you referring to?
I'm not referring to any particular mistake.
So you just said, nje, generally, if there are
Well, I
mistakes,
mean,
they must be
that's
corrected.
just one line of, I think, 1,000 words.
What did you mean, sir?
Well, should I go through the entire speech? The point is,
Oh.
I think that
Chair,
the
order.
point
Let me call
is,
the minister to order first. Akulwans. So this conversation can go south very easily.
yeah, but I'm
I'm
also
not
trying to
would
respond
like
to your
so gotten
question.
that. This is my time.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to get to the bottom of your presentation so that I have a full understanding of what you mean. I'm not asking you to reread the first thing, the whole thing. So let's try again without being cheeky. Just generally, I'm trying to understand you. When you as minister said that, with everything that you said, where there have been mistakes that have been committed, they must be corrected. What did you mean?
Okay. So I started by saying that this meeting is taking place in a particular context. And given that context, and in doing what you know we are expected to do, we not you know, doing our work as perfect and as angels. And the overarching statement was that in the process of executing and within the context of how this meeting is taking place and with all the issues that I've raised that the NSFAS you know, is faced with, that we've done our best in the last 3 months in stabilizing the institution, and that we prepare to account, and that if there are any mistakes that have been done, you know, they'll have to be attended to.
All
So
right,
it's not in relation
I
to
think
any
that,
specific
that
thing.
was enough for me. Again, you've just said now, the work you're doing is not perfect. What's not perfect?
Well, I mean, the fact that we still have challenges outstanding. We still have, I think you'll see in the report, and I said a bit about it, we've got a couple of hundreds of students whose appeals are still outstanding. We have challenges with regards to the loan scheme. We have a shortfall. We still have ICT and data issues that needs to be attended to. All of those issues are part of what has been presented, as elements of a stabilization. And those, I think, speak to the fact that, we're not running a perfect ship, but we're also not, going to be involved in the restructuring, rebuilding, and
Ke a utlwa,
redesigning of the
Minister.
NSFAS,
I heard you,
without
sir.
all of these challenges
Ke a
being
utlwa,
put on
ntate.
our doorstep.
I hear you. Do you think two things? One, so your administrator that you appointed, that I told you was not the right fit, but you still conceded that he's the right fit. Do you still maintain today before Parliament that two decisions that he took with your concurrence were the right decisions? The first decision was one. So this financial year alone, there's 200 million rands. This financial year alone, 200 million rands that has been set aside for consultants alone. In addition to that, you have 35 million rands that has been now increased from the initial budget for
Say that again, sorry?
a 35 million rand increase for just the compensation and the daily running of his office. All that, with all the problems you've just indicated right now, where there's still student accommodation that has not been paid, where there's students who have had to leave altogether the system without clarity, where don't know the accreditation of student accommodation is still left behind, where you have allowances that are still left behind, all of those other things. Do you think those decisions make sense?
Firstly, yes, you disagreed with with Prof. Matebula being appointed as the administrator. I do not expect that in the short period that he's been there, you would believe otherwise. I was also not expecting that he will get into the NSFAS and have a magic wand and all the issues disappear. I'm quite confident with the work that the administrator at the NSFAS has done.
Okay, let me pause you there, excuse Minister. What has he done that you're satisfied with?
I
In the
think he'll
next three?
give.
Ke botsa wena, akere he reports to you, and you are saying you are satisfied. So as the minister, what are you satisfied with in these 3 months that he has done?
The most important thing, I think, for us is that the administrator was required to present a stabilization plan, which is now in place. Secondly, was required to deal with challenges relating to the closeout. Thirdly, which
Where
has
is
now
it?
been fully reconciled, and I think you'll get the report to that. To deal with issues around the appeals, those issues, I think you'll get the report. There are issues around the issues that has been raised by the AG, but also systems within the NSFAS. Issues around audit and risk, the operation of committees, and so on and so forth. But importantly, I think ensuring that we get students' allowances paid on time. There was the big challenge which affected the second semester students, which we worked around the clock to ensure that it's resolved. There's been various hotspots that has been
That's
there,
fine, Minister.
which-
I wasn't asking you what's still lacking behind. I wanted you to tell me what you have confidence in, which is fine. But there's still a question that's still standing behind about, do you, with absolute full clear conscience, agree that the decision to have a 200 million rands dedication towards consultation alone for this financial year, in addition to what was already approved, and a 35 million rands increase to the compensation of the running, whether that makes sense to you? Notwithstanding all the challenges that exist.
The NSFAS operates on a budget of its operational costs are under 300 million.
How are gape potso ya ka ntate Manami?
No, that's a response to your question.
No,
So
you're
if the
not.
NSFAS operation costs are under 300
That,
million.
you're not answering my question. My question is, there's been he knows it. I don't understand what he reports to you that you don't understand. It's simple. You have had an additional costs that have been attached to consultation alone. That has been an increase. In addition to consultation alone, you have had an increase of millions of rands to the operation of his office alone. I've given you those numbers. Those number increases, are you saying you are satisfied with those increases? It's either yes or a no.
No, but the point is that it would be unreasonable to suggest that of the under 300 million operational costs of the NSFAS, you have 200 million dedicated for consultants.
No.
And
that
all
is-
those
that-
other
that
referred to
cuts
figures.
across the span.
But in the overall, as I said,
So
that
your answer
we
is
are
no,
confident.
Minister.
I'm confident with the
Nakwakha
work
ifedile,
that the
Minister.
if I can respond to
No,
your
but my time
question.
is already finished. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say. You're making this conversation difficult in the sense that you're refusing to just say yes or no. It's either you are satisfied with the financial restructuring of the budget of the administrator or you're not.
No, but that's not the issue. The issue is that with the term
But
that
that is
the
my
administrator
question. Your
has
issue
been
could be
in
separate
office,
to my
I'm just saying
question.
that the question that you're asking me is
No.
not is not
I
is
am
not
going-
relative to what the
No,
reality
no.
of the NSFAS budget
Minister,
is.
you have 4 advisors, I get, that you approved Ndate Matebula's appointments of. Those 4 advisors are currently going to have a 9.9 million rands combined per year, bargaining, per year cost. Yes, that is the package, which is about 2.5 million rands each altogether. But then, in addition to those 4 advisors, you have also a split for the medium term that is there, available, of one that is a 35 million rands increase in the compensation budget for his office and his budget. That stays as that, right? And in addition to that, it's spent on consultants, and you have that money available. And Ntate Mathebula o nshebile jwalo ka ekare ke tsotsi kapa ke nna tsotsi. I don't know why Ntate Mathebula o nshebile ka tsela a nshebileng ka yona. But the problem I'm trying to highlight to you here is very simple. It's either you are happy with the financial reconstruction of the administrator that you appointed, or you are not happy. It's as simple as that. Yes, I am happy. Yes, I am not happy.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking from you.
Can close the mic, Council Minister.
Okay. I'm confident with the work that the administrator have done so far. And based on the stabilization report, which we'll obviously give our full response to, we're also quite confident that it's moving in the right direction. There are obviously issues which we've already initially raised with them, which will formalize. If there are issues that relates to, and I must emphasize this, being under administration does not mean that it absolves the administrator or anyone who's part of the team or anyone at NSFAS from scrutiny, either from myself, from the department, members of parliament, or the public. And I must emphasize that any form of scrutiny we will take seriously if there are issues that requires for further probing, including the point that the honourable member is raising, the cost of consultants and so on and so forth. We will obviously take those issues seriously. What I must also indicate, Chairperson, is that we need to make a distinction between running the NSFAS as an entity and the cost of governance associated with it. We drew up the numbers for the previous board, for instance, incomparable to what has been suggested in terms of what the cost of the administration will be. Similarly, the numbers in comparison to the previous administrators, incomparable. And I'm not suggesting that that should be room for us to give the administrator a license for extravagance, but It also means that we're exercising prudence because we understand that each and every cent that comes out of the NSFAS ultimately has to add value to the students. And similarly, the quality of the people that are being appointed, it has to also follow that particular logic. Thank you.
What are you?
Chair, I'm trying my utmost best to be as polite as possible to the minister. My question is very direct, and he's not answering it. And I can almost maybe understand why he doesn't want to answer it, because whether he says yes or no, he's in trouble. But he must answer, honestly. Are you, Minister Manamela, happy with the financial reconstruction of the cost of the daily running of the administrator's office, that increase of 35 million rands, that is essentially going to become the daily life, which is an increase that didn't exist before? And two, are you happy that by the time life is over for the administration, NSFAS would have racked up a 200 million rands worth of consultation fees? Are you happy with that budget construction? Yes or no?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Khakao. I think the minister responded early that the operation budget of NSFAS is around 300 million. And I'm telling you what he said in this meeting when he was responding to you. And he said he's disputing the 200 million because it doesn't make sense. That's what he said. So you may not agree with him, but that is what he has responded in saying. He said the operating budget is around 300 million, and therefore it does not make sense to say that there's a 200 million of consultants. That's what he had responded. And to the first question, he did respond. He said, yes, I'm happy with the administration. And you asked, what is it that he's happy about on what he has done? And he responded in this meeting, and he said, based on the, what do you call that report? The stabilization report. He's basing that on that particular report. Report, Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you, Chair. No, straight to the point,
Must
Minister.
get you to work, Hansard.
How many advisors did you approve, Minister? To the advisors to the administrator?
4.
4 of them. And then, when you are approving the advisors, because you have your own understanding of the remuneration package, how much did you approve that they should be remunerated?
Okay, there was no, as far as I remember from my letter, and as I said in my opening, we received your detailed inquiry in terms of this, and if we can just
No,
furnish
Minister,
you
I'm
with
going to
all
stop
of
you
those
there.
details.
And you know why I'm stopping you.
Yeah.
Earlier on here, we were trying to explain to you that Section 17C of the NSFAS Act says the finance minister must also approve the remuneration package of the advisors, not just the administrator. In fact, if you have an effective team and staff in your office, by now they would have sent you the NSFAS Act. And if you read it, it says the minister, with the approval of the finance minister, may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and to any other person appointed in terms of Section 17B. Now, you said you got advice that you don't need approval of the finance minister to remunerate the advisors. Now, I'm asking you, if that is the case, it means the administrator would have sent you the package, and because you are of the view that you don't need the approval of the finance minister, you would have approved the remuneration of the advisors. So what were you approving in your letter to the administrator?
Okay. Like I said, my recollection doesn't include approval of costs. It may have been the case, But as I said, we can furnish you with that information. The actual
Minister,
letter of
okay,
confirmation.
let's
Yeah.
walk with you on this one.
Yeah,
You appoint an administrator. You appoint an administrator.
yeah.
And then the administrator writes to you and says, I need 4 people to assist me in administration. And of course, when the administrator writes to you, he will give you the remuneration packages, because in any case, this is what you must submit to the finance minister. Are you trying to tell me that the only letter that came from the administrator was that I want to appoint Honorable Msezane as my advisor, and that's it? It didn't say how much this appointment is going to cost. Is that what you are telling this parliament?
Okay, I have this, and the, so, and which we will forward. I can read out the whole letter, but the request was for confirmation of the 4 advisors. I don't have the letter request or the submission. It's quite a detailed submission. But what I have is the letter that confirms that the advisors can be appointed and the conditions which need to be followed in line with the appointment of those advisors.
How much were so the letter didn't say how much they want your advisors to be paid. You've got PLO here, you've got PAs, you've got assistants to the minister. So none of them can provide you with this letter, because this is something that would have happened quite recently.
Which letter are you asking for?
How much did you approve? Because you are saying to us, you were given advice that you don't need the approval of the finance minister when it comes to the remuneration of advisors. A point that we contend, by the way, but I'm coming there. I'm still using your own logic. How much did you approve that the 4 advisors must be paid?
Okay, do you,
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Lanzi. The minister agreed to the request of the administrator to appoint the technical experts, and provided in the letter that with the approval of the minister that these people could be appointed, but subject to the following information being provided, which is included the detailed scopes of work of each advisor and the time-bound deliverables.
Oh, let me simplify this question. Did the minister approve how much the advisors must be
No,
remunerated?
the ministers, I think, already answered that question. He did not. But
Okay.
He requested certain
No,
information.
but that's a different question. So I want him to. I'll give him another opportunity to respond to it. Minister, now I'm taking a step back. I'm not asking you how much did you approve. I'm saying, did you as minister approve how much these advisors should be paid? Or are you moving with the view of the DDG, which says you only approve the appointment and then you said to them, subject, that they will tell you how much they must be paid, which is another line item that you must still approve as minister, at least according to your reading of the act?
yeah, can we, and because I don't want to give you information just mostly relying on my memory, can we provide you that information? We received this inquiry yesterday.
No.
from yourself and the chair.
Minister,
Yes.
the DDG has a letter before her here.
No, the letter that she has, which I have.
So you're telling
is
me
the
you
letter
don't,
that
you
I
don't,
wrote.
you
No, no,
don't
no.
remember whether or not you approved how much advisors must be paid?
No,
Like you don't know, you don't
No.
remember?
no.
There's no record in any of your devices. The DDG doesn't know, your PAs don't know, your PLO don't know, your advisors don't know whether or not you approved if advisors must be paid.
Yeah,
You
Honourable
like
Member,
that's the story you are giving this parliament.
Honourable Member, as I said, that we have received your inquiry late yesterday, and we will give you a detailed
I'm not asking
response
about
in
my
terms of
inquiry.
this.
I'm saying there are 4 people who are working in the office of the administrator. And these people are invoicing the administrator. And we're getting there. But I wanted to understand first, what did you agree to? Now, you are trying to tell me that someone can be paid at NSFAS Someone whose payment needs a higher approval can be paid, and you as the minister, you're unaware of that payment.
I didn't say that I'm not aware of it. All I'm saying is we have received your inquiry, and that we
Or let me
will-
put
we
the
will
question
respond
differently.
it to
Are
you.
the 4 advisors being paid at NSFAS?
Well, as far as I know, we have approved their payment. I mean, their appointment by the administrator.
Or let me try again, because you are biting your tongue. Are the 4 advisors being paid at NSFAS?
Well, as far as I know, they are. They have been appointed to the NSFAS. And I
For
think
them
that
to
the
be paid,
conditions-
it needs an approval. Do you agree with me? That the administrator can't just wake up one morning and start paying people without you, as the executive authority, knowing how much those people are being paid, especially in relation to administration.
Yes.
So if you are saying, as far as you know, people are being paid, how do you not know whether or not you've approved whether or not those people must be paid?
No, I mean, we are, look, the point I'm saying is that I'm not saying that I don't know how much they are being paid. All I'm saying is that it's not information that I
Did you
have before me.
approve that they
And
must
that's
be
the
paid?
information we,
Did you approve that
will-
they must be
We
paid?
approved the appointment of the 4
No, 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 no.
advisors
I'm
to
not
the
talking about
administrator.
appointment. I'm talking about remuneration.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
why I
give
took
you
you to
that
there are
information.
3 in 17.
Yeah.
There are 3 very important letters there. There's A, that deals with the appointment of the administrator. There's 17B, that deals with the appointment of advisors. There's 17C, that deals with remuneration. And you understand this very well, by the way, because in your response to some of the members here, you say, just because remuneration is not approved, we can't stop the administrator from doing its work. Those are your words. You said if we're waiting for the Minister of Finance, it means from May up until now, there was going to be no work that is happening at NSFAS. So I'm asking you a simple question, because you are telling us that remuneration to advisors needs your approval. And I'm saying, have you approved the remuneration of the advisors to the administrator? Like it's such a simple question. It's not, if you don't remember, at least people in your office should be able to send you a WhatsApp to tell you whether or not you approved it.
Yeah, maybe as we give the minister to respond, we can close the mic. It's also interesting that you want the minister to get information via WhatsApp, but what it was me sending you guys WhatsApp, you're complaining that I'm cancelling meetings via WhatsApp. Minister.
Honorable Lonzi, let me say this, I think, for the record and for the benefit of everyone. Firstly, that our understanding has always been that the team that comes with the administrator, that team that we have to approve, concur on their appointment. The administrator would not have appointed
Chair,
those advisors.
and I need you to help me here, Chair. I'm calling a point of order for you to assist me. I'm not talking about appointment, and I think I've stressed this point enough. I'm talking about the remuneration.
Yeah,
I'm
yes.
not talking about
Sure.
both you and I, Minister, both agree on appointment. Those powers, we don't contend them.
Yeah.
Those are your powers. I'm talking about remuneration of the advisors. So please don't keep speaking about appointment when
Yeah.
I'm talking about remuneration.
No, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that the information relating to the remuneration of the advisors and the process relating to that, we will furnish you with that information. It's how much they've been paid and all of those. It's not information that I have with me right now, and it's information which we're also prepared to.
All right. Last question, sorry, Chair. Because clearly the minister doesn't want to tell us whether or not he has approved the remuneration. So now let's go to 17C, and this is my question, and I'll sit down. I think we'll deal with it when was asking NSFAS questions. 17C, and I hope your staff sent you the act. 17C.
I'll Google it.
Yeah, we can read it together. 17C says, the minister, with the approval of the Minister of Finance, may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and to any other person appointed in terms of section 17B. Now my question to you, were the 4 advisors appointed in terms of section 17B?
As far as I'm concerned, yes, they were.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then, did the Minister of Finance approve the remuneration of the any other persons appointed in terms of section 17B?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Msazan. Now you have the time. Oh, sorry. Honorable Khabakha. I'm just worried about the time the minister needs to leave, because some members still need to ask him questions. So summarize your questions, because I don't want to stop you, and I will. Because now you'll infringe on members' time to engage with the minister.
Other follow-ups, it's on Hadina the essay, again and the essay, it's fine. So, my follow-up is specific, Chair, to the chronology of the appointment process, right? Make it make sense. You decide, I like Matebula is my person, I want to send him to NSFAS. After you decide you agree with Matebula, and then you, in doing so, you gazette without having a conversation with Treasury to see whether Treasury has the funds available to support this dream of yours, without agreeing with Matebula on what the cost of the work that you're sending him to do is going to be, and then you move, and then he starts work. And then while he's busy, while you're still waiting to know how much you're supposed to pay Matebula, you and Matebula agree to say, you know, I think you're doing great, but I need support of 4 other muscles. And these 4 other muscles are going to cost 10 million. Together we agree, and then, but we still don't know how much we're going to pay you. But continue, and then we'll see what we do with Godongwan. Do I understand that correctly?
There's a lot of things that are insinuations loaded in that statement of yours. But chronologically, based on the NSFAS Act, who appointed an administrator, we sought concurrence from the Minister of Finance, and then appointed, and then agreed with the administrator's request for the appointment of 4 additional advisors. That's where we're at. We're waiting for the confirmation from the Minister of Finance in terms of the administrator's remuneration.
Yeah, I think we must agree that I think I was covered earlier by what you, in your opening, you said there are gaps currently in the framework of administration. And these gaps currently, and you're saying it happens everywhere, that an institution is put under administration, and after that, the concurrence is then sought. So that is the point you must fix in the legislation now, so that it does not help us, or it helps us moving forward. I think you had answered it that way there in the beginning. I'm happy with it being answered, that we identify that in its current form, we do have a problem in the legislation or the framework that governs this thing of, because it happened at the construction sector, where NLG sector and services sector, they were put under administration, and the process took almost 5 months for the department to finalize with yourself the payment or the conditions of employment of administrators. And it is happening now, already above 3 months. And so what I think will make a recommendation later on, what we think we should do in the immediate to try and cover this thing of the framework. Honorable Msazan. Oh, Honorable Low had a follow-up. Yeah, so Raskis.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, mine was on there was a report on 2021 on NSFAS of appointment of administrators, and the AGSA could have flagged that. I wanted to ask the minister if he is aware of such. If not, can he read the report and then I'll come and ask him a line of questioning. Thanks.
So you're saying he must read them now when you come.
Yeah, I don't want to take time given the time. He must go read the 2021 report on NSFAS on the administrators.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come and ask a question after.
Honorable Msasa.
No, Honorable Law is right, Chair. We were just given a different presentation altogether by NSFAS. So I think the minister can also read that report. Minister, I will try not to go back to the questions that have been asked but have not been responded to adequately. My first question to you, when you approved the appointment of those advisors, did you approve that they are hired as persons hired to be advisors, or did you approve them to be contracted to be service providers and render a service of advising the administrator?
Sorry, I didn't get the earlier part of the question.
Yeah, so did you approve the 4 advisors to come in at NSFAS to be advisors, therefore, which means they would be appointed and become employees, okay? Or did you approve that they come in and be service providers that provide a service of advising the administrator, which would then mean they are appointed as consultants, if you may?
Okay, I wouldn't be involved in that, as to how are people appointed and so on, and I think that's what the administrator will have to respond
So, Minister,
to that.
you see, Minister, I've been listening to you answering questions, and from where I'm sitting, you really are evading questions, or rather you don't want to respond. There is no way in which you came to Parliament to account on what is happening at NSFAS and you don't have answers or you don't have documents to that effect. There's no way, because you came here to account, right? Now, firstly, you did not want to respond whether, when you approved the appointment of the administrators advisors, you know if it was somewhere in the document how much they must be paid and the allowances thereof, which is obviously on section 17C. And obviously you say you don't remember, okay. Now, I'm asking you now, in the letter sent to you by the administrator to appoint these people, did he request that, can I appoint people to be my advisors as employees, or are they coming in as consultants whom will then have a contract to provide a service of advising him? So are they employees of NSFAS appointed as advisors, or they are service providers?
Well, my response to him, it was not, look, I mean, I think the operationalization of that whole decision, that's why I said it remains with the
No,
NSFAS.
but Minister, this is not
but
about operations.
can I-
It's about what you approved.
No, so what I approved was the advisors.
To
And
be
that
what?
Those advisors.
To be appointed as advisors or
should
service
be-
providers?
No, so can I respond? I approve the appointment of advisors, and that those advisors need to be appointed on the basis of prescribed policies. And what that means subsequently down the road is something else.
It's a matter of interpretation. Okay. So, Minister, you say 17C, which is a bone of contention. Your application of it, do you believe that it is legal or illegal of you to approve that the administrator appoints his 4 advisors without the approval of the Minister of Finance and subsequently pay remuneration and allowances to them without this approval? Do you think your decision was lawful or legal?
Yes, I believe that the decisions taken in the appointment of the, in concurring with the, with the appointment of the advisors, as far as I know, followed the law.
So it's legal. So the advice you say you got it from your legal department your legal unit of the department, the advice.
Well, they would have seen the documentation that ultimately
You
came
said you
through
got
to me.
advice, Minister. Did you get advice from legal to say your application of this legislation is accurate, it's legal?
From the entire department.
So you don't get,
People who are responsible for this.
so do you have
including
the
legal.
advice in writing? Do you have advice in writing?
Do I have an advisor in IT?
Do you have advice as it relates to this in writing? The advice
yes.
you say you got,
There's a submission that came through to me, which
it's in
constitutes
writing.
advice, yes.
It comes from the DG.
It comes from the department, obviously through the DG.
No, it's not obvious, hence I'm asking you, Minister. So the submission
okay. Yes,
to
yes.
advise you on the application of this
Yes.
legislation comes from the DG's office to say the application of this 17C is correct and 17B.
Yes.
Okay.
The submission which we received was that there's a proposal from the administrator. If my memory serves me well, there's this, and these are the people suggested, if I could recall, then we went ahead to concur with that request.
So, did you consult legal on the application of this act on the approval of these advisors, Minister?
Well, I would assume the DG would have included legal in the routing.
So you don't know?
Of the submission.
So you don't know, Minister?
Yeah, I think, Honorable Cesar, the minister is saying that he got briefed by the DG, and ordinarily he believes that the DG would have done that part. Now, to go and say he doesn't know whether legal or not, I don't think it's going to assist us, because he got a report from the Director General. I don't think that's going to help us. Honorable Lonzo, what's the order?
No, I just wanted to ask, Chair. So the reason why we specified the questions to the minister is because he is leaving. So I just want to double check that you'll still grant us permission to ask some of these questions to the advisor, to the administrator, because seemingly he's the one who sent these letters to the minister. So okay, I just wanted to confirm
Questions
that.
to the administration will be on their account.
Okay.
Yeah, not on what the minister would have done.
All right.
Yeah, Honorable Cesar.
Yeah, so Chair, I don't have an issue with understanding what the minister meant, but I wanted to understand, because the minister has direct access to legal, and matters that he accounts for, he will still have to do due diligence, or at least satisfy himself in terms of what gets submitted to him. Hence, I wanted him to confirm if he consulted legal or not, because this is a legal matter, Minister. So did you consult legal or did you not consult legal? You just accepted the report or submission made to you by the DG, and then you went ahead to approve.
Look, I mean, I'll have to. The department is led by the DG. The department includes legal. It includes all sorts of expertise. And as I said, without the benefit of having sight of the submission that was brought before me, and as you rightly say, that this is also a legal issue, I would like to assume that legal was routed on all the matters.
Okay, Minister, my time is finished. So just last question, Chair, if you'll indulge me. I'll assume that you did not, well, not assume, I know that you did not consult legal, Minister. There is a serious issue of gap investigation that has resulted in many students being defunded. And would have stressed this as the committee last year, that this thing of defunding students in the middle of the year, we do not accept it, we reject it, because of a number of reasons which I will not get into. Did you sanction that the administration conducts this gap funding that has resulted in many students being defunded, and many already are being evicted or have been evicted from residences and institutions?
Gap funding.
Gap investigation.
He doesn't know, Chair.
Yes.
Minister, many students in South Africa have been defunded due to what is called gap investigation, which you should have sanctioned, because last year we had a similar issue, whereas the committee we stressed that all investigations that would obviously be as a result of any irregular funding or whatever the case may be that would have resulted in students being funded irregularly should be dealt with. However, we are against the fact that NSFAS makes mistakes, then defund students mid-year. These are thousands of students. So I'm asking if you sanctioned this large defunding of students through gap investigation.
Yeah. Look, firstly, there's not been any sanction of the defunding of students who legitimately deserve NSFAS funding. I think that's the first thing. The second thing is that we, and I think this relates to the overall challenges that NSFAS has itself been, been facing. We will not, I will not in any way encourage the defunding of any student in any of our institution, and I think it's something that we need to look at. DM?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something on this issue because it's an issue that I have been particularly concerned about, but it has to be understood correctly. The reason why there has been gap investigations and the subsequent defunding of students is because when NSFAS has done its intake of students at the beginning of the year, the admission of funding, it does so only on the basis of the means testing, the financial eligibility of the student, but it does not do the academic verification at the start of the year. And my advice would be that one would need to really ask the question as to what is the plan to ensure that one could get to a point where the academic verification is done right from the onset, so that both the means testing and both the financial eligibility and the academic eligibility test is done and assessed at the start of the academic year, and that the second half of the equation is not only done later on, which then produces this particular phenomenon.
Maybe just one additional point, being that and I think the NSFAS will speak more to this, that there was quite a number in terms of both TVET college students and university students who've been affected by this, and I think the report will show that those numbers have significantly declined, both in terms of TVET college students and university students in terms of the gap investigation cases. But as I said, I think that we really need to sort out not just the systemic issues, but I think the policy issues that affected students who are under this, under the gap investigation. Thank you.
Yeah, I think most of the questions, actually, NSFAS should be able to respond to these questions. Dr. Christians?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just quickly want to go back to the appointments before I ask my other questions. I think the clarity that we are trying to establish is really on your interpretation of Section 17C. So, and just very quickly, my question is, are you saying that the appointments could lawfully be made before required concurrence or approval regarding remuneration had actually been obtained?
In terms of the team assisting the administrator, yes, but in terms of the administrator himself, that we require concurrence for that.
So you are saying that they could commence their work while their remuneration was not properly finalized?
The administrator, that is, yes. He has already commenced, yes.
So when each of the 4 advisors was appointed, just a series of quick questions there. How was that done? Were you informed as to the process? Was there, you already said there was no legally approved remuneration package in place. So what process was followed by the administrator when that was done? Did he inform you?
So, my participation in the process is only in as far as concurring with the appointment of the advisors and the conditions relating to that information, which I said we will provide to the portfolio committee the details thereof. So that's the extent within which I get in, and I think we made it explicit in the communications with the administrator that those appointment is to follow policy and so on and so forth, and I suppose so the implementation of that decision has to fall within that context of the approval of the advisors.
So, Minister, who authorized the financial commitment?
The financial commitment for the advisors.
For the advisors and for the administrator?
For the administrator, we're waiting for the Minister of Finance, and for the advisors to the administrator, as I said, I think we'll just have to provide you with all those information.
Chairperson, and I think this is the important clarity that as a committee we deserve, is that we need to have that entire process unfolding in our committee. The appointment of the advisors, the appointment of the administrator, the remuneration packages, the concurrence with Treasury. We need to have an understanding as committee how that all transpired. And I think that the Minister and his team needs to come back and tell us that, because I don't think we have clarity as a committee on any of that. But to continue, Minister, we've heard earlier that currently NSFAS is spending approximately
maybe
200 million on...
Dr. Christians, maybe
Yes?
before you go to the next one, there was a follow-up on this one.
Yes, and maybe, yeah, Chair, will ask your indulgence to assist us when the members of the executive are just not answering the questions. Because I think Honorable Christians asked a very straightforward question, which is what we've been asking here. Who authorized the remuneration? And the minister's response is that I'm going to send you documentation. I think maybe you can intervene on our behalf here, Chair. And the minister must just tell us. That's how I understood Honorable Christian's question. And he didn't answer it at all. He just says, we're not asking for documentation, we're asking who authorized the remuneration.
Okay, now we'll look at that, Dr. Christians.
Thank you, Chair. So earlier we heard that the NSFAS is still making use of consultants to the tune of approximately 200 million, actually 174 million rand to be exact. And they are still providing advisory services to NSFAS as we speak. And at the same time, you've now appointed an administrator and you've appointed 4 advisors specifically to stabilize NSFAS. So I'm just trying to understand, Minister, why does an institution under administrator with 4 additional specialist advisors still require such an extraordinary level of consultancy expenditure? Is that going to continue? Are you going to put a stop to that? And at the end of the day, how much will that cost NSFAS?
Okay. I think, as I said, firstly, that the suggestion of how much is being spent in terms of consultants and the cost of administration, I think that's an issue for debate. Categorically, that's not the case. And secondly, I think we need to understand the role of the administration, as obviously taking up not just the operation, but also the responsibility of an accounting authority. And thirdly, that in instances where that capacity exists, in the NSFAS or outside of the NSFAS in whatever form, either consultancy or anything of the sort, that those services would obviously be sought. But putting in place advisors to the administrator is obviously intended to, circumvent those additional costs relating to consultants and all of that. And if it means stripping off, the NSFAS of all those costs which do not necessarily help its goal, that's something we're prepared to do.
I think, Minister, it's quite concerning because NSFAS is spending a large amount on consultants, and not only consultants, but contractors, outsourced services, an entire ICT department that is fully established, mind you, at NSFAS, is being outsourced. So I think the question that or the answer that we deserve as committee is, the total cost for 2026-27, all external expertise currently combined, consultants, contractors, outsourced services, 4 advisors, an administrator. Would you be able to present that to us as a committee today?
Okay, I think we'll just have to check from the presentation by the NSFAS administrator. But I need to make this point, and I think it's important that we proceed from this. The fact is that most of the additional add-on services at the NSFAS are add-on services which have further complicated the institution itself. Accommodation solution providers, fintech solution providers, and so on and so forth. That web of extra additional service to the NSFAS is what has created leakages, what has necessitated the need, of course it's debatable how much, for consultant, what the Minister of Finance calls middlemen and middlewomen, and that those are the issues that we need to deal with and deal with urgently. You also call them that? Okay, you and the Minister of Finance. But that's the one point which we're much more determined, to deal with. If there are external services that are being brought in, there has to be justification. Otherwise, we have to have, build capacity that helps the NSFAS save costs, run efficiently, and ensure that we provide, proper service to students. And that's the kind of direction which, we believe needs to go into at the NSFAS.
Chairperson, I just have a short follow-up, please. So, Minister, we see that NSFAS has large expenditure, you've mentioned it as well, and that we obviously need to interrogate those expenditures. But in your briefing earlier, you also spoke about a 15 billion rand shortfall at NSFAS, and this is besides the 10 billion rand already owed to universities. You also mentioned that NSFAS has funded 143,000 more university students than budgeted for. So I think my last question to you would simply be having a look at all the over expenditure that NSFAS has and the shortfall that you currently are looking at. Who took the decision to fund those additional students without a sustainable funding source? And when do you, when did you first know, when did it first come to your knowledge that the current budget would not cover that amount of students?
Yeah, this requires quite a long response. And this is going to be recurring through the medium-term expenditure framework. A decision was taken last year, that we have excess demand in terms of the student funding. And on the basis of that, the decision was then taken to extend enrollment. That's the first thing. The second one was the equalization of the TVET college allowances, which had a significant impact on the drive of the NSFAS. The third element is the rise in student accommodation, which far outstrips all other costs in terms of the NSFAS. And I think that that's something we need to, to look at. We've always appreciated the fact that we're going to leave with this. Okay, and then the other element is the second semester issue, which affects UNISA and some of the universities of technologies, which constitute this. And I think the administrator will speak a bit on the money owed to universities, because it's something that we dealt with. So it's going to be there. It was there last year. It was there the year before. It's going to be there next year. So the shortfall essentially is the state trying to meet the expectation of a commitment it made to South Africans. So it's not a bailout. It's a reality. Higher education is in demand. And I think we need to confront that reality with a firm response. As the state. So it will continue next year, as long as we, and I'm not suggesting that the answer is a 15 billion injection into the NSFAS. It obviously includes, the redesign of the model itself, what is affordable, what is not, and how do we get this to be, decentralization. I've got someone to whisper that in my ear all the time, so I'll save you the energy. But I think all of those discussions need to be put in place for us to have a sustainable student funding model. Otherwise, this is the reality that is going to be with us for quite some time.
Thank you, Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I will try and put these questions with my understanding. On your first presentation, you said you've chowed something that you cannot swallow in terms of the budget that you have against the demand and also the number of children that you have taken into institution. How do we see that after your presentation? We already see that by the defunding of students without a reasonable reasons to say you are defunded because you are not qualifying, but you are approved in January and you got the access to the institution. Mid-year you are defunded. and the reason are not satisfying. We're coming across all that every time. Now, you are saying you don't have enough money for the system that you are busy with in NSFAS, the system of free education. That's what you said, Minister. Did I hear you correct when you were saying that on your first presentation?
Yes, that's what I said. It's not new. I think we had this discussion last year, Honourable Member, and I think the amount last year was about 13.5 billion. The year before it was about 5 billion. The year before that it was about 3 billion, 2.5 billion. I can go on. So it's a systemic issue that I think we need to attend to. Government took a decision, and we must protect that decision to provide fee free.
No, Minister.
Yeah.
Minister, you've just answered me.
Oh, okay.
You said yes. So the problem of defunding students, we can conclude to say.
No. That's, yeah.
No, when you are saying it's recurring, right? Previous years was 3 billion, now 5 billion, so on and so on is coming. And you are approving students to fund them. No, that's what is happening. This is a reality, Minister. NSFAS is approving students to get access to institutions of higher learning. They don't pay, thereafter you are defunded. And we are sending these inquiries to NSFAS. And reasons are not satisfying because documents are there, what we are asking, but the student has been defunded. And we can't go as far as to say this matter is resolved now, because when you see the insistence that you are defunded, but whereas you are looking at the document, they are saying this person supposed to be funded. And indeed, he or she was funded at the beginning, but all of a sudden, defunded. You know, then now, we're accepting that we can't swallow what we have chowed. Then if you're going to separate these matters, can you separate them briefly to say this thing of defunding students has nothing to do with NSFAS not having money, enough money to serve all the students that are wanting NSFAS. Yeah.
If you look at the number of, I think, ultimately the total, I think it's about 1,000 or so that's remaining from TVETs. And I think the NSFAS will go into the details around that with regards to defunding or gap students overall. So it's 116 students in TVETs. I'm trying to check.
116 what student?
116.
Resolved or unresolved?
So those are outstanding who are being assessed. 116. That's in terms of TVETs, and I think there's a different but a lower number in terms of
Okay, Minister, because you are speaking on my time.
Okay.
You must remember that.
No, but the point is that there's no relationship, and maybe I can just give DM a minute to speak to that. But there's definitely no relationship between.
You know why I'm asking this question?
And
I was trying to come to you to say, when you are making an appointment without proper guidance to say, what advice did you give to the Minister of Finance in terms of, I think you should give administrator this package. It will be within the money that we have. Because that is not coming from you to say, what is the discussion between you and the Minister of Finance going so on even to advisors? Because when you have a problem of money, you come to a process of cost-cutting measures. Then when you know that you don't have sufficient money for operations, for everything, but you are appointing people without proper guidance in terms of finances, then we'll have this problem. I know that at some at other institutions, the issue of advisors, because of the cost-cutting measures, they cut them from 4 to 2. With the proper guidance in terms of finances. But here we have advisors who are at work, but we can't get a straight answer. What package are they taking home? Is that going in line with finance minister? And what package for the administrator who's already at work for some months now? You know, it's in South Africa whereby you're getting to work without knowing your package. You will find it here in South Africa. Because now we're seeing it here. It's happening. So that's why I was asking that question to say, is this problem not escalating even into affecting students? So I'm trying to clarify you where I was coming from to ask that question. You can try and give answers that they are briefing you about these things, but the fact of the matter, students are being defunded and they are not getting assistance on their inquiries. So, I don't know, but this issue, it got far-reaching implications in the system.
Yeah, I think it was a comment. Honorable Nguban.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Minister, my understanding, let me give you examples so it's probably we align our understanding. The concurrence works like this. The concurrence is when a minister wants to hire a DG or to fire a DG. Then the concurrence says you cannot do that unless you get a concurrence from the president. That's the understanding, right? And then the second example, the concurrence works like this. It says to the sitters that reports to you, for example, a sitter in sitter, like the chairperson of the board, it says, the letter you wrote to her, it says, you've dismissed the CEO without my concurrence. Ratify that by bringing her back until you get my concurrence, right? That's your understanding, a second one, eh? Yeah. Now, let's come to your concurrence now of the finance minister, out of the two examples I've explained to you. You've onboarded the administrator without the concurrence of the finance minister. So the question that I want to ask to you is that, according to your understanding, is the concurrence a mandatory requirement in law or an optional requirement in law, according to your understanding?
Okay, so with regards to the DG comparison, it's different from this case.
What is different? Because it's all concurrence. It's written. It's all concurrence. What's different?
So in this case, the appointment of the administrator happens in terms of the Gazette, and then the question of remuneration gets agreed to, or we get concurrence from the Minister of Finance. So
if the concurrence hasn't been sought, does it mean you proceed with the work of the administrator, or you stop until you get the concurrence? What does it say?
No, as we've done now, so the administrator has proceeded, and we are having the discussions with the Minister of Finance around the remuneration.
So you're saying that then the concurrence is an optional option, is not a requirement?
No, it's not an option. That's why we haven't proceeded to meet the remuneration conditions of the administrator. So that hasn't happened. So it's awaiting the Minister of Finance to concur with our proposals or that discussion.
No, there's nothing awaiting, Minister, because the advisor is working already since May. So nothing is awaiting. The administrator is working.
Yes, the administrator is working.
Yeah.
Legally empowered by the Government Gazette. And the question of remuneration awaits the concurrence with the Minister of Finance. So that's a separate issue. So him working.
How is it separate? Like when you employ me and disclose how much I'm going to pay and you approve my payment.
No, I mean,
how
I
does
think
it?
the
How is it
point
separated?
I think the point is that because of the agency that's necessitated by the appointment of the administrator, the question of remuneration are dealt with separately with the Minister of Finance. And those issues, upon agreement, then we'll implement.
So Minister,
as
you
per
are
our
telling us that there are two-pronged option of onboarding the minister. There is the one for you to just appoint and things go on, and there is another side where the finance minister approves remuneration. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
All run separately. They don't depend on one another.
That's why we're here. That's why we have the administrator doing the administrator's work as per the government gazette, and we're having the discussion with Treasury to finalize the remuneration of the administrator.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking this, Minister, is that if the finance minister comes and say, I'm not offering concurrence, doesn't concur on the remuneration.
Look, I mean, I don't want to speculate.
No, we're not speculating.
I don't want to
Already,
speculate.
it hasn't been approved.
And
yeah.
all I can say is that we are having discussions with the Minister of Finance as it relates to the remuneration of the administrator, and I'm quite confident that we will conclude, that issue. And I think the bigger and even important assurance is the fact that the decisions of the administrator, those taken in law and in line with the government gazette and in the act and so on and so forth, remains in force because he was appointed based on the government gazette. The question of remuneration is a completely separate issue, which we will finalize, as I said, with the Minister of Finance.
Yeah, I think, Minister, I think my conclusion to the matter, or my thinking, is that we seems to be, not seeing things the same way. According to me, you cannot appoint me without approving the salary you're going to offer me. That's my understanding. You don't just say, Mr. Ngobane, I'm appointing you to come and work for me. I'm waiting for someone else to tell me to approve that now I must pay the salary. And then I come, I start working. That's where I find it's a problem for me. According to me, when you appoint me and give me my remuneration, and I accept all of that at that there and then. So, that's where my quagmire is, to say, you seems to be separating issues that are one. That's why I started with an example of the concurrence of the DG, concurrence of appointing and dismissing SITA CEO. Because the moment they don't get concurrence, they are breaching the law. Everything they're doing falls under fruitless and wasteful expenditures because you didn't approve it. Is that still our same understanding?
I think the point is that we are faced with a situation wherein we have to put an institution under administration. It's an agent matter. In our interpretation, akin to a disaster. What do you do in those circumstances? And I think the provisions of the law, which dictates that there has to be concurrence, and so forth, they are not necessarily a hindrance. We're not seeing that as an obstruction. But we also don't want, because we have no intentions at all of faltering with the law, but we also have no intentions of seeing institutions.
I think I've got an answer, Chairperson.
Okay.
There was one last question I wanted to ask. Then on the second question, Minister, the advisors of
On the last question.
Yeah, it's the last question.
Okay, not the second.
No, no,
This
no,
is
the second. Remember, the first one was on it's the second one on this one. Yeah. The four advisors, right? Since you haven't seen their salary or signed their remuneration as well, and signed their payment, how are they invoicing the department? Are they invoicing the department as like timesheet, as individual with working hours, or are they invoicing the department with the company consultant document? Which one it is?
Yeah. That's an operational matter. We'll deal with it with NSFAS.
Is it?
The minister will not know how they've paid somebody. That's an operational matter.
But isn't that he's approving, Chair, the advisors' payment up onboarding as well, the minister?
Yeah, the minister earlier on, I think he was responding to Honorable Lonzi's question.
Yeah.
He said he did approve, but he does not remember whether he approved the payment or how much they must be paid or how they must be paid. So he was responding, which Honorable Lonzi said he disagrees with him, but that was his response to that one. So it's this one, we'll ask it to administration. Agrida here.
Yeah.
On part B of our meeting, we're going to pose it to them.
Okay, all right, no, it's
To
fine, thanks.
respond. Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the first two questions, I would just like you to indulge me and just confirm whether it's true or not, based on the questions that we've already asked. Number one, we now know that the advisors of the administrator, they are actually being paid by NSFAS. You confirm?
Oh, is that a question?
Do you confirm?
Oh,
Do you confirm, Minister? Are the advisors being paid by NSFAS? By NSFAS?
well, as far as I'm concerned, they should be.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yes.
Can you confirm that we now know, based on our exchange, that the minister did not yet approve such remuneration?
Okay. What was the question?
Can you confirm that the Minister of Finance has not yet approved such remuneration?
Of the advisors, yes.
You can confirm he did not yet.
Yeah.
Minister, can the advisors appointed by the administrator, approved by yourself, can they be paid without the express approval of the Minister of Finance in terms of Section 17C?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, they can be, and that's why we've proceeded to act in that way.
Is that what the Act says, Minister?
Well, that's our interpretation of the Act, and also based on the previous practice and the appointment of the previous advisors to that administrator.
Please explain to us your understanding of Section 17C.
Okay, so the understanding that we now have, which we proceeded to implement, was that we require the concurrence of that appointment of the administrator, the conditions of employment from the Minister of Finance. And
Let me do this, Minister. I'm going to read 17C. The minister, with the approval of the Minister of Finance, may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and any other person in terms of Section 17B. So it says that you require the approval of the Minister of Finance. Do we have the same understanding of that section? That you as the minister require the approval of the Minister of Finance. Do we have the same understanding?
Yes, my understanding is that we
If
require
that's
that
the
approval.
understanding, Minister, respectfully, if we have the same understanding, that you do require that, then that means payment should not be made until approval is given. Because to approve is to say, yes, you may give X amount to somebody. You have not received such, Minister, yet such payments are being made. Is it in line with that section of the Act that such payments must be made or not?
Well, our understanding, Honorable Sauls, was that the only concurrence which was required was for the administrator.
But we just read 17C. You and I read it
and
together.
At the time of the implementation of that section, that has been our understanding that we can proceed with the appointment of the advisors of the administrator.
Please read
without
that
the
section to us, Minister. The one that allows you.
Which section?
The one you are referring to that allows you to do so.
I don't understand what you're referring to.
The one that authorizes you to do the opposite of what section 17C of the NSFAS Act says. Read that one to us.
Well, look, I think I've made this clear that our contention at the point of implementation has been and will obviously give you all the records and the report relating to this. But our understanding at the point of implementation was that we can go ahead. And
Read it
we'll
to us,
obviously have
Minister.
to look into this.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm
Yeah.
asking you to read it to us. I read you what the Act says. Read us what empowers you to do
Well,
what
I
you
don't,
just said.
I don't have the full documentation.
It
that-
doesn't exist.
No. There is full documentation
to
that
us,
was
sir.
provided to me by the
Please.
department, which supported
The
this,
department is
this
not
decision.
the law. The department advises you on the law. I'm asking you
Yes.
for the law. I just read you the law.
I'm certain that all of those issues would have been covered.
Please read to us the law.
No, I don't have that the
'Cause it's
full
not- it's
documentation in front of
non-existent.
me, Honorable Sauls.
The law is in front of us. 17C is what you and I both know.
Yeah, but just that line is not enough to.
It is. It speaks
to
specifically, nothing
substantiate-
else.
No, so my
Noth-
point is that.
Nothing
so-
else in
so-
the Act,
and-
Minister, nothing else in the Act deals with the remuneration. 17C does. Unless you have another section that you can refer us to that says the opposite, then it's non-existent.
Yeah, well.
So I'm asking you, share with us the other section that you are using.
I have not, to my benefit, Honorable Saul, the full documentation which was put before me when the decision for the administrator and the advisors were put in place. And as I committed, its information which we'll share with the committee.
I put it to you, Minister, that there is no such section. The administrator, together with yourself, has done something illegal to pay advisors without the approval of the Minister of Finance. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Chair. Minister, let me draw you to Section 17 and Section C. Section 17A deals with the appointment of the administrator by the Minister for Education, and then it will be put in the Gazette. Now, 17B, the Minister and the Administrator will sit down, identify suitable individuals whom they feel they should be able to put into the office to enhance and strengthen the office of the Administrator. Now, 17C, paragraph C says, in relation to the Administrator and the Minister having to have agreed
with the appointment of the 4 individuals, then the 2 ministers will further govern the determination of their remuneration and allowances with the approval of the ministers of finances. Now you must highlight there. Remuneration and allowance, you can't separate them. They are a package. When you appoint someone, that's why when you go to what the Minister of Finance said, the Minister of Finance has said, when he was responding on the 11th of August, he has said you can't separate. The advisors will be paid on the subject to standard salary grades, statutory deductions, and crucially prior written approval from Finance Minister under 17C. Now, I'm trying to remove 17A and B while leaving 17C, while theming it. Pause it there. On 2021, NSFAS performance came to Parliament. They met Parliament on 17 March 2021 on the similar matter where the minister by then paid the administrators and advisors without concurrence. Now, I'm saying this because a concurrence of the finance minister does not become a compliance issue. It's a precondition, it's not a formality. It's a precondition because we are preventing, remember the law was amended by virtue of preventing the similar situations to stop it. Now, you can't pay individuals a particular travel and substantive and you don't pay them remunerations. You are contradicting, it's irregular expenditure. As per section, let me check, I'm going to tell you. As per section 55, subsection 2, paragraph B and I, if you don't have a contractual obligation with the department with regard to remunerations and you have not finalized, you are not obligated to be given any man of any entity by any government department as given by PFMA as section 55, paragraph subsection 2. Further, in your response, you said that the appointment and NSFAS, you said the appointment of the administrator and approval of the advisors is separate from the statutory. And the repeat compliance failure takes us back to 2021 Portfolio Committee report already flagged that says NSFAS was found to have unquantified irregular expenditure approval for remuneration paid to the administrator and advisors appointment under section 17B, and the committee directed NSFAS to quantify and report that irregular expenditure back in 2021. Now, by the law, Minister, by the law, we require dual approval. We require Minister of Hire and Minister of Finance before any remuneration is paid under 17C. You know how? Why is it tricky? When you come with an administrator who appoints sub-employees, there's no way you can pay your sub-employees while you have not determined the package of the sub-employees because you are dealing with the structure and a hierarchical line item as per the HR and as per the Human Resource and Labor Law Act that requires us how to deal with issues. I'm saying this. Approval of appointment is not sufficient. Does not mean when you approve someone, you are paying someone. The Treasury has now publicly rejected the administrator's own salary request and is disputing NSFAS position on advisors' payments without resolution. And this exit compliance gap, and it takes us back to 2021. So I am saying, one, we were not supposed to have paid the advisors when we have not dealt with the Minister of Finance, SP 17. See, there's not separate packages. We can't contradict ourselves. When Parliament there was speaking high level, I want to correct. There is no remuneration that can be separated from substantive traveling and allowances. There's no way. Because what predetermines your S&Ts is your package in general as a salary, and you put it as an employee and employer. Therefore, you determine to say, out of my package, we'll take this. You know why we are doing this? We interlink you to SARS. So that if you don't claim your S&T, we know in your salary, we can give you that money prior to SARS to say you can claim from SARS in that particular way. So when you take the law and when you listen, when you look on to the response of Treasury and the response of NSFAS, it takes us back to say 2021, it means there was no way where we have looked onto the problems. Now, the problems of NSFAS sits where we don't reflect on historical issues, we don't sit and rectify, because this was 2021, we're in 2026. Now, if we can create the similar mistake, now, it further goes to say, while it has been flagged, the AGSA gave an opinion on the matter. 2021, 19 March, the AGSA said there's no way you can appoint in a precondition part where the Minister of Finance must therefore determine both. Determine means both of you must determine, must agree. So you can't separate the two. So in a nutshell, now I want to tell the Minister, I will not put much more of question, Chairperson, because the Minister has accepted that he has paid the advisors. And having to pay the advisors, Chairperson, according to 717C, it covers remuneration and allowance, travel accommodation. Paid to the administrator would ordinarily fall within allowances. It is not a matter of an unregulated category. If Minister tries to continue to tell us that this is dead, if no salary was done, or what basis were the reported travel hotel expenditures were taken from, or authorized and paid from? So my question to you, Minister, if indeed there's no salary determined, where did you determine the traveling and expenditures for the advisors, or the traveling expenditure of the administrator one, and how did you determine the salary of the advisors? While L17C is intertwined to say, in determination, we will do that. And I've cited 2021 and the AGSA report that said there's no way you cannot pay people without the precondition of the Minister of Finance. So that's what I wanted to pose to you, Minister. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, the specific reference to the AGSA's finding in relation to that administrator, it's not something that we, or at least I've paid attention to. I think that's the first thing. The second thing is that we obviously have to look into that and what the implications for where we are now is. And I think, as I've repeatedly said, that we are finalizing the issue of the administrator with the Minister of Finance. We'll have to go back and look at what the I think the submission of the members of the portfolio committee has been in relation to that section. And also in relation to our decision to agree with the appointment of the administrator and the team, and what the implications are, and obviously also what needs to be done. Our interest, I think, moving out of this, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't deal with whatever implications the AG's point suggest. But I think the point that I think I would like to emphasize, which I think the chair also emphasized, is that I think for us, it's what are the bigger lessons out of this? The appointment of the administrator, the processes that needs to be followed, the team. This is not the only administrator we have. And I think you've made mention of the administrator at the construction, well, in the CETAS, but also College of, and the nature of the beast is in such a way that where accounting authorities fail and governance collapse, we'll have to make these kind of interventions. And I think we need proper, guidelines that, and it's probably a discussion that needs to include the Minister of Finance. Even the process, of this prolonged. And I must also, just as the last point, I've said it before, and I think the point that the Honorable Whip mentions, speaks to that the questions of later concurrence of administrators have happened in the past. And I think we need to ensure that this is closed down. If there are any fruitless and wasteless expenditure, if there's any expenditure that has happened, I think we'll have to look into those and what the law says in terms of what needs to apply with regards to those issues. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. I know you were doing very badly on time, as you are supposed to have left almost 30 minutes ago. Just one question from me. So, I know you don't want to speculate, but there are possibly people out there who are genuinely worried. What if the Minister of Finance refuses or does not agree with or does not give you the concurrence, what then happens? And I know, I'm not saying it's going to happen that way, I'm just saying because I want us to allay, there are people who are worried out there that we might have taken these particular decisions, and if the Minister of Finance does not concur, what then becomes the status of NSFAS?
So, which is important, and I think I've said this, and thank you for that question. The reality is that the NSFAS administrator is in place. The decisions that the administrator takes are empowered not just by the Act, but by the Government Gazette. So any decisions which are considered to be lawful and in line with policy and legislation still stands if there's a deadlock between between ourselves and the Minister of Finance. And secondly, that it does not in any way affect the operations of the NSFAS. The reality is that if those conditions are not met, we'll have to look into what happens beyond that. I'm quite confident that we will agree with the Minister of Finance. I obviously do not want to get into the details thereof, but I'm quite confident, that we will. This is not a hindrance. This is an important part of the process which we, have subjected ourselves into. And as I said, I think the many concerns that the committee members have also raised around the implementation of 17A, B, and C, especially the appointment of the team that comes with the administrator, I will definitely look into those. Look at what needs to happen. Our interest, in whatever way, and this is shared, I hear by the committee members, but also by the Minister of Finance, is that we have a stabilized NSFAS, we have a stabilized administration. So hopefully, as soon as possible, we will give the report to the committee around the conclusion of this matter, and also I think a comprehensive report on the issue of the administration. The assistance to the administrator, what I have approved, and also I think the other issues relating to how that decision was operationalized. The NSFAS administration will respond to that. But thank you so much, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Minister. Before I allow you to leave, I think I'm comforted by the fact that you're saying you are going to go back and look at the interpretation of 17A, B, and C.
Yeah.
And that is extremely important because I think members are correct that 17C is very clear, at least for some of us. I was going to, if you had not said that you are going to go look at it, I was going to conclude that part by saying that go get a legal opinion on it, because the end part or the second part of the section 17C, where it says, and any other person appointed to assist the it's very clear. It makes it unambiguous. It makes it clear that there should not have been anybody brought to assist the minister who has been paid. That has happened. Look at the terms of reference that you give to the company that must or independent body to look at the interpretation. Also, they must assist you in what steps must then be made or taken, because if we've read somewhere that they were paid for July, and if it happens that they will now be paid for August or whether they were paid for June, I think, I can't remember, for June or July. And if those payments continue to happen, it will now be, constitute stealing. Maybe there was a problem of not understanding, but I think we've clarified that there's a problem with the interpretation from your side, because in what we have read 17C to be saying, it says if there's no concurrence of the Minister of Finance, then no one should have been paid. Maybe we understand previously, maybe before today, there would have been a problem of misunderstanding or interpretation of the law. But I'm sure from today we must exercise caution and say, even if we're supposed to pay you, we will not pay you until this matter has been clarified. And if we continue to pay when the matter is not clarified, it will create big problems for us. So I would like, Minister, for you to go look at. I know I've taken almost 40 minutes of your time, and I hope you do catch your flight to Durban. Wish you all the best in the TVET launch tomorrow. You have a question to the Minister?
I just want to check the timeline of when we're going to get those responses.
Yeah.
And then an independent person, I wouldn't want the minister to contract someone. I think Professor van Rensburg, very seasoned, can be able to look at this thing and give the minister a proper guidance
Yeah.
on Section 17C.
Okay.
So that we don't spend extra money to get
Yeah.
legal advice.
Yeah,
Thanks, Chair.
Prof. Ransberg is an advisor to the minister now. So, yeah, we will. But Minister, I will write to you. We will agree on the timelines on when to get this information. So it will be. So we'll take a body break. We are back at 4:45. It's 15 minutes. At 4:45, when we come back, acting DG will present, and then NSFAS. So NSFAS, we are giving you time. Professor, my table is from a doctor, so I want you to relax, so that we don't go deep, and then we've been sitting for too long. Yeah, no, don't worry. No, don't worry, we'll sleep at one.
Oh, my brother. How's it?
aid scheme and restoring confidence in the scheme. This is a critical priority for the department in the next period. We are focused on supporting the administrator and the NSFAS team as they continue to implement reforms aimed at improving governance, financial management, operational efficiency, and student service delivery. While challenges remain, measurable progress has been achieved in the appeals processing, accommodation payments, historical reconciliation, ICT modernization, and preparations for the 2027 application cycle, details of which will be contained in the forthcoming presentation. The department continues to exercise oversight over NSFAS to ensure reforms remain student-centered and financially sustainable. NSFAS remains a critical instrument for expanding access to post-school education and training for students who would otherwise not be able to afford university or TVET college education. We remain committed to this goal, and I hope that this will clear that substantial work is underway to stabilize NSFAS, resolve historical weaknesses, and establish a more sustainable operating model. At the same time, we recognize that important challenges remain, many of which were also cited here today. These challenges required continued management attention, institutional cooperation, and where necessary, policy and fiscal interventions. The objective must be a system in which students receive predictable decisions within reasonable timeframes and are not trapped in repetitive administrative processes. As I conclude, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the ultimate test of NSFAS reform is therefore not simply whether internal projects have been completed, but the test is whether students received correct funding decisions on time, legitimate providers are paid on time, institutions receive accurate funding, public funds are protected, and students complete their studies without being prejudiced by administrative failures. Honorable Chair, I also want to indicate that I have noted each and every one of the questions and the comments that have been raised by the honorable members, and particularly where advice has been given in terms of the processes of the department pertaining to the matters under discussion and when in the presence of the minister, where the administration must take responsibility and ensure that due processes are followed. And currently in my capacity as the Acting Director General, I will ensure that when the Director General returns, that he is also kept abreast of the commitments that have been made and that processes to resolve, particularly the key issues and challenges are being dealt with. Please allow me then, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, to request the Administrator to lead in terms of the presentation. Thank you very much.
We are still chairing the site. Yeah. Honorable Lanze?
No, just wanted to check, Chair. Is acting DG the one who gave Minister the advice? So it's the other DG on the issue of advisors. So.
Yeah, no, we will write to the minister to confer.
Oh, okay.
My worry is I don't want to put them on the spot when. So administrator will give you now. Last week Wednesday, we wrote to you. I don't know whether we sent it on Wednesday or what, but when we were in Mpumalanga, our members were asking questions to different institutions when we were on oversight in Mpumalanga. And it came out that NSFAS has got something called non-accredited accommodation. So I then committed that I'm going to write, and I wrote to yourselves to say, please give us the numbers of non-accredited accommodation. How much are we paying per month or per annum to non-accredited accommodation? The reason why we wanted to do so is because when we were in Mpumalanga, it became apparent that, there's some, in South Africa, there's some underground work, my English is running away there, but there's some underground things or people that are operating with this unaccredited matters or unaccredited accommodation. I saw in your presentation you have given us the total number of students who stay in unaccredited, which will confirm what members had raised last week when we were in Pumalang. But where you did not respond to was give us a figure of how much per annum or per bed we're paying, because our assumption is that we're paying into billions into accommodation that do not meet the minimum norms and standards. So what does that mean? Is that we're putting these kids, the students, into accommodation that may be unsafe, and we're paying into billions. If you look at, you have given us the number of people, students who stay there, but maybe in the meantime, before you arrive at that slide 40 of yours, maybe somebody might need to work out a quantum, the amount that you are paying, so that when we get to that, you are able to then give us that amount. We'll tell you why when we ask questions, why we want to ask this, or we want this information in this format. Administrator, you can come through.
Chairperson and members of the committee, colleagues, Deputy Minister and the Acting DG and DDG. Thanks so much for giving us an opportunity to come in front of you and brief the committee on the progress under the administration. So I'm going to deal with this presentation really to be able to then answer the 4 issues that we want to do. Firstly being to brief the Portfolio Committee on the progress under administration, to provide an update on the operating model, the payments, reconciliation appeals, student risk areas, as well highlight key unresolved financial and policy matters which requires oversight, attention, which is your responsibility. And then confirm some readiness priorities ahead of the 2027 a funding cycle. Let's go to the next slide. So, Chairperson, the administration has really shifted NSFAS from an institution that is centered primarily in Cape Town to hopefully an institution that will be have a model that will be centered around 4 regions. And those 4 regions are intended to ensure that we provide the services to the ultimate beneficiaries, being the students, at a much more closer proximity than we have done over the years. We hope that we should be able to do that within the existing budget constraints, and also hopefully be able to provide a much more expedient services. I think I need to be able to indicate that we have been able to bring payments, particularly accommodation payments, back in-house from solution partners. We have been able to deal with the reconciliation for both TVETs and the 26 public universities at 100%. We still have a major unresolved issue of about 10 billion that relates to the 2026 tuition fees owed to the universities. I'll try and explain this as we go, why we are finding ourselves in the position that we are, and as well give context to the issue of the 15.1 billion that the minister has spoken about. At the end, I will talk about the priority decisions that will be required for the 2027 cycles as it opens at the end of this month. I think if members take cognizance of the government gazettes that places the administration in place, you will find that we are required to stabilize payments to students and providers, ensure the qualifying student receive allowances on time, and that legitimate accommodation and tuition obligations are processed through controlled payment channels. We needed to be able to repair the issues around appeals, remove process defects that kept appeals open indefinitely, improve statuses of communication, and finalize cases with clear rules and timelines. Now, maybe to go through that entire thing as you will have it may not be necessary. And maybe let's talk briefly about what we have found, which is a fragmented system and weak integration that talks to NSFAS and institutions that do not operate from a single reliable data view, resulting in mismatch between funding decisions, registration data, billing information, and student records. That immediately tells you of an unreliable billing and collection data. Institutions that submit, especially in the TVET sector, submit data that contains inconsistencies and inaccurate that makes it difficult to confirm the correct amounts owed, paid, or recoverable. We do need to look at the issues around payment controls, which were outside NSFAS direct control. And that talks to the accommodation payments routed through external arrangements which created delays, exceptions, and accountability gaps between NSFAS and solution partners, and including the institutions and accommodation providers. Again, I could talk about the issues around the appeal processes. We have spoken about the issue of the 30-day appeal clock, which we have restarted with every student interaction, creating a repeated outstanding document loops and preventing timely finalization of cases. We still do have to deal with the issues around the unresolved accounts delayed, student access to academic certificates, graduation clearances, and entry to labor market. Now, Chair, I'm sure members and the public have noticed that this is an issue that NSFAS has been saddled with for a very long time, which is that young people complete their studies, remain owing the institutions, and the institutions then withhold the certificates, which makes it difficult for the young people to be able to then apply and get into the job market. I'm happy to at least say that conversations are ongoing to the extent that at least institutions can provide, even though they don't necessarily provide the certificate, but they can provide a transcript or a letter that suggests to a prospective employer that this student has completed their qualification, and whatever it's outstanding will be deferred at the time that it gets to be defrayed, and that the prospective employer can rely on the letter or a transcript that the university will have provided. Then there was an issue around the decentralization, Chair and members. And this issue of decentralization would have required a larger staffing and infrastructure footprint for NSFAS, which we couldn't afford within our available resources. And when I say within the available resources, I need to indicate, because at most, when we talk about the resources, cognizance is not taken of the fact that NSFAS has to manage about 50 billion rand, which it needs to be able to distribute to universities and TVET colleges. And from an administration budget perspective, it has to look at about 700 million, and to date, it operates at under 300 million. So the impact of that is that you have an entity that essentially has a lot of people that are operating either in acting positions or necessarily would not have the adequate resources to be able to deal with with discharging the mandate that the institution does have. And I make this point because it is important for the members of the Portfolio Committee to appreciate the constraint that the organization is operating under.
Maybe on a lighter note,
Yeah.
because I see members are too serious. You're saying NSFAS should be operating at around 700 million, but you only operate at around 300 million. And you're saying members should appreciate the constraints. Members earlier, they were also talking about media articles. They were saying that you're a big spender, so I'm just saying on a lighter note that you're spending on a very small budget.
Yeah, Chairperson, I think we will deal with some of those things because I suspect members do want to ask questions around those things. And I think that it's going to be an interesting conversations because sometimes the media has a responsibility to inform. However, we do have a media that sometimes is want to sensationalizing things that they potentially shouldn't sensationalize. Reality and the world in which the media sometimes live don't mix. But we can deal with those. I have no issue answering any issue that may have appeared in the media, and because I think you need to be provided with information that is correct for you to discharge your responsibilities. So there is an issue around the data integrity, and I need to speak to the issue around data extraction from ITS and call tech with institutional consent, which replace unreliable college submissions and interventions, which were welcomed by TVET colleges themselves. The strategy document was compiled and reviewed and approved in March 2026. So one does need to be able to acknowledge that some of this work has been done, and there is a substantial work that is then been done to at least continue with that work to put it on progress. There are a number of things that we say, particularly in the stabilization plan, and continuously keep on repeating, and we get to be asked the question, so how best then can you tell us that this information you can rely on? And our view is that it is very important that the information gets to be independently validated, and in this regard, the SIU under Proclamation R88 of 2022, which reviews the NSFAS reconciliation methodology, processes and controls, concluded that it was sufficiently robust to quantify financial losses and elected to rely on NSFAS quantification as the basis of its own investigation and recovery. So every signed institutional agreement is submitted to the SIU for independent review. 450 of the 450 TVET files were reconciled as 100%. All the 26 universities, in terms of the full cost of study, data received and reconciliation were completed for 2025. One university agreement has been signed and 25 remain in engagement. The target date for completion of university engagements is September 2026. So Chairperson and members, you will appreciate that in addition to the really normal day-to-day work that needs to be done in NSFAS and the administration work, which is really reimagining and rethinking the organization, there is an enormous amount of work that needs to be done here, because none of these things that continue to be done, if we were to put those to stop and only think about how best we can then create a new NSFAS, as some would appeal for us to do, there wouldn't be much that would be left. Again, I say that we think that the reconciliation numbers, that it can be trusted, and I use the SIU as an independent party to then validate that information. In terms of the functions that we have taken back, I've spoken about the accommodation payments. We now pay universities and Tibet accommodation providers directly. Substantially completed the residual providers handled through direct one-on-one solution. We have extracted the directly from ITS and Coltech to resolve data integrity weaknesses. So ITS and Coltech are IT systems that are used both by TVET colleges and universities. So if I keep on referring to ITS and Coltech, just take that into account. So in terms of the regionalization, so the regionalization really replaces what has come to be known as a full decentralization model, mainly because of the costs associated with what a full decentralization model will then have been able to do. But in terms of the regionalization, they are then saying we are still going to be able to retain a full institutional support to the people that will be based in the regions, but able to assist the institutions to at least execute the work that needs to be executed. In terms of the governance under the new model, we really have looked at issues around the strategy, the policy, and financial oversight and enterprise risk in respect of all that remaining in Gauteng head office. The student support, which is accommodation and institutional engagement, moved closer to institutions through regional operations. And then the Western Cape retains a presence of a regional hub, and then the other regions will then be allocated the number of people that will be able to assist them to do the work that needs to be done. There's been a lot of talk around the issue of the closeout project, Chairperson and members. I need to indicate that the closeout project remains in progress, and my sense is that we have achieved a significant milestone during the current reporting period. This report summarizes the work completed to date, highlights the challenges encountered along the way, and outlines the actions currently being implemented to finalize all outstanding closeout activities. The reconciliation process between NSFAS and the institution is necessary in the first instance. The absence of an integration between NSFAS system and institutional system has, over the time, created discrepancies between the student records. And this is very important, Chairperson, because it talks to some of the questions that I listened when the minister was being asked. If we were to have an Ethiopia where NSFAS and the institutions, both 26 universities and 50 Tibet colleges, where we were using the same system, we wouldn't have the kind of problems that we have in respect of the integrity of data that we word. We wouldn't have the delay that we have, because when the student passes, we will then be able to see it immediately on a live system. Right now, NSFAS has to work and integrate with 26 different or disparate systems from universities and 50 more from TVET colleges. That makes processes of making decisions rather very difficult. But even with that, we do find that a substantial amount of work does need to get into place, and that it is happening. In terms of the scope of the project, initially covered 2017 to 2024 academic years. This scope has since been extended to cover 2025 academic year as well, reflecting the ongoing and evolving nature of the reconciliation exercise. Chair, there's a lot of information in that slide in terms of the 2017 to 2024. I really won't go into that because it really just details the information that we have. But I can really just indicate that of about 208 files, 125, which is 60%, have progressed all the way through the final agreement, meaning that the reconciliation files have been signed off by the relevant institutions. This is the outcome we are working towards for every file, and it already represents most of the university population. Chair, so that we can engage more with questions, maybe let me just reflect on the TVET side in terms of the closeout project, and simply say that relative to universities where I've said we have made substantial progress, in the TVET side, the progress has been considerably slower than the university side, largely due to inconsistencies and inaccuracies identified in the data submitted by TVET colleges themselves when compared against student fees statements. To address these issues, we have formally engaged Adapt IT and ITS and Coltech, which are the systems service providers used by universities, in order to obtain institutional billing data directly from the system service providers themselves. And this was done with the consent of the affected institutions. This, I'm hoping that Chair would be able to resolve some of the issues we have, and we will then see some progress being made in this regard. You want to go to class? Yeah. Again, on the closeout project, specifically in terms of the TVETs, I now need to be able to indicate that now data abstraction and data formatting and cleanup and the reconciliation process have been completed, and the resulting files have been shared with all TVET colleges for review. The team's focus will shift to engaging with each TVET individually to bring the process through to full closure and obtain signed agreements. I'm hoping that we should be able to facilitate this next phase, and that TVET colleges, given that we have grouped them into their current progress, that their validation status and any other outstanding actions that needs to be addressed before the reconciliation process will then be concluded. Let's move that. I suppose members will be interested to want to find out in terms of what is the financial position then for the 2017 to 2024 academic year specifically, and the amounts owing to institutions and the amounts that are due to NSFAS and the resulted net financial position together with the recoveries. And that's the amount of monies that we reflect on that particular slide. Chair, I've dealt with the issues of the closeout report, and there's really a lot of information there. So let me move to the probably more exciting stuff that we tend to talk about, which is the appeals. And you will see, Chair, that's not the same as here. You will see that this appeals related only to 26 main cycle for both universities and TVET colleges. Out of 105, 145 total appeals received, 61,819 were eligible and 21,892 were rejected. So valid appeals would, that is in respect of where all documents included and are completed were finalized end of March, and the reprocessing which continued were of all appeals returning to the queue after submission of outstanding documents and as requested from students. We do have 290 open appeals due to ongoing outstanding document loop with application and appeals of about 219 outstanding documents and 71 reprocessing after the requested documents is submitted. So there's always an issue around the never-ending issue around outstanding documents loop, which may be created by a system triggering a 30-day each time an interaction is had with a student. So what does that mean? What it means is that you could send a statement to a student or make a call and say, look, there is this and that that is remaining, and a student responds to with one of the documents that you are requiring. Then the system will then trigger another 30-day when essentially all that was required was a 30-day process for that particular student to submit everything else. But because the system identifies that particular interaction as an interaction with the student, it then reads the other outstanding documents as probably a new submissions that is required, and then we then have another 30-day within which the student needs to submit their information. Let's pass that. So there's issues about MOUs, and 45 out of 50 TVET colleges had returned their MOUs. And when I met with the principals of the TVET colleges a week ago, we deliberated on this issue and raised with them the concern around the other 5 TVET colleges that needed to submit their signed MOUs. And they confirmed with me and committed that they would submit those MOUs. I do have the names there, which I don't want to embarrass them in front of South African public, but it is important that they submit those, being Boland TVET College, the Falls Bay TVET College, North Link TVET College, and Ekurhuleni East TVET College. The last one being the King Hintsa TVET College. In respect of the universities, 17 universities responded, but only 8 out of the 17 signed their MOUs and provided feedback, but did not sign. 10 universities did not respond at all, and the names we do have, and I'm not going to list them, but they are there submitted with the report we are giving. In terms of unresolved risk or students still exposed, Chairperson, a total of 1,583 students in NSFAS accredited accommodation were affected by a gap investigation process. Now I know that members are
Hold on,
interested
Administrator. Honorable Musaza, you were asking about the gap investigation that the administration is about to speak to it. Maybe we'll go outside after. Let's listen to this one. Sorry, Administrator, go
No,
ahead.
no problem. So I do know that this is a very topical issue relative to GAP students, and I say that a total of 1,583 students in NSFAS accredited accommodation were affected by the GAP investigation process. 803 ended up being defunded through the GAP investigation, whose accommodation providers will not be paid. 780 students has had their funding reinstated through the same process. Now, Chairperson, I think when we do reach at the level of questions, we will explain more, Honorable Msizana, in respect of what exactly it is that we talk about when we talk about the GAP investigation, because there are very many different issues that comes into that. It's not only the issue that the students are have been defunded, but we will try and offer some more detailed information which could be helpful. In terms of TVET colleges, there were about 3,930 TVET college students who were in this category. At the time that I met with the principals of TVET colleges, which was a week ago, we had reinstated about 2,423 of those students because those students' results had indicated that they had met academic eligibility and that those students will continue to receive any outstanding payments due to them. There are obviously about 1,391 students who no longer qualify for funding due to not meeting academic eligibility, requiring, and thus their funding is not reinstated. There remains about 116 records that are still being assessed. It has just been indicated to me that the funding that has now been reinstated is actually 3,177, and that, no man, you're going to confuse me, wait. So I want you to understand those numbers from a context, because the thing that get reported out there in the main tend to talk about a much higher number than actually we had in the GAP students, right? So the correct number is actually 10,027, right? Of that 10,027, you will then have, it's a global number that included both the universities and TVET colleges. And I tried to indicate that out of that 10,027, about 3,177 students whose result indicate that they had met academic eligibility had been reinstated and will continue to receive the funding. There is still, though, a number of 6,514 students who no longer qualify for funding due to not meeting academic eligibility requirements, and thus their funding has not been reinstated. The remaining delta of 336 students record speaks to outstanding results being assessed. So that means that is the work that the team is currently working on in respect of the 336 students. The big number of 6,514, those ones, the information has been provided that they will not be reinstated in that regard. Chairperson, when you were in Mpumalanga, you asked for this detail. which is how many students are in unaccredited accommodation. So in respect of universities, we have a number of 20,613 across 10 universities. In terms of TVETs, we have a number of 42,345 across 34 TVET colleges. This issue requires a clear policy position, a accreditation pathway, and a transition timeline. Now, the Deputy Minister, he has a specific interest and visited the CUT, that is Central University of Technology in the Free State, and specifically their campus in Velcom. And I highlight this one because I specifically, given the number of students that were affected in that campus, I had dispatched a team to go and check in terms of the accredited space that were there, and have a conversation with the university to say, what is it that we can do to ensure that students are not chucked out of the residences that they have been in from the beginning of the year to the time that they were coming in for the second semester. And I granted a final reprieve to the university to say we will allow the university to accommodate the students in unaccredited accommodation for the remainder of the year, but would need to then agree that this can't continue any further, particularly that the university was arguing that they actually have enough accredited accommodation, but the logistics of moving students around were going to be a problem. Now, I did put a condition to that, and the condition was that students can be accommodated in unaccredited accommodation that it's not safe or it's not conducive for academic programs. One. Two, that those unaccredited accommodations will need to be providing transport in the event that they are a distance away from the campus. And three, that it really does need to be meeting the basic minimum standards of ensuring that the students are secure and they are not placed in a position where it defeats the purpose of them being at the university. Now, let me just immediately deal with this issue around accreditation in a different format. Chair, part and parcel of this accreditation problem is our problem as NSFAS, and I must accept that. It's our problem because we got into an agreement with an accreditation team and we left them to their own devices, never spoke to them, never met with them. In certain areas, they have accredited more accommodation than there is, than is required for a particular institution. So we have scenarios where in the Eastern Cape where you do find that there is 2 or 3 students in a whole establishment. That clearly does expose students to risk because in numbers, you do find that at least there's some safety that you can then be able to assure. And this is the reason why I've said that for ensuring that we don't disrupt the academic project and the students' life, in certain instances I have said, go ahead for this year, continue with the conditions that I have put in. But it certainly cannot continue. And I have then asked the head of student accommodation to specifically meet with all these accrediting agents to ensure that we sing from the same hymn sheet, that we are not doing the kind of things that we are seeing happening. Some of the very difficult things, Chairperson, and sometimes NSFAS is seen as being difficult, and not necessarily the case, right? We have a particular example in VUT where an accredited accommodation provider arranges welcome parties for students when they come, whether it is for first in the opening of the year or in the second year, and then go further and arrange strip shows for students, and they as well participate in that, under the guise that these are consenting adults. And I say I don't think that is something that we can agree to, because the parents of the students don't entrust them into universities and NSFAS so that they can be exposed to those kind of things. It certainly can be allowed. So it is in some of those instances where you do find that there is a bit of conflict between NSFAS and some of these accommodation providers, whether accredited or non-accredited. In certain instances, find that the security system is just lax. Anyone can simply jump through the fence and students can be attacked. Staff of NSFAS becomes the first point where they have to call ambulances, they have to call this, because those accommodation providers sometimes just simply say, well, you know what, we are not responsible, you call NSFAS. But some of these things is detail that don't quite often be reported on or even get prominence. But only when it is, look at what NSFAS is doing, is putting us in trouble, and then we have to run around to try and resolve that. Let's look at slide 41. Yeah. So, I know that the committee did do an oversight, and it was a surprise oversight, and I wasn't there, Chair. But one of the things that we have identified is the delivery risk which lies with ICT exposure. The key initiative plan for implementation during 2026-27 financial year are as follows. And we think that we can be able to have an operations team responsible for processing student application currently performs manual verification of supporting documents. And we say this is a risk. You know, for an institution in 2026 to still be processing these things on a manual basis, then you do run a real risk that documents are going to get lost. You're going to have repeated requests for people to submit documents that they have submitted before. This process involves visually reviewing documents submitted by students, which is time-consuming and prone to human error, particularly given that we have high volume received during the application cycle. We plan to implement an optical character recognition or OCR technology to automate and improve the accuracy and efficiency of document verification. It is important that OCR is communicated appropriately in both business and technical discussions to avoid misconception among staff involved in manual verification. The implementation of OCR is not intended to replace employees, but rather to enhance their capabilities and productivity. Now, what am I saying here, Chairperson and members, is that when we implement this kind of interventions, there is always going to be a scenario where employees might actually think, look, potentially it means that we may be losing jobs. No, that's not the case. The reality is that we want to be able to make an improvements and try and make sure that we remove some of the problems that we have. And then the second thing will be to put in what we're saying is digital signatures. This will be to improve student experience during application process. We'll be implementing a digital signature functionality that will allow students to sign documents electronically. Now, we're making a very big assumption, Chairperson, that our students are tech savvy, and given that they're tech savvy, this should be an easy process to accept, to deal with. The RFP for this initiative is currently underway, under evaluation by SEM, with implementation expected to commence by the end of Q3. Then there's the issue of the call center, and you will have heard the Deputy Minister talk about the call center many times in the media and as he addressed different stakeholders. To further enhance both the student and call center agent experiences, we are implementing a modernized call center solution. The solution will provide seamless access to student profiles, application cases through integration systems with such as Orion Student Portal, the Loan Management System, and other core NSFAS platforms. The tender has been advertised, and SEM is currently evaluating prospective service providers. Again, implementation of this one is expected in the first quarter of 2027. Then there is the interface with the Department of Home Affairs and biometric enhancements. Our current or existing biometric verification functionality that remains inactive pending the finalization of Memorandum of Understanding with the Department of Home Affairs. Once signed, the agreement will allow us to utilize the DHA biometric services for student identity and bank details verification without incurring additional usage costs. Then there is the real-time integration with higher education institutions, then the loan management system. I'm hoping, Chair, that if we're able to go through with all these interventions that I'm talking about here, we should ideally be able to have a much improved experience for both users and clients. In terms of readiness for 2027 new application timelines, with system enhancements which are almost complete, which includes enhancements to bursary and loan application and appeals, I think that the calendar that we have, and this is the one that you are looking at, we opened the applications on the 30th of August, 2026. We closed the applications on the 25th of October, 2026. We're hoping that we can make the funding decisions by the 15th of December, 2026. If we're able to do this, Chairperson and members, my sense is that we will have a better start to the year 2027. And this, in my view, should be able to assist us quite greatly. And then, with respect to continuing students for universities, that is those that are currently in universities, we're hoping that we should be able to make funding decisions by the 31st, between the 31st of December 2026 and 2nd of January 2027. Now, obviously, those are dependent on many variables, which is data received from the universities, and that allows us to be able to make those decisions. In terms of college continuing, TVET college continuing students, we hope to make the funding decision between mid-January 2027, dependent on the results received from the department in this regard. We anticipate that registrations uploads to be opening about 5th of January, which looks very similar to what was in 2026. So that should allow us to do our work kind of seamlessly. So what is it that we are going to have to do before all this. Obviously, we are going to have to do university reconciliation and agreement execution by the end of September 2026. We'll have to deal with issues of appeal enhancements, which will then go live on the 30th of August 2026. We then have to deal with the issues around the funding policy being completed and the regional recruitment and office readiness with each named owner and date. Then we have to look at the issue around the 30-day rule, which applies once an application and appeal has been processed. We're going to then have to block the issue around the, duplicate appeals at systems level. Yeah. Now, in terms of financial position of the university, as you look at it there, Chairperson and members, the total DHET bursary student funding shortfall for TVET colleges and universities combined today is 15.1 billion. Universities account for 13.370 billion of the 15.1 billion. Additional requirements and TVET of 1.6 billion. The initial budget per the APP for universities was 483,474 students. The current intake is 627,304. The initial budget for APP was 266,000 students. The current intake is 292,000 students, so almost 300,000. The baseline transfers comparably as the baseline transfers are comparable stable, so the shortfall is shortfall funding structure problem rather than a collapse in the core grant. The demand for student funding continues to rise each year, and NSFAS has reported a university funding shortfall since 2020. Now, obviously, in 3 months, Chairperson, I have some ideas on this issue of funding shortfall, and you are the policymakers. You are going to have to, well, you're the legislatures. The policy comes from the Department of Higher Education and Training. My sense is that, and these are conversations we're going to have with the Department of Higher Education and Training, is that if nothing drastic is done, this funding shortfall will continue growing the same way that it has done since 2020. And also the issue that we do need to make some hard choices. Part of the hard choices are to the effect that you simply can't accommodate every student. And I say every student because there was a time when the accommodation, to qualify for accommodation, you needed to be living 60 kilometers away from a university or a college. Currently, we accommodate anyone, even at a 10-kilometer radius. That pushes the numbers very high. And that's where the unsustainability of the funding comes in. Equally, we may have to have conversations around the past progression, because if we do not have those conversations, we potentially must then find money somewhere. So if you look at current 50%, the numbers get to be high. This is a bursary, fully funded. So from that perspective, it may not necessarily be a bad idea to start thinking of saying to students, given that everything else that you get is for free, can we really just appeal from you to at least come to the party in respect of your past
rate, right? I know I'm positing something that students may not like, but the reality is that if you are taking everyone and everyone in, and I'm not talking at the level of the entry point, I'm talking at the level where you have already been put in, that you do need to be able to study. It must then just become a meritocracy space. And I don't think that if you ask for students to give you 60%, it might be such a bad idea. But it may just as well be that it will then reduce the numbers. Short of that, it means that government must then really put paid to the debate and simply put in the money, right? Because the 15.1 billion is not a making of an NSFAS as an entity, it's a making of a policy position. And
Sorry, Chair, I know it's unconventional, but this point is always made, and I don't like it to go uncontested, because in most instances, if not all of them, it is the conditions that are created by the inefficiencies of NSFAS which lead to the poor academic success of students. So if NSFAS is saying they want our students to get 60%, all of us want that. But NSFAS needs to create the conditions which make it possible for our students to be able to succeed. So it's not that there's no one who goes to school to fail. But if you're going to go to school and every month you are being kicked out of residences because NSFAS didn't pay, then what must happen? If you're being defunded, if allowances are not coming. So the point I'm making is we agree with the administrator. However, every time this point is raised, the onus is placed on the student. NSFAS must be efficient so that students can succeed. Then we can have this discussion of 60% or even 70%. I just thought I'll make that point. Thanks, Chair.
That's fine. Just open your notes there, but type on the notes. Yeah, because yeah. No, it's okay. I understand the frustration.
No, Chair, I'm happy we are in agreement with Honorable Lonsi there that NSFAS must be efficient and the students must come to the party. So that at least at that level we are in agreement. So we'll take our responsibility and ensure that we have an efficient institution, and then so that we can make the demands that we're making.
How many
so
more
the
minutes?
total,
How many more minutes do you still need?
I'm almost close to the end. So yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
So the total student funding revenue falls from about 69.1 billion to 54.9 billion, right? So that's exactly the 15.1 billion drop, or rather 21% that we speak about. So this drop is driven mainly by once-off items falling from 9.7 billion of retained surpluses and recoverables from 4.2 billion to 100 billion. 100 million, sorry. Gee, I nearly made the proverbial error there. As of 7 August 2026, 61.5% of the university allocation and 59.2% of TVET allocation had been paid due to the shortfall and structure of the tranches from the Treasury affecting the cash flows of the organization. Again, the 10.4 billion that we owe the universities is well known. You already know that universities have been writing to me pleading poverty, but correctly so, because we do owe them. We owe them 10.4 billion, and I'm not going to sit here and claim that we don't owe them those amounts. But can I say, Chair and members, that whilst we owe these amounts, there are reasons why we do owe them. And part of the reasons that we owe these amounts are precisely because we prioritize students first. and hoped that we can at least engage with universities and tell them, you will be paid, we know that we owe you. So we have always made sure that in respect of allowances, accommodation, books, those things that necessarily impact on students, that we pay in full, and rather hold on tuition fees for universities. Obviously, the universities differ in terms of the ability to be able to sustain themselves. So you can't compare the Walter University with a Stellenbosch University. Not that Stellenbosch is flush with cash, but you can't compare the two. Equally, you can't compare the University of Limpopo with the Cape Town University. You equally can't compare Fort Hare with Wits University or even UJ. So it goes. So you will find that the amounts we owe out of this 10 billion varies significantly between different universities by virtue of how those universities are structured. And we hope that we can resolve those issues when we do reach there. Chair, my last comment, and then I can take the questions, is we do have 3 requests, and maybe this is not the place to come with requests, but we come to you at least from a position of that you could understand and support us in terms of 3 issues. One being a funding pathway for validated close-out liabilities, including treasury engagements, and/or phased settlement plan prioritizing graduating students. A resolution of the 2026 tuition position shortfall before the 2027 adds another year of unfunded or underfunded budget. So I'm saying that we're hoping that we don't go into 2027 with the 15.1 billion and then have to add into it, and that problem just becomes a huge mountain. Then the last one being support in securing outstanding institutional signatures on the closeout reports. Chairperson, that and members, that will be my presentation. I did leave out a substantial amount of detail. Hopefully those details are in the presentation themselves that you have, and we will plug some of the holes as I answer the questions. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Administrator. Just go back a few slides. Just want you to explain something before, this slide. It's 49, eh? Yeah. So, maybe we'll just concentrate on the top up. Second semester top up on existing registration. There's 539 million. What is it for? Can you explain what is the 539 million for?
Yeah. So, Chairperson and members, so that will be talking to UNISA specifically with about 26,000 new registration for second semester by virtue of what that university is about. And top up with respect to the other 6 universities of technologies. So that means when we say top, so those 2 would have then accounted for about 90,000 students. So because the top-ups were about 72,000 plus the 26, so that comes to about 92. And in terms of the amount that will have been owed, in terms of that, it will then have been 1.9 billion. 1.4 billion of that would have been for UNISA only, and 500 something would have been for the other 6 universities.
So the top up for the TVET, for the 6 University of Technology, so what is that? So it accounts for how many, for which students? Because if you look at the column 1, 2, 3, 4, that speaks to the number of students. 601 and 26,000. The total is 627,000. So the number of students is fine. So I want to understand the top up. It's topping up clearly on the either the 601,000 and what is it for? Because it can't be new students because there are no additional students.
Thanks, Chair. So it's not new students, it's students that were already registered. So the universities of technology would register you for semester 1 modules, and some of them are prerequisites for you to be able to do semester 2. So in semester 2, we have your reg, but it's speaking to a portion of your modules. Then for semester 2, they need to load a top up to add the second semester modules. So that is why when Prof was talking about that 1.9 billion, it speaks to the top-ups and the new reg combining both the semester 2 requirements for UNISA and the universities of technology.
It's, okay, I hear you. It's something that maybe we'll have, members will have questions on them. There was a slide, Prof, I think slide 39, if you go back, where you said you have reinstated 780 students which were on the gap, yeah, I think it's 0.4 there. Their funding has been reinstated through the same process. So these are the gap and the gap investigation.
Let me understand, Chair. You're talking about the 780. So that speaks to students that are in NSFAS accredited accommodation. That's the one that we're talking about. That 780 students.
Yeah, so they were on the gap investigation.
Yes.
Do you have an idea when were they reinstated?
Well, so I think it will have been, a number of those will have been reinstated at the beginning of the second semester, right?
Yeah.
Because these were students that the investigations had been happening throughout the year. So that in the main will be all, in terms of where we're talking about reinstatements, it will be students that were reinstated at the beginning of the second semester.
Yeah, and they would have been defunded or removed from funding in and around May 2020, around May 2026.
Potentially around about April.
Yeah.
Right. So let me just explain this issue about the defunding, because
no, we understand.
And without complicating it.
Yeah.
Right. So there are a number of reasons why a student will be on a gap investigation or end up in a position where we say that student, the funding of that student is frozen until we finish the investigation. The first very suspect one is a scenario where a student applied for funding to study for the next year, and because of these issues of IT systems that don't speak to each other between the university and NSFAS, find that we have then made a a determination that this student qualifies for funding on the basis of a needs or means test, right? But we don't have, at the time that we make our decision, our funding decision, their academic records. Now, round about April, we then discover that this student actually has graduated, right? So immediately, that student is not supposed to be funded because is doing either their second degree or whatever else that they are doing there.
I'm just worried about time, Prof.
Yeah.
And it's not out of disrespect. Let's concentrate on the 780 that we have reinstated. So they were not affected by N+, they were not affected by second qualification. So because we have reinstated them, it means there was so I want us to save time, and I don't want you
No, so we agree.
Yeah. So this 780, they would have been defunded around April, May, right? Now, you are reinstating them in July. Majority of them, well, there's about 8 questions that I would have asked before this one, but I'm just jumping them. But majority of them will not have done well in the first semester exams because when you are funding them, you are saying they don't have the means, firstly, to pay for accommodation, to travel from home to campus if they are day students, or to buy food. So they would have studied for exams in the first semester, hungry, and they will not, the assumption is that they will not have done well, right? Now you are bringing them in the second semester. There are courses they can't do now in the second semester because they've got prerequisite of the first semester courses, right? That is why you were saying in one of you've got gap, you've got top up of those that can register in the second semester, whatever the case may be, right? So this 780, at least that you are saying, are the ones who are staying in your accommodation, accredited, in your accredited accommodation. As we speak, they may not be able to do full courses because they did not pass the prerequisites of the first semester, as we speak. I don't know how many they are. But when we were in Mpumalanga, some of them came to us and told us that as we are here, we could not write exam A or B. They do not write. They qualify to write, so they're DP, but they do not write because they were insufficiently, or they were not ready for an exam, right? Now what happens is that, and this is the point Honorable Lonzo was saying to you guys earlier on about the efficiency of NSFAS, is that next year you will say N+ rule to this child, not taking into consideration the role that NSFAS has played in incorrectly defunding the student during a critical period of exams. Some of them, Prof, are females. Some of them, they send us emails, WhatsApps, because our numbers are public, asking us for, my laptop is broken, I don't have food, I've got this and that. It's a sad case. I sometimes, together with these members, we because we take our jobs very serious, we go out to churches, to establishments. We don't go there because we're bored. We go there because in these places, we do have students who we are supposed to service. So we want to understand how you know, there are problems. And sometimes Prof runs back because you must go to all places. We'll end up in some establishments at night, and people think we do other things we don't. But when we're there, it's doing research, yes. When we're there, Prof runs back. We look at some of them, the behavior. And some of them, you know, some of them come to these members, they recognize them. And they tell them, hey man, this NSFAS of yours is causing us problems. I, for an example, am sitting here with this man with big bellies, not because I want to be there, but because one, they will buy, no, I'm not pointing at you, I'm just saying, sorry, Honorable Zondo. But they're saying they are there in this social program, not because they want to be socially active there, but it's because this social program has got a potential incentive of economic program. So they are there because they are thinking, this guy will give me 5,000, 2,000, 1,000 in the morning, and that is enough for me to survive for the week. So when NSFAS does these things that it does for no reason, I don't know, I don't understand. Last year, we had a big fight with NSFAS. And we said, NSFAS, by the way, you are correct to stop paying unaccredited accommodation at an exorbitant amount. You are correct. We agree with you. Because if you pay them at the same rate as accredited, what will motivate them from having Wi-Fi, from having electricity, home water? There's nothing. You are right by stopping it. But the timing of you stopping it compromised a lot of people. These young people went and signed leases on what you had agreed on. And we said, you must never do that mistake again. Because last year that affected about 10,000 young people around June as well. They were defunded, 10,000 young people. And we said, NSFAS, we don't want to hear, this thing must never happen again. This year, you do it again. You call it gap investigation. Gap investigation, according to your own report today, 803 students were defunded. 780, well, almost 50% of, because that's about 1.5 there. 50% of those that you had defunded, who stayed in your accredited accommodation, almost 50% of them, your own system brought them back. Almost 50%. That's 1,583. So if 780 of 1,583 comes back, it's almost 50%. That comes back. Your system says we had done a mistake on almost 50% of you who at least stay in accredited accommodation. A huge problem. Second to this, in your other point, another slide, you say, Prof, that you were putting student first, meaning you prioritized paying for allowances to students instead of paying for tuition, and that is why you owe 10.4 billion. In the same breath, or you should apply the same principle to accommodation providers, because here's the thing. If you don't pay these accommodation providers, they won't pay the municipality because they don't have money. And if they don't pay the municipality, Deputy Minister, you know, they're in Tshwane, they switch them off every day. Every day, they did not, there was an accommodation there. I read on the social media of the mayor there of Tshwane. You know, this accommodation doesn't come out of bad news. It's called also Ekaya residence. Ekaya residence here in Cape Town, that it's non-compliant. We are paying it. More than 7,000 students there. When their own report told them they must not be there. But these ones, they're in Pretoria. It's also Ekaya. I think they are owned by the same people. I don't know. They did not pay water and lights of the city. Switched off towards elections. Not elections, what is that? Exams. I get now we're in election mode now. Yeah. No, it's very important. Towards exams. So when that happens, you're exposing these young people into one, if there's no electricity, Wi-Fi doesn't work, so they can't study, can't prepare. They must now, go back to us when we're studying with a candle. So we must go buy a candle with 3 rands. And we're student accommodation. We're saying we're taking you away from your place where the place is not conducive for learning. We're bringing you to student accommodation. And then you remind them of that unconducive environment you said you are taking them out for. So not paying student accommodation providers also creates a problem. There are others who keep on writing to us that we have not been paid. There's one I forwarded to you, Administrator, yesterday from somebody, I think they were in the Eastern Cape, or I can't remember, the Eastern Cape, were saying, I've not been paid since April, or the last time I was paid was in April, and I'm expected to, and my problem, her problem was unique, because they had bought student accommodation from somebody else, but NSFAS keeps on paying the previous owner. And the previous owner has blocked her. Now she's not paying. So NSFAS must go get the money from this person that they were aware that you can't pay this particular person. So this system, and then the point Honorable Lonzo was making, that these kids tomorrow, you will say to them, we want 80% progression. You can't get it when we have these hurdles that are, in my view, we can resolve them tomorrow. The issue of having this defunding in the middle of we don't need to. If our systems work, we know immediately when we get the results in December. When results are released by universities, I mean, we can't tell me that we don't have a system. Matric results are released every year. And the following day, universities can access, not even the following, a day before, universities access matric results. There's a system, it's not the same system, but they can see it. Then they offer these kids spaces. You are saying to us, we can't find, or we don't have a system where once the results are released from the 15th of December at universities, NSFAS on the 16th of December can't know who has passed and who has not passed. We must wait for somebody to send an email. No, that can't be. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, because what we can do, Prof. Ransbeck and Prof. Matebula, have been in this committee here longer than all of them in this committee. And I can tell you, Thandi, that National Treasury had given us about 119 million rands over 2 tranches. I think in 2023 and 2024, 22, something like that. 119 million to fix the ICT problems. Because the problem then, we had a system that we had bought from, I think, the Americans. And if there's a glitch in the system, you must work with the American time zone and wake up some people at 3 a.m. And then they charge you for a fee of 3 a.m. A case was made to National Treasury. Because I'm making this point because you have asked us to speak to National Treasury. So we did speak that time and the money vanished. We don't know where it is. The system was never, in fact, when the previous CEO left, we were told that the money was not touched. Then there was administration. Then we were told, no, the money was touched. We don't know where it is. In between, maybe within 1 hour when there was no administration and there was no board. Maybe that 1 hour of announcement, money vanished. But we don't know whether money vanished during administration or before. That's why we're thinking maybe it was during that part. So you're asking us to ask National Treasury for more. It will be very difficult. It will be very difficult for 3 reasons, or for 2 reasons. That they've given us money and we have not been able to get. But 2, NSFAS is unable to account for money given to it. Now we come from 2 consecutive disclaimer audits. Disclaimer, this is the auditor saying, we gave you money, you are giving us some document, but this document can't prove that you have bought, you claim that you have bought an iPad, but we don't have an invoice of an iPad, or we don't have that iPad here. So that's what he says, I can't audit this thing. It's unauditable. Now, I'm told that, I don't know whether now you have submitted, but when audited financial statements were supposed to be submitted at the end of May, there was a rumor that NSFAS did not submit audited financial statements. So I don't know, so meaning that you are not audited as we speak. It's a big problem. So it will be National Treasury. You know, sometimes I look at the Minister of Finance, and I can understand his pain. That he must give us money, but we are unable to account for it. It makes it extremely difficult for National Treasury to act or to assist NSFAS. I sometimes look at his face, I can see his pain. That I can't continue giving people money when they're unable to account for it. It makes it extremely difficult. Now as we're speaking, you'll confirm. There's a rumor that we are not being audited, as audit just finalized now. Big problem. Now, we must go and ask National Treasury for money, and we'll say the money of 25, 26, how did we spend it? It will be a difficult job for us to go and do. These members, we were supporting the budget. These members were fighting because we come from different political parties. It's just that when you are here, you can't see us because we've taken oath that firstly, we're the people of South Africa. We report to them. So you can't see we from political different. But when it was budget, it was very difficult. You know, now I must take Honorable Ngubane for coffee because, you know, he only drinks coffee. So I must take him out for coffee and try and show him why it's important for the budget to pass. But now we're not being audited. Very, very, very difficult situation you are putting us in. So I was just making those remarks. I'll come to my questions later. I did note members. Yeah.
On your point of the 780 students, I would want to understand very briefly from NSFAS because the way they are putting it, it means they wrongfully defunded those students. So I just want very quickly reasons, like what went wrong there. Why is it that you defunded someone in May and then you discover in July that this person was not supposed to be defunded? Like what was the system glitch or what was the problem?
No, Honorable Lonse, I think it will be simplistic to say that they were defunded wrongly. And again, this talks to this speech that the chairperson was making around the IT systems, right? That don't talk to each other, at least for the universities, right? So in instances where universities are able to supply us with the correct data, it's quite easier for us to then make the decision that needs to be made on time. But to the extent that we make the decision in the beginning of the year, in January, first week or second week of January, and the university opens in the second week of February, and only supply us the data in April, then we have made the wrong decision when the data that comes through suggests that the student wasn't supposed to have been funded. And then it is at that point that we then stop, right? However, there are instances where the data that we may have received may either have been delayed or may have been wrong. And when we have said, listen, no, we're stopping this funding here, and then we get supplied with the correct data, then we then reverse the decision that we make. That's one part. The other part is a scenario where you have a student who, for one reason or the other, had
Maybe
decided-
before you go to, so you are saying, just want to capture you. You are saying on the first part is that you do take this decision based on wrong data being provided to you by institutions.
Look, I mean, to the extent that the decision that we have made could have been influenced by one or the other factor, right? So one factor could be we have made a decision on the means test, right, without the academic qualifications, academic data being supplied. So we will have made a decision based on the available academic data at that particular point. So when that data get to be proven to have been wrong, then have to reverse our decision, right?
Yeah, but where would you have gotten that academic data? The previous one, the previous year?
Well, we work on the basis on the last academic data that we will have received, which will have been from the university.
Yeah, but that's a flawed process. I'll give you now DM, as I noted you. That's a process that will get us where we are, because if the last available data you have is the June exams, and then in December you don't have the data that you are saying in January, you can take a decision based on the June examination, because that's the last available data you have.
No, Chair. And unfortunately, this might just have to be a long-winded explanation. So I'm saying that in January, when we make our decision, right, we would have known that this student had been in the system, right? So if we don't make a decision to fund that student at that time, right, that student will obviously have to fall off and may not necessarily be registered. So then make a decision based on a means test, okay? And then have to rely on the fact that the university must then supply the data when they do open, and take whatever time that they will be able to take to supply us with that information. And again, I say it goes back to the information and that you were raising, and you're saying, and you were giving a non-comparable situation of the metric results and universities and all that. Unfortunately, with regards to NSFAS systems and the universities, we are unable, and I can tell you that for free, we are unable to get that information in a real life situation than metric or universities are able to get the metric results. So that's a problem that we simply have. And to resolve that situation, the easier way will be that all the institutions have one single system that interfaces with NSFAS. If we get there, then some of these problems are not going to happen. One. Two, Chair, we're not going to sit here and try and defend the fact that there are errors at NSFAS, right? And part of that is precisely this issue around IT, and that we process some of these things on a manual basis. So when we're processing these things manually using spreadsheets, old-style spreadsheets and all that, you are bound to make mistakes. And some of those mistakes are made in NSFAS. And I'm not going to sit here and claim that there is no mistakes that are made from us and pass the problem only to the universities. So the problems are in both instances, right? Then there are the other category, which is where a student is being claimed by two universities. So if you find that the student claims to have registered at UNISA and at VETS, we can't fund both. We then have to suspend that funding until we can verify and clear that this student is actually registered with CUT instead of the two universities that they are claiming. So legitimately, we do have to stop that. Otherwise, we're going to be funding ghost students left, right, and center. Then there's categories of students that may have dropped off the system for one reason or the other. Or they may have decided, first year we funded them, second year they decide to go be funded by Matebula Incorporated, right? And then there's issues there with Matebula Incorporated. They want to come back and be refunded again, and they want to apply as if they are a first entry student. And we then have to get to verify why this student actually dropped off from the funding, and then they need to supply data in respect of their qualifications from whichever institutions that they have gone into, and this falls now to N+ and also for other things that we're talking about here. So there are problems either way, but there is inefficiencies at NSFAS. We can't run away from that. There is systems issues. I just did not, I had hoped, Chairperson, that you will at least clarify the issue of the administration and the 100 million, that this is not the administration. Otherwise, that 100 million may just be in my pocket, as you know.
I will do so, DM. I'll give you Honorable Susan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think just very quickly, it's important to also note that one of the issues that I've picked up is that there are qualifications where the length of the qualification has been incorrectly submitted by the institution. So when the N+ calculation is done, it's done on the incorrect number of years, and the student is then incorrectly defunded. One such situation took place at Nelson Mandela University, where we intervened to try and ensure that those students have their funding reinstalled. And then just the last point that I would just make that I think is important to make, because I think it's important for the committee to consider that there might be an ideal solution which won't happen overnight. When we talk about one system with everybody in the system, it's the correct sort of ideal, but it might not happen overnight. And there was a time, Chairperson, when institutions used to make these assessments at an institutional level at the beginning of the academic year, because they have the data themselves and are able to do the checks, the academic verification checks themselves, at closer to the point of, and I'm not trying to smuggle a decentralization debate here, Chair, but I'm just trying to say that there are certain capacities that might exist in the debate and the discussion of the committee on how to solve some of these very valid issues that you've, I think, very excellently articulated. And it is important that some of those decisions take place perhaps closer to source, because part of the frustration of students has been, why does it take 5 months for something like this to be resolved? And I think you've articulated the consequences of that phenomenon.
No, no, thank you, DM. I will not fight you if you're pushing decentralization. I can't. We're together there. But just don't smuggle it. Honorable Msazan.
No, thanks, Chair. I initially had one follow-up, but I will just make a comment as I make my follow-up. Firstly, on the one of what the DM is saying. In actual fact, TM, the N plus rule is wrongly applied in many instances than limited. So the interpretation the minister was speaking about, the interpretation based on NSFAS's application of the N plus rule is mostly wrong. That's why most of our students, by the way, many of them don't get refunded. They just are subjected to financial exclusion on the basis of wrongfully applying the N plus rule, but we'll speak to that on another time. And then on what the administrator is responding to, Chair, I'm not in agreement with what his response is, because the submission of registration data surely should come with the academic standing of the student. So if you say, administrator, that the data is not submitted until way after you have funded the students, then it would mean that all the students, returning students that you fund, you'd fund on the basis or on the assumption that academically they are in line with what NSFAS expects of them to have progressed. So I'm a bit confused on how you say you only get the academic standing of students way after you have funded them. But where I was on the follow-up was that number that is there, which is 1,583, and you simplified it to put it at the NSFAS accredited accommodation. Does that mean that those are the only students that were affected by the gap investigation, or there are many other students that are in the non-accredited accommodation but were funded wrongly by yourselves? Because now if you only paint this picture, it means to us that those are the only students that were affected and not more and not less.
Okay, administrator.
No, Chair. I don't want to take an issue with Honorable Susanna in respect of his view of when the universities submits to us the data and all that. So I think what is important, Chair, is to notice that we're talking of a number of 10,000, 10,027 students that were in the gap investigation. That is a 10,000 out of over 800,000 students that NSFAS, whose life NSFAS touches. Now, and that is the context that needs to be sketched. Now, if you take that context into place, then you then have to accept, Honorable Susanna, that it may not be all universities that had not submitted the data on time. And it may not have been all students that necessarily it is out of the fact that their data were not received. So there are many varied reasons that will account for that 10,027 students. And I said that in that number for universities, we were able to resolve the bulk of those out of the 10,000, right? And 6,000 out of that, 6,514, after investigation, we realized that these students can be funded. Yes, there are those that we have then reinstated, which is the 3,000 and 3,177 that we have reinstated. And those, I don't sit here with the full detail of each student, and we can look at those, but in some instances, it may have been that it was an error from an NSFAS perspective, but there are some certain instances that may not necessarily have been an NSFAS error, and I don't want us to sit here and really, argue over half an egg here and there. But the reality is that there were students that were affected. We have done the best we can to resolve the issues on time. We currently sit with about 116, 336 that records that we're currently looking at to continuously verify that these issues are resolved. So, totally agree with you. This is an unideal situation, but it is something that we're dealing with.
Okay, members, I want us to start with our time now. Honorable Karabo, you had a follow-up on this one. Okay. But just to say on this one, I personally, sorry, I personally disagree that we dealt with it on time. Earlier on, I made an example about 8 decisions having been made in April, May. Students did not write. And at the beginning of the semester, the same system says, actually, we were wrong. And the students, 780 at least, were prejudiced. This is excluding the 300 and something that we're talking about. So I don't agree. We're happy you have resolved it. But we believe that it could have been avoidable from the word go. It might not necessarily be a NSFAS problem, all of it, because of the point that we've made about your relationship with the universities, whether ICT-wise or sharing of information or updating of information and all of that. But in all of these things, the relationship problem between these two parents called a university and NSFAS, the person who suffers almost all the time is a child. Who's the student in this instance? And we're saying we don't have a problem with you fighting or having domestic problems. We don't want to enter those ones. But the person who suffers can't be a student. And even when it was not their fault, when you come back with your rules as a father of the house, you will say you don't come back in this house at 6 o'clock, whereas you had locked the gate. You only open the gate at 6:30. And when the child enters at 6:30, you then punish them for a decision or for a circumstance that was beyond their control. That is how we're looking at these things, and we want NSFAS and universities to fix it. Yes, Deputy Minister, it might not be overnight, but we want to see progress. You know, we can't say it won't be overnight. Like I've said, I've been at least in this committee since 2019. Since 2019, these matters have been there. And, you know, when we ask questions, direct questions, you know, as members of parliament, will then be accused of wanting to interfere in operational matters. But so we must sit here, look at this family fighting, or this family drinking every day, and the child not getting food. And we're saying, no, you're a neighbor, you can't enter our family affairs. We don't think that will help. Honorable Khabo, I'm giving each one of you 15 minutes to have a conversation with the administration.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity. And we share the same sentiments in terms of your observation on how NSFAS is handling the matter of defunding. To me, it seems like they are applying a blanket approach. I've been telling Honorable Lonzi that it seems like NSFAS, because of its own financial challenges, as and when they want to balance their books, they'll just close their eyes and identify a victim that they'll have to deal with. Because in all honesty, it does not hold water. Even including on defunding process or defunding of students, where you've got enough evidence that your reasons that you have presented for the exclusion, they don't hold water. In instances, you'll say that the child's parents' threshold is beyond, and that child will still be able to prove that the threshold is below, would still want to maintain. So it is for that reason that I believe that NSFAS, Chairperson, it must be able to demonstrate as to which process do they follow to ultimately identifying that, that student to be defunded. But that is one part that we share the same sentiments on. Let me go back to the issue of interest. Welcome, Administrator, and thanks for the presentation. Let's go to section 17B again, an issue that has created interest on the process of appointment. I want to check with you, Administrator. The report indicates that you are the one who has appointed the 4 administrators. I would want to check with you, the advisors, my apology, not the 4 administrators. You know, in this department, the administrators almost on a daily basis, so we forget. Now, the issue of 4 advisors that has been appointed. I want to check with you first and foremost, before you bringing in those experts or 4 advisors on different fields, was there any assessment done that led you to identifying critical areas that would need intervention? That would be my first question.
Thanks, Honorable Member. So I got appointed as the administrator on the 4th of May. And I spent a month at NSFAS making my own assessments of what are the skills that I will need to bring on board to assist me consistent with the government gazette. So for the first month, I did not appoint anyone. I worked with a team that I found at NSFAS. And then I wrote to the minister requesting an approval to appoint, or concurrence to appoint 2 advisors who started their advising me from the 8th of June. Those 2 advisors continued to operate, and at the end of June, I then requested to appoint the extra 2 advisors, specifically in finance, in the finance area. That's what brings us to the number 4.
No, thank you very much. My question was on and around the assessment.
I said that I spent the first month making an assessment of what kind of skills I will need, and that is the assessment that I made.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look, Administrator, I would plead with you that you share the assessment report that led to you recommending the appointment of 4 advisors. The second issue that I would want to get clarity from in terms of section 17B of the NSFAS Act, not necessarily dealing with the details that the minister largely dealt with, but based on the recommendation that you have done to the minister on the 4 people that must be appointed, I wanted to check before getting into questions. Are you aware of Chapter 2 of the Constitution, which declares the Constitution of the Republic the supreme law of this country?
Thanks. I will be aware of the Constitution, and maybe you want to highlight a specific section, and so that we deal with that.
I've made mention of Section 2 of the Constitution, and I've also partly explained what does it deal with. And I've said to you that that section identifies or declares the Constitution of the Republic as the supreme law of this country. I wanted to check, are you aware of that?
It is uncontestable, Member. I'm aware of that. But can I deal
No.
No, and I want to deal with the first aspect of your question so that we don't lose that in the detail. And then Hansard says, I've agreed to bring something. I did not say I have produced a report of assessment, so I can't produce to you a report of assessment. I assessed for myself what assistance I'm gonna need consistent with what the government gazette required of me to execute my role. So I will not be able to submit to you.
So,
a
would you
report.
mind sharing the methodology, the yardstick, the form of observation, or I will not want to conclude that you have relied on your observation, face value observation. I will not want to conclude that you have relied on your emotions. Is there any methodology that you have applied in assessing the state of NSFAS before the intervention?
I did not assess the state of NSFAS before the intervention. The minister did that. So I'm saying I assessed the need of people that can assist
Yes. Before you bringing in people, obviously, there must be something that led you to bringing in 4 advisors. My question is, what have you relied on? Have you either relied on a particular set of key areas that you'd looked into as an administrator as a way of assessing the capacity of NSFAS in discharging its responsibility? Or have you probably made an assessment through the performance report that you have been receiving? Or you have relied on your face value analysis and conclude that, myself as an administrator, I see a need for me to bring a person on finance, for argument's sake. And my decision, for argument's sake, is informed by issues that are raised by the Auditor General. And me, as a way of mitigating or putting systems in place or as a way of responding to the issues raised by the Auditor General, I'm therefore placing an individual within the finance sector or finance department to look into these issues. That at least would be the guide, the basis of your intervention. I'm basically asking you what informed the basis of your intervention. How did you get to, I'm still interested to understand what is the role of these people. I'm still not there yet. I'm still interested on the basis. How did you get to a point of saying there is a need for me to intervene?
Again, thanks so much, member. For me, the issue is a very simple one. There is a government gazette that appoints me as an administrator. That government gazette imposes on me specific responsibilities, and it's very detailed on the stuff that I need to be able to attend to. That is the basis on which I then decided what kind of skills I need, and that sits in the government gazette. And I've just simply then gone further to simplify what is sitting in the government gazette in terms of the appointment of these people, to then say this specific person is going to help me with this particular area, and detail that to the minister to say, I want to appoint this person for these purposes, and the minister concurred with that. That's the assessment.
So basically, one can conclude that you have only relied on the gazette.
Yes, you can rely on that.
Okay. Not a problem. Let us go to the very same section 17B, which allows you to bring in individuals with the necessary skill and expertise. I want to check with you on the 4 advisors that you have appointed. During the process of appointing these people, was there any transparent process that you followed in appointing these people? Remember, we're in a department where largely we are unable, or the ministry is unable to demonstrate how their actions are consistent with the legal prescripts. Want to check with you, is there any consistent process, particularly transparent process that you had followed?
I'm not so sure, member, honorable member, if you can assist me by what you mean by transparent process.
The transparent process, was there any transparent process of recruiting the 4 advisors, meaning that was there an advert placed on the public for everyone to participate, or one can conclude that you have handpicked these people?
I think you can conclude that I have handpicked them.
So there was no any transparent process.
There was no process required of me to appoint an advisor.
So how did you identify their their expertise relevance to the problem that you have identified? Agare ntate Mathebula, tla ke bua Setswana. Agare ntate Mathebula a re ya di-interview rotlhe ra tlhalosa gore re na le marematlou. Ke ra re we are all explaining that we've got matric. So re ba di-interview to demonstrate our ability and capability beyond the qualification. So I'm asking you that process, how have you identified those individuals as people who are having the relevant skill and expertise? Because the Act space says that you are allowed to bring in expertise. I want to get to that point of expertise.
Yeah. Ni ringeta ku hlamusela ku vanhu lava I vanhu lava ni nga va teka hikuva ni tiva ku va ta kota ku tirha ntirho lowu ni lavaka ku ri va ni pfuna hi wona. Wehe u lava ku ni byela hi ku a ni fanele ni va ni yisi emaphepheni ni advertiser ku lava vanhu valavo a swi tirhisiwi swona. So I think we can agree that given that there's 11 official languages, that suffices as an answer.
Thank you very much. That's fair enough, Administrator.
Hold on, Honorable Khan. What is wrong, Honorable Lonzo?
Oh, there's nothing wrong, Chair. I wanted to follow up on the question.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the challenge is if you speak your own language, you are inviting the respondent to also speak. And if you don't understand his language, you must also assume he doesn't understand yours. So I think the administrator was right. At least I heard him. No, he did not hear.
So you are a prophet?
No, it's Honorable Khakha. What is the follow-up?
My follow-up, Chair, the administrator says I handpicked them. What does that look like? He went to his contacts on his phone and just chose people, he asked around, or it's people that he has worked with before in the past and he knows them. I just want to understand what he means by he handpicked them.
No, Chair. I would have asked some of these people I know from the industry, because some are accountants. So I would know that this specific person is an accountant, and I think that it may have done this kind of work prior. And I would have approached them. Similarly, that I've approached others that may have said, listen, we and government entities, we don't want our reputation tainted. We are not going there, right? And these others that gladly said, well, we understand the challenges. This is a national duty. We are going to come on board. So it may not have been in my contacts. In fact, two of them, I didn't know prior. Whereas the other two I actually knew. One I actually worked with in the banking environment whilst I was still in the bank.
So I think Honorable Khawa's question was, what was the process? So you're explaining that you have utilized the handpicking, and the handpicking would have been different. One, it would have been people that you knew before, worked with them in the industry and all of that. Others you did not know. Those ones, how did you, or you asked people around, or you may have approached somebody and they said, I'm not available, but person X is available. So maybe explain that. I think that was the base of the Honorable Khawa's question.
No, true, Chair. So I may have approached one person first, and that person said to me, listen, I would like to, but I'm committed. They said, well, would you know somebody with this specific expertise that I'm looking for? And they would have said, well, approach X and Y. And I may have approached those X and Y. Y would have said, listen, I'm not touching this with a bar of soap. And then X said, well, I'm coming on board. And then from there, I would then have followed a process which is to present the name and the CV to the company secretary to do the necessary things that needs to be done as per what will have been required to be done.
Honorable Khaba.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Now that the administrator has confirmed that he has basically handpicked these people, and there was no any process followed in determining whether the expertise is relevant for the intervention or not. And I would want to draw the administrator to section 195 of the Constitution. You see, administrator, we are running the state here, a government with processes, with clear legislation. We are not running a spaza shop like some officials are behaving. It can't be. I want to draw you to section 195 of the Constitution and make reference to 2 or 3 points, particularly on the principles that speaks to the governing of public administration. Just 2 or 3. One of the principles speaks of high standard of professional ethics must be promoted and maintained. Another one speaks of transparency. Transparency must be restored by providing public with timely, accessible, and accurate information. I'm raising these 2 aspects of transparency and particularly professional ethics. And I would want to ask you, Administrator, in line with the 2 principles that I've made mention, do you believe that your appointment of the 4 advisors was consistent with the Constitution or contradicting the Constitution? The fact that you did not conduct any public, transparent process of appointing, of placing an advert, you have concluded that you have handpicked these people. So I'm asking you if your actions, do you believe that they are inconsistent with the Constitution? Or do basically your actions are embracing the professional ethics that must be promoted in public administration?
Thanks so much. I would have hoped that you will refer me to a piece of legislation that required me to advertise. Instead, you are referring me to a section of the Constitution which has not been contradicted. So
are you saying that
you're going to ask a question, you're going to interrupt me, and I'm going to leave you to interrupt me, right? So the point I make.
So are you having a problem with me interjecting you when you are talking?
It is your right, you have the time, so you can go ahead.
I'm asking you if you are having a problem when I'm interjecting you.
Yeah, let's allow the presiding officer to step in. Maybe when we have asked a question, Honorable Khabo, and you think he's not responding to the question, alert me so that I save your time, so that we avoid the interjections in between. Members, Prof. Matebula, do have pressures of time, and therefore they would interject here and there if they feel like you are moving away from the question that they've asked. So let's try by all means to be cordial, have the decorum of our meetings in place, so that we are not here to fight. We're here to seek for solutions and solving the problems at NSFAS because they affect our people on the streets. I've not gone deep when I was telling you about the research, but as we're speaking here, there might be people or young people, young girls especially, who might be pregnant, who might be home, who might be having STIs that are incurable because of some of the inefficiencies of our system. So we ought to fix it. So it should not be about us here. It must be about those kids that we must think about out there, those who are in the system currently and those that will access the system. Honorable Khabo?
Yes, Chairperson. Administrator, I want to put it to you that Section Section 17B, as much as it gives you the powers to deal with the appointment, you can't exercise that section 17B without taking into consideration section 195 of the Constitution. Because the Constitution it remains the supreme law of this country. And I see you are falling into that trap of advancing something that you cannot defend. Can I check with you? Was there any background check that you have done on the 4 advisors? Criminal background check, any vetting process? Now that you have confirmed that there's no prescript of the law that you have followed, you have even defied the Constitution, you have handpicked these people. Is there any reference check that you have done in terms of vetting?
I do have these people's criminal records, so I do know that none
Have
of
you
them
done
is
any
criminal.
vetting?
Which vetting would you?
The vetting of qualifications, if it's a true reflection, if the individual is not having any criminal record, or you've relied again on your face value analysis.
I've confirmed that I have done the criminal checks. I can confirm that these people do have the qualifications that they claim to have.
So if you can just confirm, now that you have confirmed that the qualifications are relevant, and can you give us that report of the background check? For interest sake, who conducted that assessment? Is it yourself or any state entity?
It was not conducted by a state entity. I conducted it.
You conducted yourself? So you basically handpicked yourself, you handpicked individuals, you have even verified a background check on yourselves. There is no any other process that you have followed. Would I be right to conclude that based on your responses and on how you are interpreting the NSFAS Act, including the Constitution of this country, would I be right to conclude that you don't have respect for the Constitution of the country?
You see, I'm going to give you a simple answer, which is that you are wrong.
Okay. No, Chairperson, let me rest my case. I'll submit other questions in writing. Thank you very much.
No, thanks. Prof. Matebula, how did you conduct criminal records of these people? Yourself, because you said you've done the criminal checks, credit checks, qualification checks, reference checks. You've done them yourself. I just want to understand practically, how did you do it?
No, thanks, Chair. The easier way of doing it is to ask the specific member or specific person that you are requiring of them to do that, to go do it. There are many institutions that do this. You can do it with MII. You can do it with, you can simply do it with Huru, which is an entity that is being used even by Postnet. So all that they do is tell them to go do that and ask them to bring the report, which is what they did.
Okay, so just to clarify, because it came out differently, just to clarify is that you asked them to go to institutions that deal with criminal checks, and they've done so themselves, and they gave you a report, which is different from you saying you have done it. Because if you say I've done it myself, my interpretation would have been that it's you who you looked them in the eye and you said, no, this one doesn't have a criminal record. So yeah, so let's be careful on how we answer so that we don't leave things to interpretation. So as Honorable Khabo was saying, maybe please give us the reports of those, but we'll write to you, I think, tomorrow to indicate by when you must have sent us those things. I want to check here who's supposed to come in next. Honorable Khakha. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Nakenza Tatana Matebula. I have just a few questions. The first one is on, you mentioned two glitches that disrupted funding. One, NSFAS specific, two, institution specific. So you've outlined what those glitches are for institutions, but you haven't unpacked the NSFAS glitch problem itself and what it is. So in your diagnosis, what was the NSFAS glitch?
It is systems.
As in it's
your,
ICT?
it's your IT systems, yes.
Yes. And what is your proposed solution?
Well, we are looking at the issue of the IT environment. So in the stabilization report, we do have a work stream that specifically looks at IT, as much as the other work streams that looks at the various other issues that we need to resolve. So we're hoping that in the next funding cycle, whilst we may not have resolved the IT system, because that may have to include either acquiring a new IT system or refreshing the current IT system, it means that we do have to work with what we have, but try and make sure that it's slightly more efficient than it has been.
Please, may I propose that you, beyond looking at procuring a system yourself, look into roping in SITA, State Information Technology Agency, to see if there isn't a government benefit and support that you can get from that resolution. Their mandate in any case is to do that. So maybe that is something that you might want to hone into first and get support from. And then the second request I have, I assume your job is to sweep, root out what's wrong, throw out what is rotten, and then rebuild based on a clear platform of what's good. In the past, there have been multiple people within your entity who were tasked with the responsibility of ITC reform, with finances attached to it, financial allocations to it. So my request is, maybe not now, maybe mid-next year, if you can have a report of a comprehensive investigation put in place to try to root out the genesis of the ICT problem within NSFAS, where all the funds were gone, the commitments that were made and not honored, attached with human beings who are guilty, and the remedial action thereof. Is that in order? Can I have that on the record?
Yes, it is in order, Honorable Member.
Right.
The IT environment, it is an environment that we are currently looking at very seriously, because if we don't do that, that environment, well, the problems of NSFAS will never go away.
Will never be solved, yes, that's true.
So the investigations that are happening will continue to happen. Remember, SIU as well is busy there, so there is going to be reports. To the extent that there are people that will be charged, will provide those reports to you, in addition to the fact that SIU is going to give you a report. But as well, we post the diagnostic phase, we clearly are going to be producing a report that is going to say what it is that we're going to do in terms of IT, because we are not going to be able to do that in the absence of an investment. And I don't think that government is going to give us an investment if we can't put a compelling case that suggests what has gone wrong, what it is that we want to be able to resolve.
Okay, thank you. The institution glitch. So, universities are Prof. Lewin's babies. TVETs are Manzini's babies. What intervention have you gotten from them to help resolve the backlog or the back and forth between yourself and institutions?
Yeah, so I did indicate earlier that with the agreement of the institutions, we have been able to go to some of the service providers that assist both universities and TVET colleges with IT services. So we currently are busy accessing some of the information. Obviously, that needs to be resolved going into the future, to the extent that it is solutions that are sustainable.
Okay, do you have a plan now that by the end of this academic year, you would have resolved so that 2027 doesn't come and arrive and you and I are having the same conversation?
Yeah, no, no, Honorable Member, if I said to you I have a plan now, I will be lying to you, right? I think we do have interventions that we're going to make that will assist us to ensure that we have a reasonable, easy route into 2027 as we have detailed it
It
here.
doesn't require much, Ntate Mathebula. So you have a calendar. You work on a calendar and you plan based on that calendar. So you know that by January 15, 2027, this is what NSFAS is supposed to have achieved. This is how far we're supposed to have prepared and disbursed for the 2027 academic year. So in line of with that understanding and that thinking, it means you're supposed to by December 16. Dr. Mathebula, are you here? You're supposed to by December 17 or 16, whatever, or date, have concluded. So you should know, okay, this is the preliminary processing stage and deadline that is enforced by DHET, not just yourself, but by DHET for the resolution, right? So that post supplementaries and post the release of funding from basic education and all of those other things, you're just crossing your T's and dotting your I's, but that is the case. So my request is, Administrator, I would have more confidence in the planning for the 2027 academic year if the next time you come here, you're able to table that timeline comprehensively, and that there's an undertaking that it's not just your responsibility as the administrator to ensure that institutions play their part in fast-tracking the problem, but that DHET is also held accountable to its responsibility of holding institutions accountable. So that is that. Are we on the same page?
No, we are.
You have
We
it
are,
here.
I was trying to.
To do this, yes.
There is the timelines that we're trying to work towards.
Okay, so let's look at your timeline. So you're saying the 5th of October is when institutions are supposed to submit their admissions list. I get the admissions list there, that can't be a universal timeline for all institutions, including TVET colleges. It can't be. It's not possible. So that can't be that in itself. And then the funding status communicated to students between the 31st of December and the 2nd of January, that deadline in itself also does not factor in supplementary exams. It also is mostly university heavy, even in most instances, and TVET week.
Honorable Khakha,
Yeah?
the heading on the top, it talks about university.
Or for
So this
continuing
one-
students.
This one was only on university students.
Yeah, the TVET again.
So,
It's the
so
same
the
thing.
new applications is this one. The next one is for continuing students.
Still the same thing. My logic is not flat. My logic remains the same. Because even when you look at continuing students, the results are released by DHET in January 2027. And then January 2027, you process funding for outcomes. I get? And then, DG Fuchan, the academic year for TVET students is not standardized. So TVETs have different calendars, I get. That is my understanding. They have different calendars. That has not been factored in. Eh? Speak up, it's fine.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So the DHET calendar is standardized. We usually get it towards, let's say, October or so. And for new applicants, we are able to make funding decisions linked to the timeline that we have for new applicants. But when it comes to continuing students, we can only start mid-January because that is when the TVET results are released.
Yeah, but
It's standard, it's one calendar for all
But here's the
TVETs.
thing, Sish. We're going back to the conversation we've been having since. The way your calendar is designed does not help your processing of funding. Because, again, so students write exams December, November there, right? You conclude. And then you have supplementaries there around January for some, but even some supplementaries are even done in December in itself, right? But that is literally a pint in the ocean of the general population of students, that variation, I get. And so if you know for a fact, for example, with, let's go to continuing students, for continuing students. So if you know for a fact that continuing students are going to probably move institutions in certain cases, they're going to change the qualifications of study and all of those other things. Your deadline of institution submitting admissions list for the next academic year, it breaks it down into, I don't know if I'm making sense. You're not planning into the phases that are required for participation, because by the time you communicate funding statuses that are communicated, you still haven't had a shutdown of the institution's planning. So, which is why the conversation that we've had previously was, you need to relook, Prof. Matebula and DG Luen. You need to relook at how the standardization of the calendar is designed and start it from scratch. Because currently the overlap into the next academic year for the resolution of matters is the reason why when academic year 2027 starts, you still have question marks that are yet to be resolved because you have not concluded everything that you need to conclude and all that is. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So that's all you've been asking. So go back, delete, restart, make sure that when you say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you have nothing to think about than to press the button, January, disperse funds. That's it. You can't have funding decisions being made in January. It doesn't help. So I need you to please go relook at that calendar. And then let's go at the new arrivals, the new students. The new applications. Again, deadlines for applications to university. There's an institution that that applications are not closed by. You're still applying in October, November. I can't remember. Your UNISA's them. When do they close their applications? I can't have them at the top of my head. But I do know where there are institutions where the applications by the 5th of October are not closed. Kapo, am I imagining things? That is the case. And so that needs to also, again, factoring in the moving, be redesigned. What I will do and submit in writing through Anel. Why are you laughing, Walter? What I will do and submit to Anel and redo, because we did have this conversation in the previous administration. We had this conversation again last year. I will I'll draw up myself a calendar that consists of, and submit that as a proposal for you to look at to help you with the calendar redesign. Okay, now let's move to this student accommodation debt. How far are you in resolving student accommodation debt?
So maybe I'm gonna try and ask for clarity there as to what that means, because in this current moment, we actually pay student accommodation in its entirety.
So you don't have student accommodation that you owe?
In the event that there is a specific student accommodation provider that has not been paid, there may be specific reasons why that student accommodation provider has not been paid. But in the normal course, we not withholding monies that relates to student accommodation, we paid those in its entirety.
Okay, that's great because last week we were in Bumalanga and there were conversations that were had still of student accommodation providers who still had their payments missing. So we'll, again, Anele will help facilitate and submit those there. That's fine. And then the accreditation here of student accommodation. It is a very serious problem, that thing. And I also am sympathetic to the fact that not every campus has well-built student accommodation that meets accreditation statuses. And then there's the dilemma of now the student is funded, but they have nowhere to live, and what do you do with all of those other things? I did request last week in your absence that there must be a report, I don't think it's here now today, that must be submitted to before Parliament of what the plan to have building in place is. I proposed, for example, or if you know in a particular place you need particular beds for a particular campus, there's nothing wrong in having an initiative of an imbizo kind of vibes and demanding and calling on student accommodation providers that are interested in building in that area to build. And you give them incentives there in the form of discounts or whatever. That way there's a demand to meet the supply that you already have for compliance sake. Right? So that is that. My time is up. I think Honorable Christians will deal with the other issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe before I give you, it was supposed to be Honorable Ngubane is not feeling well. Msazana, I don't know why you're looking at me like that. Honorable Ngubane is not looking well. He's not well. He was even coughing when I was there and I shifted. So
No, Chair, Honorable Ngubane can go before me. Sihlom Dala.
yeah.
The only small request I have, Chair, perhaps in the meantime, can the people who are in charge of student accommodation please take out all their documents, because I'm going to be asking them about specific numbers and amounts.
Okay.
So in these 15 minutes, can they please prepare and be ready?
Yeah, Honorable Low said to the Minister, Minister, I'm not going to ask you now, but when I come, please read this report. So you're also doing the same. But maybe before I give you, Honorable Ngubane, just as a follow-up on Honorable Kabo's question, Administrator, so the process that of all the people that you've appointed followed the same process of handpicking all of them.
That's correct.
Okay, because I had written to you, I think on the 15th of I had written of you. I can't get the original letter here on my. I know the follow-up would have been on the 22nd of July, but I wrote there was I think on the 15th of July. So there was a newspaper article that questioned the integrity and credibility of your audit and risk that you appointed. And the newspaper article spoke about her previous roles, that she was said to have paid herself as a board member of an NGO or something, which got money or something from PIC, and she had paid herself over 625,000, if I'm not mistaken, and immediately after that resigned. So I wrote to you, I think on the 15th of July, asking you, firstly, the recruitment process, which you followed, the due diligence that you followed, and part of the questions that I would have asked was whether you had done any verification about her as a shareholder of Daybreak Farms with the Public Investment Corporation regarding governance concerns arising from her as the chairperson there. You did, well, I did also ask about her fit and proper assessment and conflict of interest. So those would have been, and the process of integrity that I would have asked. You did respond. I think I must also indicate we had given you until the 22nd of July to respond. You responded on time. In your response, you referred us to PFMA 51 and other sections there, but in essence, you indicated to us a point which we accepted. You indicated to us that you did not have to undergo any competitive process. You could handpick, as you said, based on the qualifications of the person. And you had told us that you handpicked her because she's a qualified CA with extensive experience in audit and risk. And I'm coming to my question. I'm just refreshing your memory on this one. On the questions that we asked about due diligence, because I think that's where Honorable Khabo's point was. On due diligence of the people that you handpick, I asked the question, what due diligence process did you follow? And you had indicated that there's a declaration of interest form, which she had filled, and it included her previous roles. And I want to use the words that you use because I want to ask a question on this one. You then said there was nothing adverse that came to the administrator's attention as far as this part of declaration of interest was concerned. Was the administrator here saying to us that this audit and risk person, Ms. Sekhwa, did not declare that there was an issue about her exiting the Daybreak Farms matter there with did I understand correctly the administrator saying she did not declare the previous challenges that she had at the PIC with Daybreak Farm?
No, thanks, Chair. I think you you are paraphrasing a 4-page letter that I responded to, and in that response, I was quite detailed in responding to each and every aspect of the questions you had raised with me. And I don't have the letter in front of me, but I do recall the contents of the letter. So, as I speak to you right now, I do not have an adverse report from a competent authority regarding Ms. Hua at Daybreak. And that's what I said. And this was further confirmed by a legal opinion that we had requested that a further independent review be done on her, which that legal opinion or the legal firm went further than what I had done, because I had not spoken to Daybreak itself. So they went to Daybreak specifically and spoke to the business rescue practitioner, who confirmed that Ms. Hua had resigned voluntarily from Daybreak, that Ms. Hua had received 625,000 in board fees that were due to her. So that is Daybreak itself saying that, the business rescue practitioner telling us that she received that money which was due to her. So it was not criminal proceeds or any sort, there was nothing in respect of that. The third element is that we, we verified with her professional body being SAICA, and they confirmed that she's a member that is registered with that profession. They did a check with the SAPS, and the SAPS came back and said there is no criminal investigations that were undergoing on her at the point, and at this point as I talk to you, at the point of writing the letter, and at this point as I'm speaking to you, we do not have that. So that is a probity from our perspective. So both my own assessment and the assessment that has been done by an independent law firm had confirmed that there is nothing in terms of advice, right?
Yeah.
Now, what you further raised was there no negative reportings by the
No,
by,
we'll come
by the
to
media?
that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I have your letter in front of me. So it's on due diligence. There's 4 paragraphs. They're very short, just 2 lines, 3 lines each. In responding to our question, this is what you said. And I'll go read my question after again so that I help you refresh the memory. As part of the appointment process, Ms. Sehwa had to submit the declaration, this is your response, had to submit the declaration of the interest, which comprised all her previous roles and nothing adverse came to the administrator's attention. Furthermore, when concerns were raised, I expeditiously appointed an independent legal firm to provide me with a legal opinion on the way forward. So this is after the appointment, right? And I'll go read, I'll tell you why I'm telling you this is after appointment, because the question was, before appointment, what happened? As stated, number 5, which is the paragraph 5, as stated above, at the time of her appointment, there were no concerns brought to NSFAS attention, and therefore there was no need to approach the Public Investment Corporation or any other party. Number 6, I had a pre-engagement session with Ms. Sehwa to determine whether there was anything that could have a bearing on my consideration of her appointment. The legal opinion has confirmed that there are neither pending cases nor previous convictions as confirmed by SAPS. 7, as stated above, I had prior engagement with Ms. Sehwa to ensure that there were no pending issues that will jeopardize the interest of NSFAS. So the question here was, when you are doing, before you appointed her, so all of these responses, they are an after effect. The legal firm was appointed when issues were raised. This was an after effect. And my question, which you were attempting to respond to, was on her declaration of interest. Did she or did she not raise the issue about any other thing, including how she had resigned from the Daybreak? So this is before she's appointed. So you go to her, you speak to her with the process that you have established. You go speak to her and say, Chief, I want you to come help me here with audit and risk. I know you are a qualified chartered accountant, you are registered with SAICA. I want you to come and work, help me rebuild NSFAS. You then say, you have asked her Are there anything, or is there anything you want to tell me that will stop me from continuing with the process of appointing you? That's what you said. You asked her, and then you further goes and say she had filled in that declaration of interest form. And I'm asking now, in your conversation with her, and in her declaration, did she indicate that, look, even though there were no criminal cases or there was no disciplinary hearing against me, I had resigned, or I had resigned shortly after, according to the article, they say shortly after she paid herself 625,000. She then resigned when questions were asked. Did she declare on her declaration of interest form that particular information?
So, Chair, maybe there's a need for an understanding of what a declaration of interest is about, right? So a declaration of interest is aimed at establishing if there is a conflict of interest. That's what the declaration of interest is about, right? And to that extent, she didn't declare any conflict of interest with the role that she would be playing at NSFAS, which is that of an independent audit and risk committee member. Did she disclose to me in my conversation with her that she had resigned from Daybreak? Yes, she did. Right? Again, I state that there was no adverse findings that had been raised with me around her by any competent authority, which includes the fact that she could either have been criminally charged or anything of the sort. So to that extent, Chair, when that news article came up and made the allegations that it made, it became very important. And in my response to that news article, if you look at it carefully, I said, well, here's the thing that is being raised. Because it is being raised, I'm going to do everything possible, including having to ask it for a legal opinion to review this application so that I'm better advised. What I meant by that was that in the event my own due diligence had not picked up anything that would have disqualified her, if that report by an independent party came back and said, well, look, there's a criminal charge that has been opened against her, she stole money from Daybreak, she was pushed out from Daybreak, I would then have had to say, listen, it means this is information I didn't have in my position, therefore may you step off from this committee that we have appointed you in. None of those came out, which confirmed her own integrity in respect of what she had told me, because what she told me was then further confirmed by an independent legal opinion.
Yeah, you see, I'm a very patient person, and I'm not in a hurry to anyway. But you want to lecture us about us not understanding what is a conflict of interest. The conflict of interest came from your response to our question. And I've read your responses. I'm now going to tell you, I'm going to read you my questions, because I've never asked you about conflict. You volunteered to tell us that she had filled in a conflict of interest. It's you who wrote to us. We've never asked you about conflict of. In fact, let me read you our questions to this day. On due diligence, which was B. Number 4, I said, what due diligence was conducted on Mosehwa's turn as chairperson of Daybreak Farms prior to her appointment, including in relation to the 625,000 payout made while staff reportedly went unpaid and livestock unfed under her leadership? 5. And then to this answer, you see, you've heard the question. Let me tell you what you said. As part of the appointment process, Ms. Sikwe had to submit the declaration of interest, which comprised all her previous roles and nothing adverse came to the administrator's attention. Oh, this thing was not sought. Now, when I'm telling you that, because you are giving us an impression that the declaration of interest is a response to the question we have asked about the due diligence that we have done on her before, on her during her tenure there at Daybreak. You voluntarily tell us about the declaration of interest. Now I'm asking you about, did she declare on this form of declaration of interest? Now you want to lecture us about not understanding what a declaration of interest is. And that can be. That honestly is, it's undermining our intelligence, because it's you who wrote this particular issue to us, and it's not us who've asked you to tell us about the declaration of interest. But coming back to your answer, you are saying you then appointed after questions were raised, you then appointed a legal firm to check these things. Firstly, maybe we'll ask you to give us that legal opinion. Hopefully there's a legal firm there, so that we're able to cross-reference what they are raising with what people would have submitted to us. That is one. Two, then that, this one then shows that there was no due diligence done. So you relied on her telling you that no, there's nothing here, there's nothing. Due diligence so it means you have taken a risk, because with that newspaper article that we read, for us at least, there was a possibility that if the story, you are saying the story is not true, but if the story was true, then it means you would have taken a decision that would have put the entity at reputational risk by appointing audit and risk person who herself may have been a risk to the entity, because if you did not think, or if you felt there was no story here, you could have said, no, I'm sticking to my guns, I've done my background check on this thing, these things are not agreeing. So the point we're trying to make is, you could have, at first, when she said, I'd resigned there were no issues, and all of that, or she could have said, look, I resigned, I don't know whether that legal firm of yours corroborated or refuted the claims on the that were made by some people there in that article, that she resigned before she could be charged after many problems, or many people had complained about her paying us, including some board members who had refused to be paid, because that's what the article had said. But your legal opinion says, no, those were, she was due for those things, no problem. I think you'll give us those things. We will then take it from the Honorable Msaz, and we had a follow-up.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the administrator, now that you are summarizing, I would want him to confirm that his understanding of due diligence is a conversation that he would have had with the person before appointing them, which is what you've summarized on. But I would want him to confirm on record that that is his understanding of due diligence on a person who was appointed for such a very, very significant responsibility in the entity of NSFAS.
Administrator.
You want me to respond to that or to what you were saying, Chair? Let me combine both. So, Chair, I think if there's a view that I'm lecturing you on conflict of interest, I think that view is incorrect. One, I have said, Chair, that I have identified a professional who I have been able to verify that serves in other audit and risk committee. One of those she chairs, and it's a state entity. And so that cannot be divorced from the fact that once I confirmed that with her in my conversation with her to say, well, here's the thing, and we have an interest in ensuring that you do join us in this project of being in an audit and risk committee of NSFAS. That she has indicated that she was at Daybreak. She did resign from Daybreak, and yes, she did receive 625,000 rand in fees that were due to her. I do further indicate that that was then confirmed, that indeed she did receive that. Chair, each and every audit and risk committee member would have had to sign a declaration of interest. Not only Ms. Hua, everyone in that committee, excuse me, would have had to sign a declaration of interest, and she as well did. In the declaration of interest, obviously, she would have then listed her directorships in other entities, right? And that's what I say, Chair. You're saying that was not it's not what you had requested. Yes, but I had to state a statement of fact. A statement of fact being that she signed a declaration of interest, which will have showed her previous directorships. Honorable Mrs. Yes, I have spoken to her after having perused her CV and having confirmed that indeed she does serve in other committees in an audit and risk committee position, and those are publicly available. I did not call them; they are publicly available, and they are state-owned entities. So yes, that was my due diligence, and I think that we do need to accept that in an administration, when an entity is put in an administration, it is an emergency, right? If we were running a different space, irrespective of the fact that there is no law or requirement that there is an advertisement and this all of that, my sense is that we would probably, if we had the time, would then have been able to do all those. It's required, say, well, advertise, a short list, and all that. You had a time-bound appointment that needed to be made to be able to respond and reconstitute a critical committee of the board, now that the board, it doesn't exist. And the Audit and Risk Committee, with particular statutory requirement that was supposed to be done, which is to submit financial AFS by the 31st of May, we needed to act very fast, and in the process of that, this decision was made. All I can confirm is that there is no law that was broken. The individual that has been questioned has been found that there is absolutely no adverse as I speak to you today and at the time I wrote and responded to your letter. So we have done what we needed to have been able to do, and my own engagement with her, which I call a due diligence, were then confirmed by independent parties, including Daybreak.
Yeah. I hope you're not saying, because we've heard that you have the secretary of the board has resigned. So you're saying because you are in administration, things must be on express mode. So I hope they were going to advertise, because that's also a critical space. Because you are saying, we don't have time. That's a worrying statement. I'm just saying you might not have meant that, but somebody from outside looking in might be thinking every other, what do you call it, vacancy that happens, the administrator will then not advertise and put in people and say it's under administration. So how we choose our, well, I hope firstly that I'm right, that that's not what you meant, but maybe moving forward, how we put certain responses, we must be careful not to be understood for in other contexts. Because seated here might have heard you to say all other vacancies under administration might not need to be advertised because we're in an emergency.
No, it will be incorrect, Chair. I've actually this very Sunday have advertised a role for an HR executive. I've advertised a company secretary. I've advertised a senior manager legal.
Okay. Members, let's take 5 minutes. We're starting at 8. Your dinner is ready there. I want you to eat quick. Honorable Nguban, the administrator is here. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, from my side, first and foremost, I heard the administrator said he has submitted the stabilization plan or strategy to the minister. Well, what I would like us to request is that he submit it to us as well, so that we see that what his plan is going to address on stabilizing, what is he stabilizing, which wasn't stable or wasn't going on with the institution. So if we can get that document. Because when I was looking at the presentation, comparing with the previous presentations of the NSFAS, to me, Chair, I didn't saw anything new, to tell you the truth. That's why even in the beginning, when the administrator was introduced to us, I said it vehemently that we do not support this putting NSFAS under administration because we thought that the NSFAS was now taking off at that time. So as an intro, if we can have that report so that we can see that where are we moving from where we were with the NSFAS. Right, on my first question, Administrator, there was an article by the Daily Maverick that says you seems to be preferring the finer things in life. They're saying you bakhuluma ngezinto zoma noma champagne. The reason why they say that is because the quagmire probably they had was that you've been onboarded, but there's no terms of conditions for your service. Hence, the question is, what barometer or what instrument do you use to measure yourself? Because even on that article, they're talking about that you sleeping in 2 hotel, exotic hotel, and you book here, you don't sleep here, you move to another one. And they claim that you, in Cape Town, you hire German SUV cars. So these are the claim, and as well as the relocation cost from on the other side to Cape Town. Now the question is, with the absence of the terms of conditions, how then do you limit yourself to say, for example, us, me and Cezanne, we know that a hotel, we're sleeping in a certain minimum hotel. If it's 800 rand or 600 rand, I can't go beyond because I'm employed, so there's a limit. How do you limit yourself or measure yourself to say when there's no terms of conditions? On saying which car to hire, which flight to take, business class or economy class, which hotel do you book, the eating pattern. For example, when we went out as MPs, we were given, I think, 350 bama drinks. We have a limit. So now the question is on your side, what conditions are you using on all these things I've mentioned? Hotel, car hire, spend, accommodation, and all those stuff. If you can give me that feedback, sir.
Yeah. No, thanks so much, Honorable Ngubane, for those questions. I think let's start first with your first opening remarks. The stabilization plan is it's a requirement of the government gazette that I must submit it to the minister. The minister must decide to whom he wants to release it to. I would suggest that you request it from the minister and the minister supply it to you if it is that he should supply it to you. I have done my part. So I think that's the first part. Let me deal with the questions you're raising, and I don't want to trivialize the issues you raise, but certain media in this country have tended to want to sensationalize something that is really not necessary to sensationalize. I have been appointed as an administrator to leave my house in Limpopo to come to Cape Town. I don't select a hotel where I must stay. I stay within the limits that the people at NSFAS book me. I don't determine a car I should drive. And I do know that the people at NSFAS have consistently booked me a particular category, which is Corolla and the likes. And it is quite possible, and it has been the case in many instances, that when those cars were booked, I have been upgraded, not at the cost of NSFAS, right? No, at my own cost. I've been upgraded by the a rental car company, which means that NSFAS has not paid the difference between any car I would have driven to the car that would have been booked. So the NSFAS would have paid for the category car of a Corolla or similar for me to travel around. So that's in respect of that issue relative to the issue of a car. When it comes to the issue about accommodation, I have raised this issue with NSFAS people that, it would have been great had NSFAS, since its establishment, had bought a house or an apartment in Cape Town, for which it will have used for any and other person that comes on business of NSFAS in Cape Town. The same way that director generals have a nominal rental for houses in Cape Town, the same way that parliamentarians are accommodated in a parliamentary village. It would have been the easier thing to do, rather than a scenario where I'm subjected to this scrutiny, which is unfair on me because I have not chosen a place where I must stay. Neither have I chosen or decided on the real estate prices in Cape Town, which is ridiculous for all intents and purposes. A one-bedroom, try find a one-bedroom in Cape Town for less than 20,000 rand, or whatever the case is. You are going to struggle to get a very good, reasonable place. And I think that maybe government should have foreseen this situation and really simply have acquired a place and place us. Even if they said to me, well, go stay in parliamentary village, I'm not a parliamentarian, but something similar, or go stay where DGs stay, I would have stayed there. I don't choose that. I don't believe that if I wanted to live a life of luxury, I will do that at the expense of NSFAS. I have worked in my life. I've been a senior executive. I have lived a luxurious life, and I don't think that I can do that at the expense of NSFAS. So it is really, I do need to state that it's really unfair, and people who want clickbaits and want to use, and this is what discredit newspapers, all right? And that story, they went and pull pictures of me in suits and put it in TikTok as if it's a crime for me to wear suits. I mean, I didn't buy that with my NSFAS money. I haven't even paid a cent from NSFAS. So I think that we need to be able to be realistic. Criticize me all you like, but criticize me from a fair basis. And the criticism that I have received so far are baseless, right? I've been put at the Westin. I didn't say put me at the Westin. I've been put at the Radisson. I didn't say put me at the Westin. I've been put at the Cape Sun. I didn't. Where the organization says you are going to sleep there, because that is where a government rate we are paying, it's there. I go there. Let me give you further information. Wherever I stay, NSFAS doesn't pay for my dinner. At the very least, they pay for my breakfast. They don't pay for my dinner. So the stories about living large, cigars, as you want to mention it, I mean, and I think it comes with the territory. NSFAS is a public entity, and we must be responsible about the way we use the funds of that particular entity. And we must accept, because it's taxpayers' money, that everybody will feel that they have a right to want to know how those monies are used, and anything they see, they will think that you are living largely, as they say. Let me deal with the issue of flights. I've never booked, or I have never been booked, a business class flight by NSFAS in the 3 months that I've been here. Have I flown business class? Yes. But it was not on account of the fact that NSFAS has booked me a business class. It has been on the account that I have a loyalty card that is at the category that the airline, whether it is SAA or it is Airlink, believes that they can upgrade me, and they have done so. But it was not because NSFAS had booked a business class. And my travels are available. As you can see, they even leak to newspapers. So you can be certain that we didn't book a business class.
Okay, I think thanks a lot, Administrator, for going an extra mile to answer that. But my main question was to say, underline it again, in the absence of terms of reference, what do you use to class yourself that as a CEO, as a manager, as an administrator, I can only go up to a group of H of cars, if there's that. For a flight, I can only go fly safer for, with a limit. I can go to 3,500 flight. I can't go beyond that. So that's what I'm asking. So, because I said to you, probably the reason they asked this question is because they were thinking about, in the absence of the conditions, terms of conditions. How then you are telling me that they book for you? Those who book for you, how do they know that administration of Cape Town this time around we must give him a Group H car? Since we're Cape Town tomorrow, we must give him a flight that goes up to a certain amount. Okay, for example, administrator now with the hotel, he must sleep on, because we know probably Fuchane Balalago Cape San, he cannot leave Westin, because it's exorbitant. She doesn't fit there according to government rate. So, so those are the things, Administrator, I'm asking on my basis to say, when with the absence of terms of reference, how then do they classify your limit or non-limit in that matter?
So thanks, Honorable. Again, I do say that, and I must start here. So what doesn't get reported is that I actually have signed a contract with the DG of Department of Higher Education and Training. I have, right? So those are terms of conditions exist in the Department of Higher Education and Training. And I cannot be responsible for when those get transmitted where and all that. I do what is required of me. As a person that has been appointed, from my perspective, I have fulfilled all that is required of me. I have not arrived at NSFAS and said, listen, this is what you book me. I have been very clear to the staff in my office, NSFAS must never lose money on my account. That is a clear instruction. So I've never, and I repeat this, I've never arrived and said, please book me X car. Said, whatever it is that you do, make sure that it is within the government rate, right? Make sure that it is allowed, right? not that it must be that was my preference. The only thing I may have said is I have a particular condition in respect of sinuses that get triggered by carpet mites and all sorts of. So I don't like that. So I would say, please, wherever you book, do make sure that it is not carpeted. And even then, when they couldn't find anything but only the Cape Sun, which has carpet, I stayed there for 3 days. Despite that condition, despite the suffering that triggers my sinuses from that perspective. So if it is that I was making choices, it's a choice I wouldn't have made. I get told go there, I go there. I get told there's a car booked for you, you go, it's a class Corolla and or the same. I take that. When I arrive there and Avis says to me, no, we're giving you a BMW 3 Series because you are a president, a club member, which status I gained before I joined NSFAS. I can't say to Avis, don't give me a 3 Series, and somebody sees me driving a 3 Series and assume that I have booked a 3 Series. I didn't, right? They book Echo, and Echo says, look, we don't have this particular car, a Corolla or the like. We're giving you a VW Tiguan. I don't like the brand for that matter, but I drive it because that's what I've been given. But the only question I ask is, what did you book relative to what I've been given? I get assured who booked you a Corolla and of the same category, and then the company decided to give you a Tiguan, or they gave you a Volvo, a SC30, whatever the case is. For me, it is transport. If I want to drive a luxurious car, it will be a luxurious car that I have bought, that I pay for, and that nobody is gonna quibble with because it will be my money that I'm using. But on state resources, no. I think we must be very clear about that. That it would not have been my instruction, and that I will have made it very clear that it is not under my watch will I do that.
Yeah, maybe before, you've said you've signed the terms of service with the Department of Higher Education. What are those?
Yes, I did. I did sign in May.
What are those? What do they entail?
I do need to sign a, what do you call it? Did you live in? Yes.
And it has financial implications? No. It doesn't have.
Look, I mean, I don't have but it didn't contain any financial implication into it. So, but I have signed an SLA with the DG, which does state that irrespective of the date in which it is signed, its effective date is the 4th of May, consistent with the government gazette.
Okay, the reason I'm asking this is because you mentioned it when we're talking about the accommodation bookings there. So I thought maybe you were saying that it had those conditions about where you stay and all of that. It did not.
No, it doesn't, Chair. I think we must be very clear about that. And I do realize that the Chair does impute different meanings to things I say because it needs to lead to a particular objective. But no. I was very specific in terms of the agreement I've signed with the DG. But again, I still say that in the direct response to the question that Honorable Ngubane is raising, that I have not insisted on a departure from what NSFAS would have paid for anyone, right? So So, and I really don't want to go into a space that we don't need to go to, and maybe when it becomes necessary, we will. But yeah, my accommodation is a function of the real estate in Cape Town and the fact that NSFAS doesn't have a flat like departments will have to accommodate its staff. I wish NSFAS had that, and I had gone and I had arrived there and said, I'm not going to stay there. Then we'll be having a different conversation. But Cape Town's real estate is just very expensive. And the same applies to hotels. I get booked and I get told, listen, you are landing in Cape Town at this point, you are collecting a car at Avis or at Eco, and you are going to stay at this hotel, and that's where I go.
Yeah.
I don't make the choice.
No. I think that point was well made. I was asking about this because I must help you to communicate your message correctly. Sometimes when it's you who's communicating, you don't hear what other people might be hearing. So it's not that I have a certain objective to achieve. It's because I must make sure that the messages that get transmitted from here are understood to be in those contexts. Honorable, or you're covered? Okay. So you've also, I think in answering Honorable Guban, you've said there's not been any deviation from recognized, approved protocols on where you stay and what you drive. I think that's the point that you belabor the point on, because I think it was also important for yourselves to clarify that point. So maybe if you can, maybe to request whoever at NSFAS to request the agents to provide that information so that we're able to, if it's not true, then to rebut that particular thing. Because the narrative out there, I made a joke earlier on. I think the minister was still here when I said, or it was when we started your presentation, when I said, they're saying you're living large. I meant it as a joke, but I wanted you to address it, because the perception out there is they've painted a different picture. It might be a different picture from what is reality. Therefore, it's important for us to make sure that you are able to paint the correct picture. So if they can give us those, hotels, the what do you call this one? The cars and all of that. It will really assist. So even if the car will come and say you're driving an X3 30D, I'm making an example, 2025, but it will then have the pricing of a Corolla, if I'm using your own example. And then the explanation will be because we are upgraded, because we have a certain status with those particular people. So that, we had received an email yesterday afternoon, from a whistleblower was telling us that you are driving in luxurious German cars. So that is extremely important for us to get, so that we're able to communicate the factual things. But we can't rebut that statement when we have not seen what you are telling us about. Honorable Nguban.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair. It was on those bases that the non-existence of the terms of conditions, so as the Chair is saying, to say those that book for you, what drives them to book those classes of all logistics. And then on the other question, the presentation slides, it reports that there is a 10.49 billion of tuition is owed to universities, while 4.55 billion sits in the bank, and only 61.5% of the university allocation is paid. So if allowances are up to date, what exactly is blocking this tuition payment to the universities, these universities that are not paid?
No, thanks, Honorable Ngubane. So, I think people will give you information that is intended to create chaos. And we must stay clear from people who want to create chaos. We owe universities about 10.4 billion. That is true. We do have in our bank account about 4.5 billion. That is true. But that money is money that must be paid at the end of this month to universities for tuition, for living allowances and accommodation and all those kind of things. If I took that money today and distributed it the way I like, or try to reduce the tuition that the universities are owed, come end of the month, there will be chaos because I will not have money to pay for student accommodation, for living allowances, and whatever portion of tuition I can be able to pay. So that is exactly that. So it's not like we holding off money that we think we have to act very responsibly to preserve an academic project of 2026, and that you can hold us accountable for, and we will discharge that responsibilities quite responsibly.
So the universities aren't owed that amount that they're saying they are being owed.
I've been very upfront. We do owe the universities 10.4 billion rand. That is because we have held back those amounts, and I made references to your Walter Sulu University, your Forte, your Cape Town, your Stellenbosch. But the point in respect of the number that you just gave me now, of the money in the bank, I'm saying to you that money in the bank is money that I must distribute at the end of this month for tuition, for accommodation, for living allowances. If I use that money today, come end of the month, I will not have money to do exactly what I'm telling you. And DHET won't have the money, won't have given me the tranche to be able to pay that. So, and then there will be chaos because students who are not going to get their allowances, and we are in a very critical stage of an academic project, and as a professor should know this. And so I am not going to act irresponsibly by simply distributing money because it is sitting in a bank account. It must be distributed for the period that it is intended to be distributed, for the purposes that it is intended to be distributed, and we will do that at the end of this month.
One last question, Chair. On slide 6, Administrator, you speak about, that's why I said, to me, I really don't see the new thing coming. When you were saying that there will be a design and affordable service delivery model, and then you go on to mention how that is going to be done. Then the regionalization cuts ISP from 76 to 38, and managers from 15 to 4, with 11 additional ISPs still to be recruited. Then on what evidence is a halved footprint expected to improve the service? Because if you see here, your regionalization, it's cut everything by half, it's actually reducing it. So now how will that, the evidence to say that you are improving service, as you are saying on slide 6, when all the things are being halved and everything is getting lesser than what it's supposed to be?
So I think you're comparing decentralization and regionalization, right? So decentralization supposed that we then have to hire people that must go and sit in institutions for purposes of assisting the institutions, right? And those will be 76 for purposes for universities and TVET colleges. We simply don't have money to hire those people, number one. Number two, take regionalization. Regionalization means that we move the head office from Cape Town and base it somewhere in Gauteng, whether it is Johannesburg or it is Pretoria, preferably Pretoria, but I'm not in the SCM, so I'm not able to decide or tell you where it's gonna be. I'll let that process run. And then you have the other regions like your Free State that is gonna cater for the Eastern Cape and Northern Cape and Free State. Then Johannesburg or Gauteng will cater for Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northwest, and Johannesburg. And then you are going to have KZN that is going to be standalone and Cape Town that will remain here as a standalone. What you will then have is that you are going to have people that move from the head office or the regional office and go to the institution and come back with the full support of a regional office, as opposed to a lone individual with a computer at a university that will, in any event, be calling head office to ask for information to provide to students. That is very inefficient, right? In this instance, a person that will be leaving from a regional office, let's assume they are going to the University of Pretoria, they are going to be driving few kilometers to the University of Pretoria, they could be able to take one of their colleagues and all that and go resolve the issues on the spot, whatever the situation is, or will be able to drive to the University of Limpopo, University of Venda, and still come back to the head office or regional office, because the kilometer radius is going to be much more condensed as opposed to when they had to operate from Cape Town. So from my perspective, that is much more efficient than the decentralization model that was being punted. And the universities themselves, I have met over 20 stakeholders, and everybody you can think about that interact with NSFAS, I have met. And in every instance, they have said to me, what you're suggesting in terms of regionalization is much more better than giving us post boxes, right? Because a post box, somebody still needs to go and open there and take out the letter. Whereas in this instance, you have a person that has a full backing of a team that will resolve the issues. What you want is a scenario where the people of NSFAS are able to provide solutions to the students, to the institutions, rather than just have a person standing there and telling them, well, I still need to call head office. And I think that this is much more progressive.
No, we'll have a debate, nice debate on this point. Before Honorable Ngubane moved to this point, there was a point he was making about the bookings, what. So I've said to you that just to clarify, you'll share with us those things. But I want to understand what is the in an accommodation. What is the regulation saying the maximum is? Do you know?
Chair, I think it will be a government rate, right? And a government rate needs to be understood from the particular constraints that Cape Town is, right? So the team will book whatever it is that they book, and they will, if they have booked something that is outside the government rate, they will have to have supporting documents to indicate why they will have paid higher than they were supposed to have paid. Let me give you an example. So you have a budget vote going on, and overnight prices in Cape Town has moved from 1,500 to 7,000, even 29,000 rand a room. They need to come closer to something that will be closer to a government rate, and whatever processes that they go through, but it must be within a government rate, and where they have deviated, if they have, they must then be able to explain on this day, this is what was happening. We have checked this hotel, we've checked that hotel, we've checked that hotel, and this is what we have been able to find. Let me give you a good example, Chair. So, few days ago, the rental from where I was staying had expired, right? And I'm coming back from home, and I say, guys, where am I staying? They say, well, we have found two places that you can be able to stay. The Radisson's collection somewhere in Waterfront, and but before we could even book the Radisson, because they are in the same price range, it was taken. We have put you at the Cape Sun. Even the Cape Sun is much more higher than what normally it would have been. We have checked other hotels around. There's rooms of 29,000 and all sorts of other things. So we have gone, even though we know you have problems with sinuses, and you can hear I'm starting to struggle right now. We have put you there, even though they are outside. Even in this instance, they are outside the government rate, because there was a rugby match here in Cape Town, and all of a sudden, so the prices in Cape Town fluctuate depending on what is going on. Parliament is sitting. They think there's a lot of people coming here. The prices goes up. There's any activity going on, the prices goes up, and this is the reason why we chose that what we're going to have to do is to go on to a long-term lease. Even the issue of a long-term lease, we've been struggling to get anything below 50,000 rand, right? and so I'm staying in hotels right now because the team is struggling to get something in those ranges that we can. Because I have insisted to say, guys, please put me in a place where we'll be consummate with how other administrators have been put in. So I've been put in a place in the previous time. I've been put in the thing that they say, well, I booked in an estate, which is not true. I've been put in a space which Randall would have stayed in 2018, for instance. I'm not saying the exact place, but the range will have been the same in 2018, right? Now, I don't think people have that same concept, right? Because all that they're looking for is sensationalism.
Yeah. What is the rate? What is this government rate? What is the?
Chair, I'm on record here, I don't want to lie to you, and then tomorrow
You've got a team.
somebody says
who's
to
going
me,
who's going to respond? The team is here. You've got a team. Sivu?
Thanks, Chair. So it's about 1,500 rand per night.
That's the minimum.
That is the government rate.
But there's a maximum.
That is the maximum amount that we are given, and then obviously all other factors come in.
Okay. You know, let me tell you what makes things expensive. Is firstly booking last minute. When I travel, you know, I'm leaving tomorrow. I booked my flight because of what Honorable Ngubane said. We can't, Parliament won't book us flights if they are above a certain threshold. So it means I can't travel. All right. So I book, I've already booked my next week flight because I want to minimize cost as possible. So what will make, you know, that week of the 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, the second week, general of February, it's State of the Nation. We know, everybody knows that second week of February is State of the Nation. The following week is the debate to State of the Nation. That other week is the budget. We know it does not come as a surprise. So an excuse that during State of the Nation, prices go up. But you know you must come. You know the boss must come back. That week, the administrator must be in Cape Town because it's February. He must be here to do what? To possibly go on immediately after budget vote. The Minister of Finance hosts a breakfast, and the administrator probably must be there to engage the minister so that you don't get people in the budget breakfast saying NSFAS must go. So you know you are going to be there. Why must you wait for a Sunday for the office to book a flight? So, you know, this excuse, you know, for me, I listen, but I can smell an excuse from far, and I know possibly it's not you, but the office must be efficient. The office must say, what is our calendar for the next month? Of course, there will be emergency things where you must go here or there and all of that. But we know that from, what is the date today? From the 12th, maybe until the end of August, we know where we're supposed to be. I know that on the 28th, which will be on a Friday, we'll be in this, possibly in this venue, I can't remember the venue, having a colloquium on student accommodation. So I can't say I don't have a flight ticket for that week. If there's an emergency, I can cancel it. But I know, but you know that on the 28th you are supposed to be here. I can go on your records. NSFAS will book a flight on the 27th, when on the 28th we are expected to be here. That's reckless. And we can't excuse such, because then we're going to have an excuse for everything. There was a newspaper article that ran a story about the minister and two deputy ministers that in less than a year, they've used over 5 million. Over 5 million. And we asked, there was a breakdown on some of the issues. A flight from here to Bloemfontein, 16,000. Or was it 7,000? And a car for 2 days, 16,000. Why? Because they are booked late. And if you are booked late, you are desperate. So if it's me running that company, I'm going to milk you because you book last minute. So NSFAS, I can prove my point, by the way. I can ask NSFAS, give me for the past 2 months the travel arrangement of the administrator. You will see administrator almost, I don't have facts now, but I can almost guarantee you that almost 80% of your travel would have been booked last minute. And it's not like you don't know what you are going to do next week. It's not like you don't know what you are going to do the following week. But because there's this thing of last minute, I don't know, maybe you guys have got relationships with this, what do you call this thing, travel agents. Some people don't have ethics. Maybe Rono will give you the maximum you can get because you've got relationships with them, unholy relations. I'm not casting aspersion on yourself, but I'm saying, Adam, some of them, for a flight that costs 1.5, they'll charge us 7,000. And then NSFAS pays 9,000 because somebody must get the 2,000. Because restoring excuse will be, no, it's last minute. No, there is sauna. No, there was a budget vote. It can be. So that's something that we must not accept and we must improve. And I don't want to prove it because I can write to you tomorrow and say, in the past 60 days, give us all your travel and you must tell us when did you apply, when did you book, because you would have booked through an email or an approval would have been received through an email. We can get that information. But I don't want to do it because I know, and I know that you know that I know it's true. But I don't want to get to that. So we should be saving government resources. I was asking deliberately administrator about the government rate. You see, but it's 1.5. That story that we read about, they said that at the West Inn, you're paying almost 5,000 for 3 days, 25, 26, 27, 28, for 4 days. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I can just check that story. But so we're paying almost 15,000 for 3 days or so, which would have meant 5,000. So if the government rate is 1,500 and we're paying almost 5,000. I can even have a reverse question to say, where have we ever stuck or paid according to the government rate? Anywhere, let's leave Cape Town. Let's say Sandton, let's say Bloemfontein. Where have we ever paid according to the rate? I can tell you it's almost zero because of what I'm telling you about booking late. When you book late, you are likely going to pay more because these hospitality people, they increase price. An accommodation that I booked for a friend of mine who's getting married in September, I booked in July. I paid very less, or close to nothing. Those who are booking now, you know, I'm even thinking of selling them my place because it's it's a serious profit, even for myself. So that is reality. When we tell you this thing, it's not that we're being sensational. It's reality, and government can save a lot of money. Just on this travel, I saw you wanted to respond. I'll give you. I saw you wanted to respond. Yes.
Yes, Chair. Look, I mean, I would have been a bit cautious with the word reckless, but then again, Chair, you hold the authority there to use the word, but I would have been cautious with using the word reckless because I don't think that applies in this instance. Chair, when you have a predictable program, I think your proposition is possible. When you do not have a predictable a program, that proposition get to be seriously challenged. So I'm going to give you an example. Because if we do that, we are going to come back to the same position that you are going to find that I've been booked a accommodation here, and then that accommodation stays empty, and then I've been booked another accommodation in Johannesburg or in Bloemfontein, right? Because the minister will say, well, I need you in this particular space, or the Paper Club, or the 12 Apostles, yeah, whichever is the more expensive, right? So, and I think that we must just be realistic in terms of relative to the work that one needs to do. Can you really predict with certainty that you are going to be here, other than when you have a long-term lease circumstances that you can predict? Because even if you left or came back, it makes no difference. I have to wake up at 6 o'clock tomorrow and be on a flight to go to Johannesburg, precisely because from about 7 o'clock the flights are very expensive. For an engagement that is in the evening, I've had to make an arrangement to have meetings in Johannesburg, and then I have to leave at 6 o'clock. I have indicated to you that I have had to go to meet stakeholders, 20 of them that I have met. That essentially meant that I needed to leave off the boot of the car, right? Because I need to check out from this hotel, leave my stuff in the boot of a car, and get into a flight so that we can book another accommodation somewhere else and come back, book another hotel at the time when I have to come back here, because I then need to be engaging with. So in an utopia, in a normal circumstances, Chairperson, your argument is completely very valid. But I do think that we must take into account the circumstances within which one operates, right? And I do still need, I don't make the booking, I do still need to make that point. However, I do need to make the point that even in the instance where we have paid 4,000 rand, that is what we got told it is a government rate. If we didn't give you that 4,000 rand, it would have been 15,000 rand per night here in Cape Town. And that's what the team tell me. And it, again, it is not out of the choice that I make. If they get told, because we were full, and Sivu here does those booking, and what call, and just one point I want to make, Chair, before I get off this point. The public protector has written to me and said, listen, we hear there are external people from NSFAS that get booked to go all over the show who want to know, right? And I sit back and look at that and say, okay. And I ask the team, but these people never worked for NSFAS. Why were you booking for them, right? And there will be this reason or the other reason, or we'll provide that information, and hopefully it is an information that sits very comfortably at some point to be shared. So I do need to emphasize that a proposition that Ahlengani Matebula would have lived large in Cape Town is completely very false. However much anybody thinks they can sell their newspaper using my name, right? That's one point. Number two, anybody that will say they have seen me driving a German vehicle, well, I do, at my personal level, I do. So if you see me driving a BMW, doesn't mean that it is an NSFAS a paid for car. It would have been a car that I personally own. And I can't apologize for that because I paid for that car, right? So, and we shouldn't debase our conversation to the level where all that we're looking for is likes on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, or on TikTok. We run a serious institution, and we must afford this institution the seriousness of attention it deserves, right? And Chairperson, I must state here that this thing that I think the committee such as this needs to be able to come out strongly. You say you are going to ask for information from us. It's legally privileged that you will ask for it and we'll give it to you because you are executing your job. But we cannot allow a scenario where people will literally be releasing, not even leaking, they are releasing information, right? And think that is okay. It is not okay. You cannot leak information. Talk to public representative to ask for the information so that that information is properly processed and safeguarded in the manner that it gets to be safeguarded. My personal security gets to be compromised because people are leaking that he's on this flight, he's staying in this place, he's staying there. The criminals that we're chasing at NSFAS get to know where I stay, get to know which vehicle I'm driving. I don't think this committee can encourage that kind of behavior. And I think this because we do this as a public service, not because we want to make money out of it. And therefore, it is important that Chairperson in your committee that you must protect us. You want information, we'll give it to you. But not information that people go around leaking and thinking that it is correct and that's the way to do. Even if they real whistleblowers, Chairperson, are specifically detailed in that act. That this is what qualifies as a whistleblower. But simply tarnishing people's names is not whistleblower. At least at my age, I really don't mind about these things. I mean, if I was younger, like some people, I still have to submit my CV. I don't have to submit my CV. So these don't bother me. I expect that the beneficiaries of the rot at NSFAS are going to fight back hard, and we're going to chase them. We will deal with them. We will chase, we will find the information, we will try and restore NSFAS to the level that our people can be able to trust it again. We cannot allow what is going on. And we do have information, Chairperson, and that information, we will follow it through.
No, thank you very much. I think there are a number of things that you have raised, and I think I have a responsibility to respond to some of them. This committee is actually protecting you by bringing you here to set the record straight. The perception out there that would have been written either, as you said, on social media or mainstream media is that NSFAS is on its knees and it's been looted. So we're bringing you here And members must ask you all these questions for you to clarify. So I don't want us to leave here with an understanding or misunderstanding that when these members asks you a question, it's because they formulated a view. It's not. It's their responsibility to ask those particular questions. And I agree. I mean, you must. There was some Popeye who in December circulated fake news, wrote on some newspaper that I got an 82 million security tender. I took them to court. The court said in a high court on an agency basis on the 12th of January, and I won because they were defaming me. And even the judge agreed that that is defamation. Their argument by spreading those lies was that they were whistleblowers. The judge there went in very hard because we were able to prove that this is a lie, this is what they've claimed, this is a lie. So if people are defaming you, you are empowered by the Constitution of this Republic to defend yourself and take them to court. For firstly, obviously, I've been to court a lot. There's something there called on an agency, they call it the 612. 612 is when you must prove that your matter is urgent. And if you don't get the reprieve at that time, your reputation continues to suffer harm. That is one of the most difficult things to prove that it's urgent. So the urgency of it is extremely. So you don't have to wait for 5 weeks before you sue people who you believe that they are defaming you. So if you believe somebody is defaming you, you have a responsibility to protect yourself there. Us bringing you here and saying, come clarify this point, come clarify this point, come clarify this point. That is us protecting you. We are giving you the privilege you have not given to somebody else to state their case, so that the narrative that is out there, if it's false, you are able to rebut it with facts. And that is why I said I'm also going to write to you on a number of things that we've noted, so that we are able to, when we're asked, were you able to verify that I don't know, but the administrator was not driving luxurious German cars? We are able to say, yes, we have asked for this information, this is what they were able to provide. So we are able to assist you. And that is why we will, when we write to you, the only focus, the only thing that we expect when we request this thing is that we're able to, members are able to say, no, it's not true what this publication is saying, because here are the facts on the table. And maybe the documents that they may have received may have been fraudulent, or they may have been tempered upon. I don't know the right word. So I thought I must just protect, because I may have had some insinuations that were not protecting, or we are participants in the defamation that you believe your reputation is suffering. So I thought I must just clarify that. If that was not the intended message, then we're good. Honorable, you have a follow-up on this one? I'll go.
Oh, no, I was taking my minutes, but says that I had follow-up.
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted to actually correct your statement when you said you may decide to write to the administrator or administration to provide information regarding the allegations that he is spending luxuriously, which I would need to correct that statement to say we as the committee will decide if we require that information, because some of us are going to request that we request that information from the administration for the past 3 months, so that we satisfy ourselves that the allegations are indeed incorrect because the administrator has asserted that it is not him who requests particular amounts or bookings to be done, but it is either his office through the manager in his office or a particular unit that does it. But in any case, we would want to satisfy ourselves as the committee that that is indeed just allegations.
Yeah, I don't want to respond to you, but I don't think you heard me. I was saying when we write, we're likely not to get a situation where they've not complied with the government rate at all. If I write to them tomorrow and ask them, give me any day, this is what I'm saying. If I write to you and say, give me any day where you paid according to the government rate, you are likely not to get that point. Earlier on, I did indicate we will write to them to give us certain information that we have indicated. I was making an example about something else which I think you did not hear. Honorable Lonzi?
No, thank you, Chair. Maybe we must start by saying that now we've got invoices from NSFAS and we're going to post them. In fact, we've already posted them. And we're going to keep posting them because NSFAS is a public institution. And if there is information that does not harm an individual, that does not prejudice, I agree with the Prof on privacy, of course, where he stays and all of that. But I thought I must make that clear so that if there are members who could have been shaken by the speech that he was giving, at least he must know that I'm not one of them. So we'll just start with this issue of advisors. I want to be very brief on it so that I can move to student accommodation chair, because I think my interaction with the minister has sort of given me a rough understanding of the shadiness that has happened there. But I just want to clarify it with the administrator. Administrator, when you were writing to the minister to seek approval for the appointment of advisors, in your letter to him, did you have detail that wants approval for the remuneration of the 4 advisors?
No, I didn't put salaries on the letter. I've put the expertise that are required, and I determined the salaries.
So in as far as what you have communicated with the minister, there wouldn't be any approval of remuneration because you didn't include any of that.
No, I didn't ask him to approve salaries. I've asked for him to approve the particular skills that was required in terms of Section 17B and the Government Gazette, which is the necessary expertise and
No,
and
thank
that's
you.
all I did.
And then, according to your knowledge, have any of the advisors been remunerated?
Yes, they have been paid.
Which of them have been paid?
All of them.
How were they paid?
Well, they received an advice as they started. They received 2 advice. First advice is to say, you can either choose to go through the payroll or for...
With respect, Administrator, I don't want you to give that because I've got 15 minutes only.
Yeah, sure.
So if you could just answer me, how were they paid?
No. So they were paid in their bank accounts. So the 2 went through the HR payroll system, the other 2 through their companies.
So if these individuals are appointed as employees, I imagine, 17B, which legal basis would you have to pay their companies as opposed to paying them as a normal payroll?
Yeah, so they are not employees. They are not employees. So they are appointed as advisors, so to say, and that is the advice that they were given on how they can choose how to be paid. So they elected.
Where did they get the advice from?
Well, from the company secretary, 1, and 2nd they asked from HR what would be the best way to be paid, and that's how.
So at
they were
NSFAS,
advised.
you can pay a company without having undergone any SEM process.
Honorable Member, my information is that this is not the first time it has happened. Board members have been paid through their companies, and previous advisors, I'm told they have been paid through their
Now,
companies.
that's not my question, Prof. I'm not asking you what happened in the past. I'm asking you now because you're an administrator that is supposed to come and fix the mess at NSFAS that you speak so boldly of. So you can't then, in the same breath, then speak of tendencies which you yourself are actually supposed to come to NSFAS and fix. So the question I'm asking, can you pay a company at NSFAS without having undergone a competitive SCM process in line with your PFMA, in line with Section 217 of the Constitution?
It appears like you could, right? And as I say, these people have been given an advice, and they followed through that particular advice. In the instance where this has been wrong, we'll then have to fix that. I actually called in the senior manager responsible for SCM to say, but what happened in this instance? And he did flag to me that the mistake that has happened there is that these companies were not submitted to be done spot checks, because that is necessary to be done. Alternatively, what should have happened is that we should, in the contracting, we should have then contracted the company so that we pay through that particular company.
So you agree that the two companies were not contracted, but they were paid?
The companies have not been contracted. We contracted the individuals.
Yes, but you paid the company. Remember, a company is a juristic person. As someone in the banking space, I think you understand that very well.
I agree with you. The point I'm making is that the people have been given an advice, and they follow through that advice.
Okay. Now, understanding 17C of the NSFAS Act, and
No, maybe before you move away from from this point, so Administrator, you are brought in to fix problems at NSFAS. And because you are brought in to fix problems, it would have meant that not everything that was done there would have been correct. So you've been given a government gazette, so I'm appointing you to go and fix. And with your experience, I'm sure you would have known that, firstly, when you appoint an advisor, firstly, you and them would have agreed. In fact, I know that because you did a TV interview about how much it will cost the administration. You said it's 9.8 or 9.9 million, I can't remember, but you did say so. So you had a figure, you had agreed with them. So when you were agreeing with them, this figure, you did not agree how they are going to be paid, or how are they contracted as individual, as advisors, or they are contracted as companies. And I'm hoping they were contracted as individuals, because then it will be easier to explain. But if they were contracted as companies, then it means tomorrow, as an administrator, you can appoint. You can go to Pretoria and sign a lease without a process and say, no, I arrived here and I realized I liked this building and I'm the administrator, I'm signing this deal without a competitive process. So you may give a company, so that's the part I'm hoping, you'll not say it's relevant. So I'm hoping you will say that you contracted them as individuals to give advisory services. But obviously it will depend on what you will say. So what was the conversation? How did you agree with this advisors? Or you said they must go to HR and senior manager advise them different. So you did not have a conversation with them on how they're going to be retained.
So, Chair, I think there start to be a context around, these things. And yes, being an administrator, what you do is you contract with people, all right? And you have to have a trust on the system that is there, right? I don't run payroll. There's HR people that must advise people. I have brought the people in. I sign with them. The contracts must go back into HR. They then get to be advised. You can elect this route or that route. Honestly, the issue then get raised after after the people have been paid. We then have to look at that process and say, well, what happened here, all right? But to expect that I will then have run the payroll system or the HR process and not have trusted the HR executive to advise them correctly, I wouldn't have immediately assumed that they are going to be advised incorrectly if they have been advised incorrectly, right? So that's the first thing. And I do accept that your point is to hold me because I'm the administrator for every little detail, inclusive of the booking, so you have to hold me there. I'm fine with that because I take ultimate accountability. But I'm saying I have appointed these people on the basis that they have the requisite experience, they comply with Section 17B in terms of the necessary experience, and I've had them to be concurred to by the minister. The letters were processed through the company secretary's office. Mine is to sign with them this agreement. Then they get advised, you can be paid in one or two ways, and they choose whichever way they choose. And no one had then flagged that before any processing and come back to me and say, Mr. Administrator, by the way, there's a problem here, right? Because then we will not have paid. Then we will have said, no, hold on a second. The best way is that you have been contracted as an individual, therefore you need to be paid as an individual. That advice did not come back. If that advice exists, Chair, I'll want somebody to show that to me. Because that is the question that I asked, right? To say, SCM manager, what happened here? Finance people, what happened here? Because that did not come back to me, right? It is something that get processed there. When it comes to me to say, well, here's an invoice for these people, I then have to assume that the people have processed this thing correctly because the invoice came from finance, right? And then I signed it, right? Finance people didn't come back to me and say, look, we have a problem with this invoice. They said, this invoice needs to be signed by the administrator. I signed it.
Sorry, one of the two advisors you got was a legal advisor, correct? So you have 4 advisors.
Yeah.
One of them is a legal advisor.
No.
So the first one is advising in what? The first two to be appointed, it was advising on what?
It was governance.
Press the mic.
It was governance, and then it was in communication and stakeholder engagement.
So you don't have a legal advisor?
No, I don't. I still want one.
You don't have an advisor on legal?
Sorry?
Okay.
No, I don't. I use the internal legal people.
Okay. And then the second part is when you were signing, you were not, I mean, given your experience, and I want to tap into experience, that you are signing 2 companies, and you probably should have asked, where are the rest? And they would have said, no, the other 2 are being paid as on the payroll. So you would have asked that particular question. Did it not at least occur to you at the time that something is wrong? And before you signed, you could have then asked or no, but this thing doesn't sound good. That did not occur.
Chair, maybe it is correct to then suggest that each and every act by all the employees of NSFAS must be doubted, right? Which I don't think it is necessarily correct. You need to establish the level of dishonesty before you can doubt professionals in terms of the work that they do. Because otherwise then you should just arrive there, remove everybody and do things yourself, right? I'm saying I sign an agreement with people. They go back into the system, which is HR. And HR advises them. You could be paid using the payroll, and you could be paid using your own company, right? Whatever the explanation that was. Then the 2 first ones elected, because they don't have companies, elected to go through payroll, right? The other 2, because they themselves have been people that were in business out before they join us, they were running their own companies, elect that they are going to be paid using their companies, and all the necessary statutory requirements are going to be met. That's the advice that they get given. 2, when these payments needs to be made, amongst the documents that get brought to me is this invoices. I ask, where do these invoices come from? I say, no, it comes from finance. You need to authorize them, right? It is for this person, and in that, their names are there, and their staff number is reflected there. So for me, because already there is an advice from HR that has been given to these people, and now it's coming from finance. Finance is not saying to me, hold on a second, by the way, we can't do this, right? It's saying all that is requires that the administrator must sign, right? I then sign it, right?
So does
that
mean,
and then the payment get processed.
Does that mean if finance can give you a document to sign to pay for your own salary, you'll sign because it comes from finance? That's what the logic is about you signing a document because it comes from somebody else. You can't say the reason I signed is because it comes from finance.
No, Chair. I think I'm saying to you, right? The people have been given advice that they can be paid in one of 2 ways. They've elected this way, consistent with that advice, right? Finance brings this,
yes,
right? Not as a flag.
Yes.
They are not flagging that there's an issue.
Yes.
And knowing finance in NSFAS, if there was an issue, they would have said, listen, there's an issue here. Please attend to it. And I would have attended to it.
Yes.
So that did not happen, right? It is part and parcel of the things that I need to be able to approve. And at the back of the fact that there have been this advice, I've acted accordingly, right? This thing then gets to be reported in the newspapers. Now it has been released to the newspapers. I then ask the question, okay, so what happened here, right? I called the senior manager SCM. Look, what happened here, right? Because he doesn't process, by the way. So I asked him because there was an issue around SCM. So I was talking to him from perspective of SCM. What did we do wrong, right? Now I'm asking for his counsel. What did we do wrong here? And he says to me, Administrator, what needed to have happened is that in the contracting, maybe you should have inserted, even though you're contracting with the individual, then in the contract it should have reflected that this person is gonna be paid via the company. So that has not been done. And the reason why we will need to have been able to do is to check the companies, right? Is it complied with tax? Is it's not blacklisted and all those kind of things. Very valid stuff, right?
Yeah. So-
and I agree with him. I then say to him,
I don't want
"Look,
us to
what
leave here
then-
at one."
What then do we do?
Yeah, I don't want us to leave here at one, Administrator. I don't mind.
Yeah.
But you have a 6 o'clock flight. And when it leaves you, you are going to blame us that we have costed. But the problem is you are taking. So, Honorable Lonzi's question was, do you think it was right to pay them through their companies? Now you are saying you got advice from SCM manager to say it was not right because you did not include the clause that says we could have said we could pay to this company. So in essence, it has taken us 18 or 19 minutes to get you to answer his question, which was, no, it was not right to pay to the company on the basis that we had not done this probate or whatever that you're talking about on the companies. There's a word that you used there. On the company. That is what you've just said to us. You say the SCM advised you that if you were to pay to the company, there is a process you are supposed to do which you did not do. I'm wrong. I'm not hearing you.
No, Chair. I think you're conflating issues. So I've answered Honorable Lonzi on the question he has asked, right? And then I further volunteered information to you, which further indicates, and this information is post facto, right? That I'm saying to you, to show that I then had to do what I needed to do, which is to then say, hey, okay, there is this thing that is being raised. Yes, there was this advice that was given. People acted in the manner that they've acted, and they've been assured that it was right. But now, because SCM is being raised, I'm asking from you as the senior manager at SCM, what went wrong here? So separate the two, Chair. I don't think, because the way you're putting it as if I was trying to avoid Honorable Lonzi's question, and now I'm coming back to it. No, I'm volunteering information for you, so for purposes of completeness.
Now, the question is now, this is, he's asking you today, do you think it was right to pay them through companies? That's what his question is. He's not saying, you could have said at the time, we felt it was correct, but there's more information that subsequently came, which is the information I got from supply chain manager who said there's a process that we could have followed. But this thing, then you put context. They were advised that they can do it either this way or that way. But if they had chosen the B part, which is what the question was, then there was a process that we should have taken that we did not take, which is to check the legitimacy of these businesses, whatever the case. I don't know what you said. But the point is, his question was, Administrator, do you believe it was right, or it is right to pay these advisors as companies? And you said, yes, because it has been done. And then now you are saying, you then got advice from supply chain after you went and asked them, what is it that happened? So I'm not conflating issues. This is the information that is here before us, that you are now admitting, and there's nothing wrong in admitting that because of this process that we've just explained of verifying whatever the word you used, these companies, and which was not done, then it was not correct for us to pay them through the companies. They may have submitted invoices, but in order for us to pay an invoice, there's a process that was supposed to follow, and the process has not been followed. It's like somebody saying, you know, you have accepted a quotation for 10,000 laptops. Maybe I'm making a wrong example about laptops because I saw you posting. Somebody has submitted invoices, a quotation for 10 cars. And you don't know, there's a process that must be followed before the quotation is paid, right? Which will be to check if there was delivery, there was X, Y, and Z. If that process was not done, paying that whatever invoice would not be the correct thing to do. And that's what we've just been explaining. And I thought you were explaining it correct. But now, because I'm merging it with the first question of Honorable Lonzo, you want to refuse it. But his question was simple. Was it right to pay these people through a company? And the answer now, I'm sure you'll say it's no, it was not right. Because even though there was a process that allowed them to submit through a company, we had not verified these companies, and therefore, when we paid them, it was not right to pay them. And there's no harm in saying so. But in saying, no, there was nothing wrong, and then saying, now after I'd asked, maybe there was no step jumped, it doesn't help us. It looks like we're defending unnecessary. I don't think it's necessary to defend here. It's simply to say, no, it was not right to pay them there, and here is context. Honorable Msaza.
No, Chair, I'm reminded of the time you got almost deformed when we were dealing with UL. I think I'm dying, Chair. I don't think I'll even ask questions. But, Chair, here we have finance through the CFO. We have a supply chain, head of supply chain or senior manager here that the administrator is referring to. I'm certain that we have HR somewhere here. I know Honorable Lonzi is not short of questions or tactics of asking his questions, but on this one in particular, because the administrator is saying there was advice from HR. If HR is here, HR must assist us. Head of supply chain must assist us. Finance through the CFO and whom I think there was a senior manager of finance. They must assist us so that we are able to determine who did wrong before the administrator was giving invoices. But the administrator also said that these are not employees, so the administrator must tell us if they are consultants, therefore whom then they can invoice, or they are employees, because you can't be both. You either a consultant, then you are paid through a company that is going to be verified through all the right channels that the administrator is unpacking, through SCM processes as well, or you are an employee, but you can't be both. So the administrators must also clarify what service are they rendering. Are they rendering it as consultants, or are they appointed as advisors, as individuals, therefore must be paid through payroll? Thanks, Chair.
So what are you suggesting now? Honorable Lonzi has questions.
Oh, no, I was saying, I didn't know they're here, SCM and HR. If they are here, Chair, I think they can respond to Msezana's question.
What is the question? No, Msazana did not have a question. Msazana was saying you had a question.
Okay, maybe let me continue like this, Chair.
Yeah.
Do we have head of SCM here? All right. SCM, did you get an instruction from anyone at NSFAS to make the payments in this manner to the advisors?
No, I remember I did not.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not requested to provide an advice, but after learning the article, I went to the administrator to advise that the onboarding of companies should be done through SCM.
Okay, let me stop you there. So you are saying the correct process at NSFAS is that if you are going to pay a company, you ought to go through the SCM processes.
That's correct.
You can't have an advisor who's a staff member invoicing us with their company.
That's correct.
So that process was wrong, it was illegal.
Yes, hence I went to the administrator to provide an advice.
All right. No, thank you. Do we have HR here?
Yes, Honorable Member.
HR, can a staff member be paid through a company at NSFAS?
My response is going to be very brief for the simple reason that my role does not deal with appointments and or terminations. So what I heard from the administrator earlier when he was responding to questions, he said
What is
that
your position at NSFAS, Tata?
employee relations.
Yeah, so as with your experience in employee relations, can a staff member be paid through a company at NSFAS? Leave this specific point. Let's say there's someone who is working at NSFAS as a PA of, I don't know, of IT.
Yeah.
Can that person at the end of the month say, instead of paying me through the typical payroll, I'm going to submit Matebula Pty Ltd, and you're going to pay me 250,000 rand in that company?
To the best of my knowledge, only employees as defined in the LRA section 213 thereof can be paid through payroll. That is as far as I know.
That's not my question. My question is, can a staff member be paid through a company at NSFAS?
No.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, administrator, and this is my last question on this point. I think this one will need public protector or AG or something to look at it. Did you give an instruction? Perhaps let me start this way. In your contracts with the advisors, did you have the amounts of how much they are going to be paid for their services?
Yes.
You had it?
Yes.
You just didn't submit it to the minister? Remember earlier on I asked you, when you were submitting a letter to the minister on the appointment of advisors, did you inform him of how much these people are going to be remunerated? Because remember, that remuneration, according to the NSFAS Act, must be approved by the finance minister. But you and Minister of Higher Education, you've got your own determination. You say he must approve. So I asked you, did you submit? And then you said no. When you were writing to him, you didn't speak about remuneration. You only spoke about appointments. So now I'm asking, you had amounts when you were signing a contract with your advisors, but you didn't inform the minister of those amounts.
Yes. I was very clear, Honorable Lonsi, that with specific reference to what I requested from the minister was to appoint advisors with specific reference to what is required in the government.
Then there were no amounts.
Yeah, there were no amounts.
The only amounts were between you and the advisors. How much did you agree to pay each of the advisors?
No, can I be complete, Honorable Lonsi?
Chair, are you able to pause my time so that the administrator can be complete?
Yeah, sure. So I'm saying there's two processes here. The first process is the process of requesting to appoint advisors, right? And I must stress, these are not employees of NSFAS, right? So we should differentiate those. And then, after I've gotten the approval to appoint the advisors, I then have to draft an appointment letter. It is in the appointment letter where there is amounts that I'm going to pay this specific individual based on whatever experience they've had or what it is that they may have been earning wherever they would have been if they were employed, or whatever conversation we'll then have had.
Now, you...
Maybe before,
okay.
Just, I know sometimes you'll forget your point, just write it down. Honorable Low and then Honorable Zondo. No, press the button.
Yes, I'm going to press. Chair, I've got a follow-up question, what the administrator have said. so that I'm able to fine tune, because I'm quite confused. Because if the administrator is saying they were not under section 17B, as the minister have said earlier, they should be therefore appointed as commercial service providers. Now my question comes, was competitive bidding conducted for this contract as required by NSFAS own SCM policy for amounts over 1 million? If not, why? Was there a process applied of SCM? Because if they are not employees and they are providers, there should be fairness. Where you advertise, you give effect, because they are not employees. So I wanted to check there, was the PFMA followed? If not, I'll come through my questions. I'm the last. Thanks.
Okay.
No, Chair, 17B doesn't say they are employees. It talks about the people that will assist the administrator. And that's that. But these are not employees, right? They are advisors whose term will be linked to the administrator. In this instance, they are not even linked to my term as the administrator. They have a 12-month contract, any of them, which may be renewed depending on the performance that they give. So no, they are not employees.
Angarabache, advertisement SCM policies of NSFAS is very clear. When you appoint a service provider, you bid properly, you are transparent, you advertise. So when you appoint people, what did you do? Did you just get them from NSFAS? They were sitting there behind the offices.
Chair, again, 17B, let's confine ourselves there. 17B does not impose a responsibility on me to advertise. The only responsibility it imposes is that I must get people with requisite experience or expertise.
Chair, I'm not saying that. Can I interject? Can I interject? I am saying, if they are not employees, they don't fall under 17B as per the Act of NSFAS. They go straight to be service providers, where as per the SCM of NSFAS, you must advertise competitively, so to be fair and transparent, because you are paying them via a company that is a tax number, they must be fair where they are going to provide. And the Act says you must appoint individuals who are going to assist you, which means in simple terms, you must appoint subordinates as employees, not as service providers.
Chair, I would leave your interpretation of that act to yourself, really, because I can't take the matter any further than what I've done. I can't interpret it in the manner you want me to interpret it. It is very clear from where I'm sitting. You differ, and I would like to allow you to differ.
Well, let's do this. Let's read section 17B. I think it's going to help us. You don't have it there. Okay, let me read it for you. It says assistance to the administrator. That's the heading. Then, then it says an administrator appointed in terms of section 17A may, with the approval of the minister, appoint any other person with suitable knowledge and experience to assist him or her in the performance of his or her function. So your understanding here is that any other person may mean or it means a person or a company. That's your interpretation, because members' interpretation, they are taking the any other person literal. That's what you are saying. Is that what you are saying to us? So does this mean when it says appoint any other person, in your view, it is subject to interpretation? This any other person may mean a company. That's what you are saying.
No, that's not what I said. All I'm saying is that doesn't mean an employee, right? So we may read it whichever we want to read it, but doesn't mean an employee.
What does
These
it mean?
people are not employees.
No problem.
Right? I define them as advisors with requisite experience or expertise for a limited period to assist me as the administrator. That's what it says. Any other input we want to attach to that, I think everybody is entitled
No, I
to.
think that point came from a point that if you appoint this any other person as a company, then we have a problem. Because now, it means somebody can accuse you tomorrow of cutting corners on appointing consultant companies at NSFAS. And then you pay them without what supply chain told you that is not correct, without doing X, Y, and Z. Because the reason why I wanted us to clarify this, any other person, like I said almost an hour ago, I don't think it's necessary to even defend this thing, in my view. Because if I was you, personally, I would have accepted that paying them through a company is not right. Because that's what supply chain advised you after the effect. It's something that you now know. And it is not right because the 17B that gives you the right to appoint them does not say, or any other company, any other person or company. It's very clear that it must be a person with the relevant skills and expertise. It's very clear. But what we want to do, want to be technical and say, no, it might be, if I was you about an hour ago, I would have agreed. Because that's the honorable thing to do, to agree that it was wrong to pay them through a company. Because you know that because supply chain came to you and told you, no, Chief, it was wrong to pay through a company. We made a mistake. Because if we're paying through a company, the supply chain processes that we should have followed. And that's what he has just said here. He said he told you, so you know. But 17B is very clear. So whether you want to admit it or not, and I want to appeal to your conscience, there's nothing wrong in accepting in retrospect or with the advantage of hindsight to accept that, yes, Mole, there was an oversight on my side or an oversight on the system. We made a mistake and, we look at fixing it. But the problem is, if we refuse to accept even something that is so blatant, then how are we going to have confidence moving forward that any other thing that we are going to ask, even if we don't have information on it, that, there will be, some truthfulness from yourself to clarify that, Mona, into a simple administrator. I don't think, I think you are the only person who can see how clear this thing is, that it was wrong. You know it was wrong because you are advised. And even before supply chain told us that they advised you, you confirmed that after it was reported, you then went and looked at it. And then you were told that there's a process that must be followed to verify some company or whatever before you pay. So it was not right. So I'm sure you are the only one who can see what the clear picture that all of us can see. And the clear picture is that it was wrong to pay. And we must agree that it was wrong to pay. Then we move on to other questions, because I have questions on my own on the matter. But you are not helping us if you are going to come and say, no, I deny everything. You are not going to help us. Because that's at least from where I'm seated, that's what I'm seeing you to be saying. To be saying, no, I'm denying everything. I'm on I don't want to incriminate myself mode. And it's not going to help us. Because, like I said at the beginning, we're not here to catch anybody out. But we're worried about this institution because of some of the actions that are taken at that institution that affect socially our students on the ground. So we want to fix. But if you want to sit here and say, no, I refuse. You keep your The interpretation is very clear. It's very clear that it must be a person. Your own advice from staff tells you it must be a person and not a company. If you want to bring in a company, there's a supply chain onboarding processes that you must follow. That has not been followed. So it can't be that difficult for us to conclude this matter. It has taken us over an hour, unnecessary.
No, Chair. So I think you want me to concede on something that I don't think I should concede on. And to that effect I won't. So here is the thing. There are two different things that we need to deal with. I did not appoint a company. So section 17B has been complied with. I did not appoint a company. So we need to park that because I'm not going to agree on that. To suggest that I've interpreted any other person to mean a company, it would be incorrect. And for me to accept that for the sake of accepting it, I think it would be wrong, right? So that's the first part. So if we can park that, then we can deal with the second aspect. The second aspect is the people got advice that they can be paid in one of two ways. One, payroll. Two, they can use their company. That post facto, I asked, so what happened here? And I got informed. If we were gonna pay using a company, then we needed to have inserted it into the contract, and it needed to have been clear, which has not been done. And I asked the SCM manager, and sitting here I can confirm that. I asked the SCM manager, what then needs to be done, right? Because we then need to fix whatever else is a problem. If you say, I'm accepting that that was wrong, yeah, I don't have a debate about that. What I have a debate about is to want to say that I've used 17B to appoint a company, which is not true. I appointed an individual who then elected to use a particular form of payment which turned out to be wrong, and nobody advised prior to payment. Post-payment, on my inquiry, I have been told this is what we should have done, and then I said, SCM, please do what needs to be done. Even today I asked, have we done that? And he indicated I've been traveling, we are going to do what needs to be done. So from that perspective, I don't know what it is that I'm defending. I'm not defending anything. All I refuse is to conflate the two things and make it one. It's not one.
So you agree that it was wrong to pay the companies when they were paid into the company's account instead of individual, because there was a step that was not done.
To the extent that the advice is exactly that, yes, Chair. But I'm saying
But
do not conflate
that was the
two.
question from the beginning. And
No,
I
but
told
I
you.
now contested that.
No, you have. When I said to you, because you
also
said,
am
no,
listening.
he asked you a question, you said no. You guys were not wrong. That's when I stopped him and I entered. And I said, after some time, you then came and volunteered information to tell us that actually, when I followed this matter up, I was then told that we should not have paid into this account before this particular step is done. So that's all along I've been saying to you, we've wasted more than an hour on something that you could have simply said, I agree it was wrong to pay into that company. Because that was the question. The question was, administrator, do you believe you are right in paying this company, to paying the salary of this person into this company? And you said, yes, it was right. Because these people were advised to either invoice as companies or individuals. That's why we've taken a whole hour on something that I've said, honestly speaking, I don't think it kills anybody to say, yes, we're wrong. Then we'll look at corrective measures. We could have possibly be finishing our meeting now. But we've been rounding because we want to be technical, unnecessary. It's an unnecessary debate we've just had. But we needed to have it because we wanted to show you that this is where the problem is on this matter. Honorable Zondo, you had a follow-up. He has agreed that it was wrong to pay. You still want to traverse it?
No, thanks, Chair. I'm happy that he has agreed, but I see that if you are seeing the face, he's not agreeing on what we are saying. But my problem
No,
is...
don't read faces now.
What, Chair, then after your inquiry with the administrator, the problem then that I have, my experience with administrators is that they come to do corrective measures on challenges and irregularities that are happening in the system or organization. When they come, they must not come with another problems, another oversight, another omission of the concept. So now we have an administrator who's been in the office for 3 months. The first move that he takes, it's a wrong move, even talking to the effect of the money that is being paid to someone he appointed. Who's supposed to correct that if the administrator is the one saying that I got an advice? Because I think administrator he should be the one that's saying, if you were doing things like this in this organization, now I'm here, this must stop, it's not correct, this is the correct things to do. But now we are faced with the problem to say that he appoint people, he give them contract, and now those contracts, they have figures, but those figures, they're not prescribed how are they going to be paid. Because he said he had a contract with them. In the contract, what he said he's going to pay them through the company or through their personal account. Because that is the problem.
What is the follow-up?
No, I wanted him to tell us what was his advice in the matter, because he should be the final person now as an administrator in that organization. Whatever payment that they are doing, whatever system that he's supposed to be one who was telling SAM you are wrong, or finance person you are wrong to pay this contract in this fashion. This is what was supposed to be done. Then I want to hear from him that does he know that is his job to do.
Okay, Administrator.
No, so in response to another question earlier, I've said members will be within their right to say you are the ultimate authority. So whatever mistake happens in the entity are yours, and I take that without an issue. But I do think that there is value in differentiating an employee and an advisor that get paid through the DPSA rates, because they are not being paid a salary. All that I have done is that I have limited how much they can be able to claim, right? And divided that over a period of 12 months. The alternative would have been for me to say, look, here is the DPSA rate that you must claim. You must then count the hours that you are going to be working, doing work of NSFAS, and then build the organization. And that would potentially have been much more higher amounts than what. So I think that it's important to bring this element of the fact that they are paid using the DPSA rate scales, right? Which all advisors have been paid using from 2018 when the first administration came in. So when you say, I need to be the person that corrects employees in the organization, you are correct. But you must then as well accept that there are experts that you need to go to find out whether you have found out that after the fact or you have found out before. At the very least, I have then went and cross-checked the advice that had been given prior because now the issue is being raised. So if you say I shouldn't have relied on that advice, that's fine. I accept it. If you were to prove that I have then ignored the advice that has been given post, then you will be incorrect because I then immediately said, SCM, what went wrong here? What is it that then needs to be done? And I was told this is what we need to do with these companies. And I said, go do that, right? And if there is a further, and that's the reason why we have experts in the organization, if there is a further advice that will be provided, then I'll follow that advice, right? It can be argued that I'm then an expert in everything. I'm not. And that's the reason why I need to be advised.
But Chair, the administrator is an expert that he's talking about.
No, well, we don't do that. You are the follow-up, and I've noted other people. No. Administrator, the advisors that you brought in are financial experts. That's what you said. You said experts in finance. The last two.
I have two advisors on
last two.
finance, yes.
Yeah. And they did not see anything wrong in being paid or signing an agreement with you on something and then being paid as a company. None of them have raised this matter with you from a financial point of view.
Chair, and again you're going to say I'm taking a lot of time because,
No, just want to know yes or
it's
no.
important to put context into these things, right?
Yeah.
These people would have served in companies before.
Yes.
And companies would have appointed them as directors.
Yes.
And they will be paid in their companies' names.
Yeah.
And
This will be in private.
As SARS will allow it to.
This
to-
will be
to
in
happen.
private.
Sorry?
Private companies of government or government.
No. I'm saying private companies,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
Again, I'm saying there is a prevailing circumstances that has happened at NSFAS.
No.
Where
No,
Chair,
that
can I
one
complete-
assistants.
can
They
I
were not
complete?
there.
No, can I
No,
complete?
no, I won't allow it. They were not there. I'm asking about these finance advisors, about their experience. They were not there when NSFAS was paying willy-nilly. So they can't comment on something that they did not participate in. So you going there, you are just going to derail our time. And I've been very patient, but I can't allow you. I'm asking you, did these finance people, experts, not raise a matter with you that from a PFMA point of view, and don't tell me about private companies, there's no PFMA. Here we're talking about Public Finance Management Act that apply to public institutions like NSFAS. And I'm saying to you, my question is very clear. These advisors of yours from financial experts, did they or did they not raise a matter with you when they were giving an advice, which in my view should have and must have raised an alarm bell that I can't be told that I can invoice as a company in public finance. By the way, because I'm a finance person, I should know this Public Finance Management Act, which prohibits any company from being given money without a certain process. So my question, I've given you context. My question will then require a yes or no. Did they or did they not ring or come to you and say, with what you have given us as a contract, there's a contravention with the advice we are getting from finance and supply chain? Did that happen?
You'll need to be very clear, Chair. What are you imposing on the advisors to have advised me on?
The advisors that you brought in last, you said to us you had first group 8 June, second group last end of the month of June, and the last part was finance experts. That's what you said here. earlier on to us. I'm asking you, when you were paying them, or when after they've signed, did they, and they after signing your contract with you, and then getting advice from finance or supply chain on how they are going to get paid, did they alert you of a possible what is to break, yeah? Breach, a possible breach of public finance, PFMA, because they are experts. You are bringing them into a public space, and I hope you are not going to say they are not expert in public finance, because you said they are, then it will be a problem. But I'm hoping you are going to say they are experts in public finance. Did they raise a matter? Because even myself, who's not an expert in finance or public finance management, I can tell you there is no way that I would be comfortable if Parliament says to me, I'm not an employee, I'm a member of Parliament. There are employees, Dr. Arends who are employees. I mean, I'm staff. A staff like them. If Parliament were to say, bring in your company, we'll pay you through your company, I would have an issue, and I'm not a public finance expert. I'm sure even you, if the Minister of Finance concurs, there's no way they're going to say to you, bring your company, will either pay you into your account or, you know that can't be. And I'm asking you about this finance experts. Did they alert you of this thing or did they not?
Well, they didn't, and they didn't have to.
No, I disagree with they didn't have to part, and we'll show you how later on. Honorable Loans.
Yeah, I want to put this matter to rest because majority of my time is on accommodation. Just want to establish quick things with the administrator. Number one, you confirm and you repeated this, that when you were appointing the advisors, you did not appoint a company. Please open your microphone and speak to the mic.
Yes.
And then when you were paying two of them, you paid two companies.
They were paid into their companies, yes.
I can't hear you.
They were paid into their companies, yes.
And then when you were signing the contract with them, there is nothing in the contract which says they are going to be paid through their companies.
That's correct.
Did you give an instruction either to HR, to SCM, to payroll, or anyone in charge of payment at NSFAS that they must pay these two advisors through their companies?
I did not give an instruction. To the best of my knowledge, I only signed when I was asked that there's this invoices that there's to be signed, and I signed.
So these advisors, they just went to payroll on their own accord and said, here is an invoice, please pay to our company, according to your knowledge. Even though their contract, remember, I can't just walk into payroll as Sihle. Surely if when I go to payroll, I'll be holding my contract and what it is that I've agreed with the administrator and say, we've agreed with the administrator, because that must also inform the amount. Otherwise, it means these people can just go there and say, give me 5 million. When they go to payroll, payroll ought to take the contract that you signed with them, not their companies, and say, based on what you have signed with the administrator, this is what is due to you.
Honorable Member, I wasn't there when they submitted the invoices. I signed invoices that came from finance, right? So what was submitted at what point, I wasn't there.
No, thank you.
I don't want to speculate.
We don't have anyone from payroll here.
No.
Okay. Last question on this. There's no approval from the Minister of Finance. There's no approval from the Minister of Higher Education. What legal basis and authority did you use to pay your advisors? Because the NSFAS Act says that their remuneration must be approved, not by yourself, but by the Minister of Finance.
So I think you need to, and you have read this before. So I'm limiting myself to 17B, which is where I need to get the concurrence of the Minister of Higher Education, which he did. So,
No, let me stop you there. I'm not talking about appointment. On appointment, me and you agree. On appointment, you write to the minister and say, I want to appoint. He gives you a go-ahead. I'm talking about remuneration. Did you receive approval from the Minister of Higher Education on how much you must pay the advisors?
no,
You didn't.
Yeah.
So what legal authority did you use to pay them?
I moved on the basis that the appointment has been approved. Remember, Section 17C talks about minister-to-minister conversations. I'm not privy to those conversations.
So you took it upon yourself to pay-
To the extent that the minister has approved the appointment of this advisors, I then proceeded as such. I wouldn't have known that the approval.
So so why do you think you are not being paid? Why do you think you're not being paid as an administrator? Yeah. Please turn on your microphone.
Because the minister hasn't said to me, this is how much you can be paid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The same process must be there for advisors. Has the minister said to you how much the advisors must be paid?
No.
So you just took it upon yourself to pay them.
From the minister, I concluded.
Or let me put the question differently. You sitting where you are sitting today, you don't think that you need any approval from either the finance minister or the Minister of Higher Education when it comes to the remuneration of advisors?
Honorable Lonzi, Section 17C talks about minister-to-minister conversations.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm asking, advisor.
But can I conclude, my
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you a simple question. Sitting where you are sitting today, you believe that you don't need approval from either Minister of Finance or Minister of Higher Education before you can process the payments, the remuneration of your advisors. Sitting where you are sitting now. Leave everything else, leave the innuendos. I'm just asking you a simple question. As an administrator of NSFAS, sitting where you are sitting, you believe that you can pay your advisors without ministerial approval because you believe that's the minister-to-minister discussion.
Yeah, so I don't believe that I can pay without the ministerial approval. What I do believe is that I have acted with approval in terms of the appointment of the advisors. And the
remember, we're differentiating approval here. There is an approval of appointment, there is an approval of remuneration. So you can't play with words with me, Shem. Did you get approval for remuneration? No. Me and you agree. And I keep repeating myself because you are trying to conflate appointment and remuneration, which is something the minister also tried to do during the day, but you can't do that with me. And I'm asking you again, did you get approval for remuneration from the minister?
I thought I've answered this long time ago.
I'm repeating it. You did not get approval for remuneration.
I did answer.
I'm not asking about appointment. I'm asking about remuneration.
No, I'm not talking about appointment.
Did you get approval for remuneration?
You asked a specific question
Yeah,
and I answered you. You asked me, did I get approval relative to remuneration? I said to you, no.
But you have paid.
Yes.
So it means you don't believe that you need the approval, unless you think that you have done something that you're not supposed to do. Because if you didn't get approval, but you still paid, it means you don't believe that you need the approval. And that's where I'm going. That was my initial question. But because you want us to go this long route, which I don't mind, I've gone it with you. You could have just answered me from the beginning that I don't believe I need approval from the minister. That's why I've gone forward to pay, even though he has not approved remuneration. So I'm going back to the initial question. Do you believe that you can pay your advisors without getting approval in relation to remuneration from the minister?
You say, Honorable Lonzi, if we're going to go on the basis of beliefs, I think we're going to have problems. I've said to you, you have asked a direct question. Did I get specific approval that says remuneration? I've answered to you no. And that's as far as I can take the matter for me.
Honorable Msazan, you had your hand long time.
So like I indicated earlier, Chair, just that so Makaya, so I don't succumb to sickness easily, but I'm extremely sick. But I'm sitting here listening because the questions that Honorable Loans is asking is questions similar to what I wanted to ask, so that when I get an opportunity, I don't ask them. Honorable Loans further asks, what determined the administrator to pay the advisors? And he's not answering that question. So can the administrator answer the questions, because they are like straightforward questions, so that we can also get an opportunity to ask questions, Chair?
Okay, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to give you a reason why you must call a police van now. Administrator, you have confirmed that you have an agreement with the advisors and you have received documents from the finance department which indicated that these advisors must be paid through a company. And you then signed it, acting from an uninformed position as you are presenting. You must not forget that we know who you are. You are a seasoned administrator. We are not dealing with a fly-by-night here. So you know what you are doing and you know the legislation. Now, I want to check with you, what was the legal basis of you signing a payment that deviates from the arrangement that you are having with the administrators? Why did you agree with paying their salary through their own company instead of you paying them directly? Because you said, and you have confirmed that you have not appointed a company, you have appointed an individual and you have signed an agreement. And you have also confirmed that you have not gone to payroll yourself. These documents were brought through the finance department, but you ultimately signed approving that payment. Now my question is, what was the legal basis? Because you had a contract or an agreement with these advisors, and part of your contract, it mentioned nothing, or in your contract, there was nothing mentioned that these people will be remunerated through a company. So my question would be, what was the legal basis? I understand that you said that the advice got in later. At the time when you dealt with that payment, the first payment, what was the legal basis? That was my only question, Chairperson.
Chair, I think the honorable there is covering grounds that we have already covered. I've dealt with this issue. And to the extent that if there is anything that has been done that's wrong, then the Auditor General is going to flag that issue as an irregular and wasteful expenditure, and the Auditor General is going to recommend what needs to be done in that regard, and that's what happens in state entities. And
maybe you have not
we'll then
covered
have to
enough
follow that
ground.
course,
Maybe you
which
have
is
not
get
covered
advice.
enough ground on that matter. Can you please kindly respond to my question? And a straightforward question. What was the legal basis? Maybe you might have covered it, and the manner in which you have covered it might have not covered how I believe it should be covered. It is for that reason that I'm presenting you a simple, straightforward question based on the responses that you have provided to this committee. What was the legal basis of you deviating from the initial agreement that you have had with these individuals? Issues of the Auditor General, I think I'm enough with your lecturing for the day. Just go straight to my issue. Thank you very much.
I wish I was lecturing, Honorable. I'm not. So I'm saying to you, I think I've answered that question. I can't give you a different answer to what I've already provided, which is the fact that I have contracted with an individual. The individual got an advice that they can be paid in one or two ways. They proceeded to submit an invoice in their own company, consistent with what they have been advised. Post that, we have gotten an advice to say it is doable. However, the following steps should have happened. I then have given asked to say, well, let's then do what needs to be done to rectify the situation. I'm waiting to be advised further what then needs to be done. I have to rely on SCM in the organization. I can't really just take decisions.
Chairperson,
which
my
I'm not
apology
advised
for
on.
doing this.
No, don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do it. I want to give Honorable Lonzo to finish his time. Section 17C that I think is, the problem is you don't have it. You have a laptop. No, I wanted to hotspot you to open it on, because you see, it says remuneration and allowances. This is 17C. It says the minister, with the approval of Minister of Finance, may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and to any other person appointed in terms of section 17B. So I don't think here we should even have an argument that you must agree that this line, this 17C, says that your advisors, as any other person appointed in section 17B, their remuneration and allowances also need the concurrence of the Minister of Finance. I'm sure you should agree. Let me read it again. The minister, with the approval of the Minister of Finance, may determine, with the approval of the Minister of Finance, may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and to any other person appointed in section 17B. 17B, I can't repeat it. We have agreed it's any other person like to assist you. They were very clear. So you should understand this line, this thing to be saying, your advisors need a concurrence of the Minister of Finance. You should understand it to be like that. Am I correct?
Chair, you are going to insist on the view you want to hold. And I think, again, I think I have answered this issue when Honorable Lonzi asked it. Did you receive
No, that's not what I'm asking. No, that's not what I'm asking.
No,
I'm
but
asking,
can I answer so that you...
No, but you are telling us about, but the problem
No,
is
but
late.
I need to answer that. Which
Yes,
you are
answer the
answering.
question. Don't tell me
but I
what
have
you said to
answered it.
Honorable
I can't
Lonzi.
give contradictory answers. I need to be consistent with my answer.
No, you don't have
And-
to be consistent. You
No,
have
I
to
have
be consistent with the truth.
Unless it's not true.
No, exactly.
No, but you are not arguing that my answer is not true. I'm saying to you.
Which answer?
No, but you must let me tell you what the answer
Don't
is.
tell me about what you said to Honorable Lonzi. I'm asking you a different question. It's not
How
the
is
same
it
as.
different?
It's not the same as.
How is it different?
He asked you about, did you receive the concurrence of the Minister of Finance? That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you about the interpretation, your interpretation. And your answer to his question was you don't enter into minister to minister conversation. That has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm asking. My question is, it will be shocking to me if you say your interpretation of this section 17C does not mean your advisors needed a concurrence. And that's my proposition to you. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Honorable Lonzi's question.
So you want me to agree with your proposition, and I again.
No, you can
advent-
disagree, but answer the question.
No, I want to answer the question in the same manner that I answered Honorable Lonzi, right? Section 17C talks about the Minister of Higher Education and Training and the Minister of Finance must agree, right? There's nothing to do with the administrator there, right? To the extent that it has an implication to what the Minister of Higher Education needs to be able to give me, yes, to that extent, the answer I gave Honorable Lonzi is correct, which is, he asked me a direct question, did the Minister of Higher Education give you a approval in respect of paying advisors? And I said to you, no. The answer remains the same, whether asked by you or asked by Honorable Lonzi.
What is the answer to my question?
The answer to your question is that Section 17C talks to minister to minister.
No, I'm asking you.
Well, you have to read it again if you say no.
Exactly.
Yes,
That's
read
why I
it
was
again.
asking, maybe you may need to open it, because I'm
I
reading
don't
it
need to
now.
open it because it starts with the Minister
No,
of Higher Education and the Minister of
Yes,
Finance.
but
That
the problem is,
regulates
Prof.
relationship between ministers.
No, the problem is, Prof, you don't want us to finish this meeting. We don't mind.
I have the time to.
Yeah, we don't mind. But one thing that we're not going to take is the subtle insinuations of disrespect to us. That I'm not going to take. I'm asking you a simple question. What is your interpretation of any other person appointed in terms of Section B? What does that mean to you? What is your understanding, your interpretation of 17C? Don't tell me it's a minister to minister. I'm not asking. I know it says the minister with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance may determine remuneration. And I know you know what I'm asking you. But I'm asking, because it talks about you. The reason why you are not being paid is because you understand 17C. That it says you can't be paid because there's no concurrence. But it does not end there. And you know, it goes further and say, and any other person appointed by the administrator as described in 17B, which is what? The administrator, with the concurrence of the minister, may appoint people to assist him. 17B speaks about those people. So this 17C says, and I don't know what is the meaning of and, maybe in and any other person as described in 17B. I'm asking you, what is your understanding of this section? Especially on the end, any other person appointed in Section 17B. What does it mean as it pertains to remuneration? Because that's what 17C is about. It's not about minister to minister. It speaks about the payment to the administrator and his assistants, or her assistants. And it says the minister must get concurrence from the Minister of Finance. So the operative word here is not minister to minister. Is remuneration to the administrator and his assistants. That's the message of this line. Not minister to minister. That's not, honestly, Prof. Let's not undermine each other like that. Honestly. What is your interpretation of 17C?
Chair, I'm going to repeat.
Yeah.
I'm really going to repeat, and it's a point I'm going to sit on. I've been asked, have I gotten approval in respect of salaries for advisors from the Minister of Higher Education? And I've said no. So that lays the matter to rest from where I'm standing. You are asking me to give an interpretation, and I'm practically refusing or to go into an interpretation mode, right? Because I'm saying Section 17C is what it is. Where I'm sitting, I sit with the government gazette that says I must appoint experts, technical experts, to assist me with the concurrence of the Minister of Higher Education. And that has been done, we agree. The further question to that is, did you receive approval for their payment in respect of the DPSA rates and all sorts of other things from the Minister of Higher Education? The issue is no. So I am limiting myself to that, right? The invitation to interpretation, I really want to leave it to you to make that interpretation and make a conclusion on
Why
that.
do you think you're not being paid? Because it's about interpretation.
I don't have to think why I don't have to interpret why I have not been paid. I know the fact that the Minister of Finance hasn't yet concluded with the
Where
Minister of
does
Higher
it,
Education.
where does he enter? Where do you get that thing from? That he must concur about you? Where does
Because-
it come from?
Because that is my appointment.
What is your appointment? Your appointment comes from 17C. 17A, B, C, D, 17A, your appointment. 17C, you were able to interpret 17A. You are able to interpret the government gazette, but you are unable to interpret 17C. That, because you know it proves that you paid people irregularly. You know it. I mean, it's simple. The concurrence must be sought on the remuneration of yourself, and it does not say all. Same line, it's not 17D. It's the same line that you know. There's no way you have not went through it, because you understand why you can't be paid. You've went through it. 17C says, if there is no concurrence on your remuneration by the Minister of Finance, you will not be paid. You accept it. Because we've been on the job for 3 months, we've not been paid. The same line, it says, and the people envisaged in 17B, which are your advisors. But you have decided, no, when your interpretation will end here. Where does a comma and says end? When you put a full stop. And then you disregard the end part, the latter part of the line. That's what it is. It is clear. I don't know what is it that you want to refuse. It's not an interpretation. It's facts. It's the same line. There's no way you can say, "Angibonanga, I read until here." It's the same line. And it says end. And after end, it does not explain the renew. So the main message that applies to you applies here, because it's the same paragraph. It speaks about the remuneration and allowances. And it says administrator and his assistants. So you know it. And I don't understand, it's disappointing, honestly, that we must traverse the same route to, belabor the same point over and over again, when it is clear to everybody that you have committed a mistake. And if I was you, I would have long accepted. Or no, I'm accepting. Because there's no way you can say this thing is not the way everybody can see. You are possibly, in the whole of South Africa, the only one who can see it. Possibly. I'm telling you, you are possibly the only one who can see how glaring this thing is. And that's why I wanted you to read it, because it says, and your assistance. But you have decided to pay your assistance. You have went on TV and said you are paying them 2.4 million. And one of them gave you, the one that you signed, gave you an invoice of over 2.4 million. Or, well, if you multiply it by 12, it will be over 3 million. But you signed it. And you said to South Africans, you even submitted that information to the minister. The minister released a statement saying the total cost of this administration is the lowest. It's 9.9 million or 9.8 million. Release the statement. Based on the 2.4, 2.47 that you had agreed on. And then you go and sign the invoice to a company that was not onboarded correctly through supply chain processes or PFMA. You sign an invoice that will be above the 2.47 million that you spoke about and gave the minister to speak about. You sign it. 250 something million, 250 something thousand per month, equals to just below 3.1 million. Now, South Africans, how are they going to trust What we are saying here is the truth. They've got that those, they were there on Honorable Lonzi says he's going to post them. They were there on newspapers. You can't deny them, they are there. So we've not been assisting the meeting. Is it a point on this point? Because I want to close this one. Yeah? You want, okay, what is it? I'm going to stop you if you, because we've closed the matter that, the way I've closed it, that the administrator understands what we're talking about. No, he understands. We're close, agree, it's us. So how are you going to get him to say he understands it? Because I've concluded that he understands, and we're going to make our closing remarks on the matter. So asking him 20 times when he's refusing won't help us.
But then, Chair, we won't have consequence management if relevant people.
No, but we're going to close the meeting. It's us who are going to close the meeting. What makes you say we're not going to have consequences?
No, but Chair, you must allow me to speak my point. Because when you speak to the point, no one disturbs you, Chair. There's a CFO that accounts for finances of this entity. He's sitting here with us. He must have to tell us if the administrator is not telling us how did he approve. What he says, he's been repeatedly saying that they are not employees, they're not service providers, so they're just floating as advisors. I'm not sure they're rendering a service or they're employees, because he said they are neither of the two. And he still went on to pay them, though we can't distinguish what role they play. So can the CFO, who then approves, because the CFO must account for the finances of this entity, must tell us how were they paid as service providers and the others as employees or whatever they are floating as in the entity. You must tell us.
Honorable Kabo.
Chairperson, Nedda. In fact, to extend it further, the finance department must tell us where do they get these invoices? How did they get to a point that they take these invoices to the administrator? Where do they get it? Because the administrator says he himself never went to the payroll and instructed them. In fact, he says he never even instructed finance. So finance, now that they are the ones who created an environment for the administrator to contradict the law, they must tell us where do they get these invoices? And how did they end up saying that the administrator must sign them? That maybe someone must tell us the truth here. Because clearly we have seen that the administrator has a very contradictory relationship with the truth. So rather we must rely on the finance department. Thank you very much.
Honorable Law.
On top of that, Chairperson, I want to pose to finance. Do you remunerate the company or give it allowance, or you contract it in terms of payment? I want to know the difference. Can you remunerate a company and give it allowance? Or do we move to contractualize a particular company so that we're able to be clear? Thanks.
Yeah, maybe just to help, I had actually went and asked, what is remuneration? What is the definition of remuneration? So it has nothing to do with the rates of a company. Actually, it says it's for employees appointed to positions in public service or public entity under the applicable employment conditions. 2, board members or non-executive directors of public entities where the establishing legislation, board charter or approved remuneration framework permits payment. 3, chairpersons and members of statutory boards subject to the relevant legislation and approved dates. 4, office bearers or officials who are lawfully appointed and whose remuneration is authorized by the relevant authority. 5, persons serving on committees or performing specific functions where legislation, when approved policy, provides for an allowance or remuneration. So all of them, they tell you that this is to an individual or people. It's not, there's absolutely nothing to do with the company, and the administrator knows this. That is why I did not want to traverse this point anymore. Finance, I don't know who's answering this, about 3 questions to yourself. Where do you get these invoices that you submitted to the administrator for him to sign? And and any other questions that were asked there?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I thought I'll not speak today, but yeah. So I'll just give a sense of when it comes to people who are paid through payroll, That's a human resource function. My role as the CFO is to make sure that the payroll account has enough money to meet the monthly payroll cost here. Yeah. So that's a HR function. Outside of funding the account, finance does not get involved, except when we carry it through to the financial statements. On the issue of advisors being paid through companies, I want to put it on record that I was not consulted as the CFO. If I had been consulted, I would have advised that the manner in which it is being paid is not consistent either with the legislation, the founding legislation, or the PFMA. The only logical conclusion I can reach is that the invoices were submitted from the advisors for signature for payment and were taken to the accounts payable unit for payment. The payment falls below my threshold as the CFO, so I would have never released it on the system. I learnt about it in the media like everybody else. Thanks, Chair.
HR, Mary, this is a function of human resource. What is the response there? How would this invoices, how would they have gotten, what would have been the process?
Like I've indicated earlier, Chairperson and honorable members, I was not involved totally in the entire process. I'm hearing about the invoices and the payments for the first time in this session. Thank you.
And from an HR point of view, Gary, you have HR qualifications.
Correct.
And so the principle should be the same from an HR point of view.
What I know is that HR doesn't process invoices, it processes salaries and any other allowance or benefit related to employees, not contractors or rather independent contractors.
Yeah, but HR, remember, these people came with offers from the administrator. So these offers, they would have taken them to HR.
The offer I can speak about is the offer of employment, but my understanding based on these discussions, I don't think that is the same document that we are talking about, so I wouldn't know.
So the other two that were paying through payroll, how do you recognize them? As an employee relation, so how do you recognize those ones?
Yeah, as employee relations, we don't process salaries.
No,
But
I'm asking
I would
them.
say the possibility is that there were offers of employment. That's the only way payroll can then process a payment called salary.
Okay.
That's it.
Honorable Lonsi.
No, I think we need to find the individuals who were participating in this process, Chair, and I hope that you'll deal with it in your closing remarks. Just one last point here, and then I go to accommodation, because I think the professor here must really be honest to himself, the people of South Africa, and Parliament. You can't tell me that a professor can interpret a section on an act, especially a section that deals with an entity that he is an administrator of. Now, you have said to him, and we're going to read it again. Section 17C reads, the minister with the approval, not even concurrence, the minister with the approval of the Minister of Finance may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and to any other person appointed in terms of Section 17B. The professor says people have been appointed in terms of 17B. 17C says there needs to be finance minister approval for these people. Now, when we then say to the professor, Professor, what is your interpretation of this section? According to you as a professor now, as someone who want to believe reads, can advisors be paid without the approval of the Minister of Finance? Maybe let me, and I'm closing on this one, let's remove yourself from the situation. Let's say you're not an administrator, not an NSFAS, you are a professor who is analyzing, you've been called to a panel discussion in higher education, you're analyzing, and you've read this section, and we'll put it to you for the last time. If you decide to not respond, it's up to your own conscience. When you read this section as a professor, can any other person appointed in terms of section 17B to assist the administrator be paid without the approval of the finance minister?
Honorable Lonzi, you have made a conclusion on the matter, and I would like the committee to make a conclusion on
I'm asking a question.
Yeah, but I have answered you on that question.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm asking you again. It's my time.
Yes, you have asked me if I have to remove myself into this, out of the situation. I can't remove myself from the situation.
Don't remove yourself then. Yeah. Can your advisors be paid without the approval of the finance minister?
I got an approval to appoint, right?
I'm talking about payment,
sure,
Professor.
Sure.
I'm talking about payment, Professor.
Sure.
Can.
If you're gonna read 17C strictly as it's written, you will say they can't be paid, right? And I've said to you, when you asked a direct question, did you receive any approval from the minister to pay? And I said no. So I don't know what else you want me to give you.
I'm saying, when you read this as an administrator, can people who are appointed to advise you in terms of 17B be paid without the approval of the finance minister? Like, no, they can be paid, yes, they can be paid. I move on to student accommodation.
Maybe let's move to student accommodation.
So you are not willing to respond to this question, Professor. It's fine. I think here what we're dealing with is blatant criminality, Chair. There's no question around it. There's no professor in this country who doesn't know what this section says. And this professor before us understands fully well what the section says. He just decided to not follow the law. And I will not be surprised and will follow up that part of the reason why these people were paid as companies is because they may be getting salaries in other state entities in South Africa. And if you know the South African law, you can't be paid twice by two organs of the state. But because they want to hide the fact that they are already receiving payment elsewhere, they then go and smuggle invoices to be paid as companies. And we're going to be able to reveal that. It's blatant criminality what we're dealing with here, Chair. If you can just give me 3 minutes, because you guys abused me here, and I really want to deal with student accommodation.
No, I will give you, when I'm finished with my questions, I'll give you mine. I just want to give others so that they also ask a few questions. But the point that you are closing on, maybe let's pose it as a question, and let's pose it this way, Administrator. You have appointed, and I'm going to make an example of one, Ms. Tudu Hlachwayo, as one of your advisors. Is she in any other state board? Because I know you are very strong in doing the, what is that word? Due diligence. So is he in any other boards of the state?
Yeah, she will be in the board of
AXA.
AXA, yes.
Yeah. Is she drawing a salary, a board fees then, or maybe not a salary, but is she drawing board fees sitting at the Airport Company of South Africa board?
If that board appointment has not expired, yes, she will be drawing board fees.
And when she came to NSFAS, she would have disclosed that she is getting board fees that side in a state-owned board or state-owned entity, and you are appointing her as an advisor in your state, in a state-owned entity. Did she disclose that part?
Yes, I do know that she's serving in AXA, and I don't think that there is any conflict there. Nor is it prohibited that she could serve in a board of AXA. She's not an employee.
So in other words, you're saying your interpretation, and we'll go to that act again, your interpretation of this thing of drawing two remunerations or allowances from more than one state entity is allowed as long as it's not a salary. That's what you are telling us.
I will agree with that interpretation, Chair.
And do you perhaps have an idea of why do we have such an act that prohibits two, or what is it? What is that act?
Just complete your sentence, Chair.
Okay, maybe let me ask it differently. I'm going to give maybe somebody, but I want you and ask your people to help you get Section 30 of the Public Service Act 103 of 94. In the meantime, Section 30 is central to what we're going to talk about, because I want us to traverse a little bit on this thing of due diligence, and maybe we will get to a point where Honorable Lonzi was saying that maybe why Ms. Tudu Hlachwai opted to put in an invoice instead of a salary from yourself is because she was going to have to declare somewhere the board fees, and they are not cheap. Those ones in the annual financial statements of AXA of 2024-2025. She had declared, or they had stated on their annual financial statement that the board fees that she had received there was 775,000 that year for board fees, attendance of meetings, and so we'll get to that point. I think Honorable Lonzi that he was raising about the declaration and what could be this issue of her being allowed to invoice through a company and charge, by the way, the state VAT of 15% VAT there on that, but we'll get to that point. Honorable Zondo, I wanted to give you, you're covered. Yeah.
No, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think now the chain of my question have been disturbed now, because I think I'll not go back to administrator about the question that I wanted to ask. But I wanted to check. I'm moving in this issue of administrators, of advisors. Administrator, when you get into the office, I think the minister did give you why he wanted you to come and serve as an administrator in NSFAS. Did he give you that?
He has given me the government gazette, which is detailed in respect of what needs to be done.
No, I'm not talking about the gazette. There's a reason why the minister thought he should get an administrator to NSFAS. So that means there are things that were not happening according to how they're supposed to be happening. So he provoked the clause that allowed him to get someone else to save the ship. And I'm asking about that, not about the gazette. There are reasons to say there's 1, 2, and 3, and 4, which is not happening the way it's supposed to be happening. I think we are sharing the same sentiment that administrators, they come to save the ship. So that's what I'm asking. Did he give you what is not happening according in NSFAS?
He has given me the government gazette, which is detailed in respect of what needs to be done.
No, I'm not talking about the gazette. There's a reason why the minister thought he should get an administrator to NSFAS. So that means there are things that were not happening according to how they're supposed to be happening. I think we are sharing the same sentiment that administrators, they come to save the ship. So that's what I'm asking. Did he give you what is not happening according in NSFAS?
Yes, and I'm saying it is detailed in the Government Gazette.
Okay. Is there any plan? You have 3 months in the office. Is there any plan that you have provided to the minister to say, you've called me to come and work here, and there were challenges that you have stated when you appointed me, and this is the plan that I have to turn around the situation. This is the time frame that I think when, by this time, things should be changed in this organization. Is there anything that you have developed as an administrator?
Yes, I have submitted a stabilization plan after 90 days.
Okay. In your presentation, the first section, you cited things that you find that were not happening according to how they're supposed to be done in the organization. Then I think there are characters involved in the organization. It's like when we're talking about finances, we're talking to SAFO, we're talking about employment, we're talking to HR, all the departments that are involved. Is there any process in terms of consequence management that you have embarked on?
Yes, there is processes in which we are looking at certain issues, and those will then result in consequence management if we can then be able to prove that they.
Oh, please, Administrator, don't generalize. I don't want you to generalize your responses. As an administrator, you need to be decisive. You need to. You are someone to take action. If there were action that were not taken, when you are present, you need to make sure that those actions are taken. I know that auditor flag things and go on and say that so and so was supposed to do 1 and 2. He or she didn't do it, and then the consequence is that. And when there is no one to enforce that, as an administrator, we are expected to come and start by those. Those are the low-hanging fruits in your plan. Then we already have 3 months in the office. So that means if you have not started that process, that should say in the next audit outcome, we'll find the same problems not attended to. So that's what I'm asking. I'm not general in my question. I'm straight in the duty that that's why I started to ask, did he give you the report?
Yeah,
and now, how far have you gone?
No, so I think it's important to say that you can't just arrive and just have a sledgehammer approach. To the extent that there is evidence that somebody has committed a misdeeds, you then need to be able to prove those in either disciplinary hearing or any consequence management format that you are going to do. That can't have been the first thing I do when I arrive. The issue of audit is currently on the go, and we will then deal with those issues as we progress. There are other issues that we are seized with. As I indicated earlier, we have requests of scenarios where people that do not work for NSFAS, there has been made bookings for hotels and flights, and we need to understand why such people were made to fly all over the show or be booked in hotels when they were not in the work of NSFAS. That's one. Two, there were questions that were raised in this committee by members of this committee to say, we believe that there is this process that has happened. We don't believe that it was appropriately done, and we want some assurances that it has done correctly. And despite many responses that have been given, the members were not satisfied. So we established an investigation, and we expect to get responses so that we can either satisfy ourselves that those processes were not what they are accused to have been, or it's confirmed that they were irregular. And then we'll take actions from there. So yeah, I think it's only fair that you then are able to make the necessary investigations and be thorough in what you do before you start subjecting people into disciplinary processes, or what we call
Okay, thanks, Administrator. Your contract is 2 years, right?
Yes.
Already a quarter of a year is gone. You are 3 months to 4 months. That's the first quarter. Then if your investigations that you are talking about, how long are they going to take? Because you are confined into 2 years. You need to turn around the organization within these 2 years. Then, if my background, I started as an official in the municipality. I became a councillor, then I became a member of parliament. The chair was saying that he is the oldest member of this committee, then I'm the second oldest member of this committee. So we understand the issue of administrators. When you come to the institution as administrator, you come and stop things. Say stop, 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 then we are going to move. Because when you come, it's not like you are just being employed or you're just being called to come and be part of the organization. No, you were called because you need to turn around. And you can't say you have come to an organization and you have 3 months without any action. Because I'm asking about the action that you have taken in these 3 months. To say you stop this, you are talking about bookings. You are supposed to say that I've stopped bookings. Everyone who have to go out, it have to pass through me and satisfy myself that this booking is necessary to happen. But I'm asking that. I'm trying to give you that we are familiar with what is expected in administrators when they come to organization. So now this issue of investigation, they can take long. But as an administrator, your effect needs to be felt as you come to the organization. And you are trying to tell me that these officials, they have not felt your presence.
Yeah. No. If that's if that's what the impression you got, it will be incorrect, and maybe let me correct it. So let's start maybe with the simpler things. I arrived and found an organization where people were working from home, literally without any policy, which allows them to work from home, largely working from Johannesburg or wherever else that they could have been. And they will be shuttled up and down. So these things about flights and all that, they will be shuttled up and down on NSFAS funds to come to the office and be shuttled back to their homes. So sometimes they'll come to the office once a week or even, and the cost of that it's enormous, right? And I stopped it. I said, well, people have to come back to the office until we have a policy within which we can operate. And those amounts are huge amounts of money that has saved the state, they have saved NSFAS from the bookings that were being made. We do need to consider whether those funds were expended appropriately And that means that we must investigate that and ensure that it was correct for people to be transported from their homes back into the office when essentially the office is in Johannesburg.
Okay, thanks.
It's in Cape
Thanks,
Town.
Prof. I think that was my first question. In fact, you tried to run. I don't know if the spirit is down now to respond to question. I said I'm moving away from advisors section because can you come to the party? That's what I was asking. What you have done as you have come to the office for the past 3 months, and you are coming to answer me now. Okay. On your presentation, there's a section that where you're talking about resolving the issue of this issue of regional offices vis-a-vis, you explain it. Then the question that I've asked, I think it's last time, because this is not a new thing. Even in the 6th administration, we're talking about this thing of regional offices. Then, from your point of view, does NSFAS have capacity to run the regional offices all over the country?
Yes, I've said that we're going to run those regional offices within the constraints of the resources that we currently have, and that's what we're going to do. We don't even have an option, by the way. The lease from the building where we are currently does expire at the end of January, so we do need to have been out of that building. And a decision has been taken that we are going to relocate to Gauteng. We will maintain a presence here. So that process is ongoing to identify the offices for those regions and have discussions with employees that may have to relocate and which ones are going to be
Okay, so that
remaining.
we'll answer further. How long do you think it will take to have functional regional offices?
Look, I mean, I don't want to hazard a guess because it is a process that's on the go right now. Depending on when SCM conclude its processes, because we don't want to find ourselves in the same processes that resulted in this office, we do need to allow the people from SCM the space to do what they need to do. And there is a timeline, I think by the end of October, if I'm not mistaken, they should be able to present to me their final status on the issue.
But Prof, you have answers, just that you don't want to give them. I'm asking for a time frame. You're supposed to say we are targeting October to see how far we've gone, because that's what you're asking. Come October, we'll ask you. You say it in October, you'll have a progress that you have made in the regional offices. How far have you gone? Then you answer us according to information that we'll be having on that time. You know, so you have answers, but you are always trying to not answer them. It's like we're pushing you to a corner to answer this question. But simple answers. Time frames, October, we're expecting to have a progress. You know, because we're dealing with people here. Whatever we're discussing here has an effect on the people. Last question, Chair.
Last one.
Sir?
I'm saying last one. The clock.
Yes,
your
yes.
clock
I'm
was,
saying last question, Chair. Yeah. Last time when I checked with NSFAS, regional offices, there are regional managers. Isn't so? Is there anyone who? Do you have offices in who are running offices in the provinces?
I don't think that it's regional offices. NSFAS is run from Cape Town. There are people that go into different provinces to execute particular actions or duties, but NSFAS is run from Cape Town currently.
Okay. Now, thanks, Chair. It was there to say, but we'll need, as an administrator, you need to give us a plan that we can refer on, and even officials that will work on trying to achieve the plan that we've put in the table. That is what we are expecting from you, because we can't do everything. As you are tasked, we are expecting you to give a lead to this organization so that you deliver to the expectation from the people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm just worried that we may not have enough time. Well, everybody is going to speak, those who have not spoken, trust me. I'm saying we may not have enough time to finish the points that were covered, including the plans of when do they go live, when do they close, the practicality of it. I personally have issues I want to raise about the regionalization vis-a-vis, because in your presentation, you're not talking about the cost. You're saying it's more expensive than this, but we have not seen that expensive nature. And you said you've spoken to universities and they are happy with the new plan. When we met with them early this year or late last year, when we were talking about decentralization, they were happy with it. And actually, they were so happy that, if I'm not mistaken, they were even willing to house us for free. And now we must go spend money on hiring buildings. But I think on this matter of regionalization versus decentralization, we're going to have an engagement on it. I want to read you just a small paragraph of 2.5 lines, and I want you to tell me, what do you think? The Minister of Higher Education and Training, Honorable Buti Manamela, on the 14th of July, released a statement. And this paragraph says, I don't know which paragraph, it's paragraph something, I think on the second page, yeah, but it says here, the ministry also wishes to clarify that the appointment of the administrator and the approval of technical advisors are distinct from statutory process relating to the determination of remuneration and allowances, which is governed separately by Section 17C of the NSFAS Act. What is your understanding? What do you think the minister is saying here, Administrator? The ministry also wishes, or must I send it to you? Is your phone on? I can send it to you. The ministry also wishes to clarify that the appointment of the administrator and the approval of technical advisors are distinct from statutory processes relating to the determination of remuneration and allowances, which is governed separately by Section 17C of the NSFAS Act.
So the minister is saying the appointment of the administrator, right, is distinct from the determination of remuneration, which is accurate. Right?
Yeah, it says the appointment of the administrator and the approval of technical advisors.
Yes, I'm saying which, and he goes further to state which section is talking about, which is
Yes.
accurate.
Yes.
Yes.
So here he is saying the determination of remuneration, it's something else. But the appointment of the administrator comes from 17A, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the remuneration. So being appointed does not mean he must be paid. That is, 17C is the one that speaks about his remuneration. Do you agree?
As you have read it, yes.
Yes. And then it says, and technical advisors, which is 17B. So being appointed is distinct, is distinct from 17C. So here I'm trying to show you that being appointed, effecting 17B, which is the appointment of advisors or technical advisors, does not mean that they must be paid, because the remuneration and allowances is, for these two that he talks about, is governed by 17C. Do you at least agree with the minister here? Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Christians?
Thank you, Chairperson. And I agree it's late. I don't know what justice you can still do at this point, Administrator. But I have a few questions on the four regional hubs or offices. So my first question is, will there still be a central NSFAS, and will that central NSFAS still be, as you said before, will it be in Gauteng?
Yes, so the head office will be in Gauteng, and then there will be a regional office that looks after a Gauteng, or call it Gauteng region, which will look after Mpumalanga, Northwest, the Greater Gauteng, and Limpopo.
Okay, and what functions do you think will be at that central NSFAS? What absolutely would you think is necessary there?
So the head office will really constitute of central shared services, in a sense, and this is still a conversation that is being held with staff, because there are certain staff that are busy doing work that may be in central, and it may be important that they probably can't be able to relocate, or they can relocate. So those conversations are happening. They are being negotiated. I do not want to make a pronouncement that suggests that I may have made a final decision on the matter. So let's take, for an example, we say legal services. It is a central function. It may be that is based in Johannesburg. Audit, HR, and say marketing, but it could be that you then have to agree that, given that the majority of the people that are in a particular function in the current space, may all of them be in Cape Town, you may then have to consider if that function can then be executed from a different location, if you do not have to have disparate people all over the show. So I think that it is something that is still being negotiated with employees, and when we have concluded that, we can give a clearer answer.
Because, Prof, truly the way you explained it now, and the way I understand what you mean by the 4 regional offices and a central office still located in Gauteng, is that this still leaves NSFAS largely as having a central transactional bureaucracy. So in essence, nothing is changing. All you're doing is you're moving NSFAS from the Western Cape to Gauteng, and you're implementing 4 further regional offices, which completely defeats the purpose. Now, having said that, you know, you say that you want to place a regional office, for example, in the Free State that will service a large province in kilometer in radius, like the Northern Cape. So my question to you is, how exactly will you service the students in Northern Cape, which is largely a rural province, hundreds of kilometers apart? I mean, you have a TVET college in Namakwaland, and then you have a TVET college in Kimberley, and that's almost 800 kilometers apart. Not even to say the distance then to the Free State. So, in my view, that's not making NSFAS accessible to anyone, much less students in the Free State, much less students in the Northern Cape. So what actual model then will service our students, particularly in the Northern Cape, if you are speaking about regional offices?
So, I think we need to look at it from a perspective of the final composition of that. Let's make an assumption that, for a moment, let's make an assumption that it's easier to service a TVET that is geographically located in what is called the Northern Cape, but distance-wise, it is much more closer to the Western Cape. It is not inconceivable to then strip that away from the Northern Cape necessarily as a province and service it from an office that is nearer it in Cape Town. Those are the nitty-gritties that we need to be able to look at, and the practicalities, because it's not going to help us to then say we want to resolve a situation where NSFAS is sitting in Cape Town, where it is thousands of kilometers away from the main university campuses and all that, and still create a scenario where you do have somebody that is going to have to travel thousands of kilometers. So we're going to have to look at those in its nitty-gritties and say, what is it that makes sense in this regard, and then make the decision closer to time or after the negotiations with staff to be able to resolve that particular issue.
Prof, I mean, in my view, have you and your team looked at maybe even a differentiated model? Because why would you want to put all institutions under the same sort of model? Especially one that will create a bottleneck, like, for example, the Northern Cape and the Free State. Why force institutions to work through the same model? For example, in the Western Cape, where institutions could manage their own finances. Have you looked at a model where you could allow them to manage their own finances centrally at the university, because they actually possess the mechanisms there? They have the student data, the students register there. They know exactly how many students, who needs accommodation, who needs transport, who needs funding. The disbursement of that money could probably be much easier. I mean, rather than have 4 regional offices, look at a model for each province perhaps. But I mean, that is possibly a discussion for another day. So, but essentially what I want to ask you is, what functions could institutions perform more cheaply and closer to students, in your view, now that you've been at NSFAS for a number of months?
Yeah. So I think it is probably a point of debate, Honorable Christian, in this regard. And I'm not closed off to suggestions, and I'm really open that we can have these conversations. I do take the chairperson's view that he says either late last year or early this year, I had conversations with universities. I say I had conversations with universities in June, July, and indeed they did indicate to me that they had offered to accommodate a staff member of NSFAS, give them an office where they can operate from. What institutions are then saying, no, but that is not going to work. It's a scenario where that person becomes a post office, right, with no authority at all. That they will still have to depend on somebody sitting at head office. That will only create more frustrations for the institution, because the same way that a student can be able to access via a laptop, that employee will be accessing information from us via laptop. Whereas if the person is moving from a regional office where they have a support structure, they will best be supported to be able to assist the institution at a much more closer proximity relative to if it was sitting in Cape Town. So again, I say it is about 300 kilometers from Johannesburg, from Pretoria to University of Limpopo. It's much more easier that way than when the people from University of Limpopo had to be serviced by a person sitting in Cape Town, flying there or driving there. So that, is it the Ethiopia? Possibly not, but it is a model worth looking at within the constraints of the current resources that we have. If we were expanding more resources, that would be a different story. Do I have the financial permutations as I sit here? No. I'm working from the basis that I'm assured that we can do this within the current constraints.
Okay, thanks, Prof. I just think at some other time, we're going to have to look at universities handling their own money, because that's where the information lies, and we should be capacitating them to do that, because the students are not becoming less, they're becoming more. And if we allow universities to work with the data, which they already are, they know who are registering, etc. And Prof, you must remember, this is a model that has worked perfectly in the past, where institutions worked with the money. In fact, upon registering, the institution sent that data off to NSFAS or to the Department of Education prior years, and the Department of Education would then send that particular funding to the institutions, and they would then reconcile, and audits would be done every year to determine whether the money was dispersed properly. And it worked quite well. It also, the middleman was also not a problem, because there was no middleman, because the university was directly dispersing the funds. But again, it's something that we need to have a long and hard discussion about, Prof, because it's not working as it is now. And if we're merely moving Cape Town's head office to Gauteng, it completely defeats the purpose. That is not regionalization. That is merely moving a head office from one province to another. But I would like to come to consequence management, Prof, because you've spoken a lot about what you've done in the last 3 months, what you've observed at NSFAS, and I'm sure that by now you've seen quite a number of things, because I'm sure you know that in May, the ministerial briefing referred to a disclaimer audit. In fact, there were 9 material irregularities, you know that. So, and in your stabilization plan, I'm sure that although we haven't seen it, my colleagues have requested that we actually see that, but I'm sure in your stabilization plan, you would expressly mention how you would go about working on the 9 irregular or material irregularities. So earlier, the committee minutes also record the concerns of repeated adverse audit outcomes, the failure to implement audit action plans, etc. Now, do you at this moment have a consequence management ledger as of today? And in fact, most importantly, I think, how many disciplinary matters have you heard so far?
So, Honorable Christian, if we were having an adverse audit opinion, it will be bad, but it wouldn't be worse than what it is. We have a disclaimer for the past 2 financial years. As I responded earlier, there's clearly processes that need to be followed, because if you do not adhere to processes, the chances of your actions being reviewed either by the CCMA or by a court are huge, and then you back to square one. So what we have presented is a stabilization plan, in that it has many different streams. Out of those streams, as we identify the issues that comes out of them, we obviously going to have to take actions where identifiable people have been identified, inclusive of the investigations that the SIU is doing in the space. So when they do give us information to say, well, that particular employee you need to take consequence management on, we are gonna do that. I referred earlier to stuff around these things that people have been traveling around who don't work for NSFAS. And at that point, we do need, I have the names, we do need to then establish an investigation why this particular member, whilst they don't work for NSFAS, and they either work for Parliament or they are a member of Parliament, or whatever the case is, why were they being transported? And then when we have that information, we'll then have to take the necessary step that needs to be taken, because Honorable Lonsi talks about criminality. In my view, that is criminality. If people, for some reason, have been had been transported all over the show and be paid for by NSFAS when they were not supposed to, it is tantamount to fraud. And we do need to follow those things up, and we do have the information.
So, Prof, to date, nothing has been recovered. No money has been recovered. None yet?
No, not from what I have done. I wouldn't want to claim things that I have not done. So the SIU has recovered 1.8 billion. That's what I can talk about. But
is that the total value that has been implicated so far?
No, it will be worse than that. But I have to operate on the basis of real reports that the SIU gives me, and to that extent, when they are done, we will then be able to know what is it that we need to do.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable. Who am I giving? Honorable Souls, I must come to you, Honorable Msaza. Msaza now also, you see, these people of MK, he's also saying he's sick. Honorable Gubani wanted to speak early because he was sick. Now, I think it's a strategy, but I'm going to give Honorable Msaza before I come to you. Just because I don't want him to respond to what I've just said. Administrator, the last part on this one of mine, the spokesperson of National Treasury, Tebi Tsengiwe, was quoted on the Daily Maverick last week, Friday. And this is what he said. And I want you to give me a comment, because I've been trying to get a proper response from you here. It's still not coming. He says, National Treasury is not aware of any exemption granted to NSFAS from applicable PFMA and SCM prescripts in relation to these appointments. They were talking about your 4 administrators being paid either through the human resource or through a company. He goes further and says, NSFAS would be best placed to account for the legal basis for the appointments and the processes followed. And this is what they say. Oh yeah, it's this one I want. Furthermore, the National Treasury confirmed that Finance Minister Enoch Godongwane has still not granted statutory written concurrence for the administrator or his advisors' compensation under Section 17, subsection C of the NSFAS Act, noting the request remains currently under consideration. Do you agree with the National Treasury's interpretation on Section 17, subsection C, that speaks about getting a concurrence for their administrators or his advisors' compensation? But I think in the context here, they said, and his advisors' compensation. Do you agree with the National Treasury's interpretation of Section 17, subsection C?
Chair, that is the statement from National Treasury, and I really don't have basis to dispute their assertion.
So you agree with them? That Section 17, this is what they are saying. Section 17, subsection C means those who are appointed by 17A and 17B requires the Minister of Finance's approval to for remuneration and allowances. That's what you agree with it.
I don't think there was ever a dispute, Chair.
Oh, okay. Now there's a huge dispute. You refused. You said
There was a dispute.
yes. You said your advisors did not require the approval of the Minister of Finance.
Yeah, Chair, you again.
I'll go in hindsight. I'll go to it now. Go to it where you said that and play it here. If you are saying I'm lying, we know what we've had. I can go on hindsight. If you say I'm lying, there's no problem. I'll give another member here. I'll open it here. Listen in the meantime, and then when we get to that point, play it live here before we leave, where you refuse that Section 17C includes your advisors.
But Chair, I think you do need to be fair with what you say. I've consistently been very direct in what I said. I said in response to Honorable Lonzo's question relative to whether I received an approval by the Minister of Higher Education for salaries, I said to you, no. We then had a debate on Section 17C. I said to you that section relates to a conversation between, or a discussion between the Minister and the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Higher Education. What you have done now is that you have read the statement by National Treasury and you have asked me, what do I say to that statement? I said to you, I cannot dispute what National Treasury is saying. So, I mean, I think I'm very clear in terms of what I have said, and if you want to play answered, you can play answered. But we have been sitting here the whole day, and it is fine.
Do you remember?
I didn't expressly say I actually disagree.
Do you
with
remember
17C.
me asking you if you guys were correct in paying these people, these advisors? You don't remember that part? Honorable Msazan.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll just ask 4 questions. I think it's been a while since ngabona inyanga yami emakhaya, so I think I'm weak manje. I think as discussions get heated, other people are working overtime elsewhere, so I'm very weak now. I'll just ask 4 questions. No, I have one, just that I haven't went to Emakhaya to consult in a long time. So let me try and stay away from this question, because I think the more I ask it, the more I get sick. Let me deal with other questions, Administrator. You presented before us that you have defunded 6,514 students through your gap investigation, and you have refunded about 3,000 something. I didn't capture the full number, but I did capture the number that you said to have defunded, which is 6,514. You were reading somewhere there, it was not in our presentation. I want you to confirm that if I heard you correctly in terms of that outcome of the gap investigation.
You're correct.
So
6,514.
So currently, NSFAS at the beginning of the year to May, I think the last time, at least many of these students do actually text us. From February, these students would have registered, got their meal allowances, book allowances to April, I believe. And then NSFAS decides that 6,514 students, poor students coming from poor backgrounds, which we would determined that they are poor, you defund them. So all these students currently are sitting at home because obviously, because they were funded through NSFAS, it meant one way or the other, you knew that they could not afford accommodation, nor could they afford tuition. in fact, they can't afford to study. They're coming from poor backgrounds. By the way, I must put it to you that in many other instances, it would have been determined by this committee that at times their household income is either misinterpreted or whatever other reason. They would probably administratively, more reasons than one, would have been again excluded from funding. I don't think I want to go to each and every other reason why they could be excluded from funding, but there are a number of administrative issues that we come across. Amongst others, it would be the institution giving you wrong results or wrong academic standing or wrong interpretation of academic standing, and many other reasons. I can go on, but I don't want to go there. I just want you to confirm that you are confident that it was a good decision to take at that particular time, that 6,514 students must go back home and not study.
No, Honorable Susanna, I think with the information that we have, we could confidently say that those decisions were correct.
All right.
In respect of the 6,500.
Asibambe lapho, Administrator, because my time is limited. I told you I won't deal with these other matters. I want to stick here for now. So, did you consider that many of these students are returning students? Am I correct? Gap funding, returning students, yes. Did you consider that some of them would be left with a module or two modules and some would be actually even finishing this particular semester where you defunded them? First semester. Did you consider that when you defunded them?
That would have been part and parcel of the assessment that has been made, Honorable Member.
Yeah, I don't want, I want you to be precise on this point. Did you consider that some of those students would have been completing in this first semester, or how many, okay, let me just be precise, if someone knows, maybe so or knows. How many modules did you consider before deciding you were defunding these students? Was it 2 modules or 3 modules or 6 modules before completion? How many modules did you consider the students to be doing at the time?
No, I don't have that information with me.
Does anyone have that information? But that's almost straightforward. In university, they tell you that if you're left with 1 module, we can't academically exclude you. It's policy, so you should know it. Someone should know it.
No, but in the instance of gap students, you were right to say they are returning, so they had previously been funded and failed. So hence then they were not funded and there was the gap in funding. We would have to check the reg to see how many modules were loaded for each of the students and then categorize that.
So in other words, which I fully agree and understand your question. What Honorable Sazana is asking, which you did not do from what you are saying, is that what they did, they just looked at the number of years. And they said, no, this one was entered the system in 2023. They did not check when they defunded them whether this child was funded in 2024 or not. They checked 2023, and if this child maybe got pregnant in October of 2023 and did not start in 2024, they counted it as a funding year. 2025 and 2026, if this child was enrolled in a 2-year diploma, in 2026 they would have defunded that child. Whereas that child, because did not start in 2023, they would have been on N+1 year. What you are asking them to have done is that before you take a decision, you should have looked at whether it is financially viable to defund this child. Because if you have spent 3 years on a person, they are left with 2 subjects, 2 courses, 2 modules to finish in that particular semester. And in April, you take a decision to defund them. In fact, we must charge you for for costing the state money. Because we have spent 400,000 on this child. They are supposed to finish in June. In April, we take a decision to defund them, and therefore they don't write. But it could have been cheaper to allow them, because you do some assessment. And this is what he's asking you. Did you do that assessment? And I know you did not do it because you are just saying. If you did, by the way, there will be no 780 that are back that are in your. So that is, maybe it must not come as a question because they won't answer you. They did not do it. It must come as a recommendation to say, if this thing happens again tomorrow, don't take a decision to defund without looking at individual cases on their own merits. Which means if you are doing gap investigation now, it's August, and it says Tebogo should not have been funded this year, but you funded me for semester 1, you funded me now, and then you find out that there was only left with 2-year courses. It will be futile. It will be a waste of resources to then decide to cancel me. Rather, convert this money that you have given me into a loan. Because I did not qualify for a bursar. Rather, convert it into a loan so that I owe that particular year. And the state is able to recover it. But also the state is able to claim that they funded this graduate. But if you stop somewhere in the middle of the state has wasted 300,000 on me, or 400,000 on me, and there's no qualification. So that's the point he wants to but he wanted to ask it as a question, and I heard you from the beginning that you did not do it this way. So I'm sorry, Honorable Susan, but I know you are going to take long with them, and they were not going to answer you the way, and I'm not assuming. I know sometimes people say I'm the goalkeeper. I'm not assuming the responsibility of answering for them, but in the interest of time, I think, I'll give you DM. In the interest of time, maybe, because if you ask them, they will first explain, and then we'll then derail and move this. So I'll give you back DM.
I just thought I would use this opportunity on this, not to take up the time of the honourable member, but perhaps just to make a recommendation, Chair, because some of these issues are policy issues, as the honourable member has pointed out. As I understand it, NSFAS has an annual policy review process, and I think it will be important that the portfolio committee has its own input and spends time as part of that process, obviously taking into account that there are financial implications for whichever policy outcomes flow from that process. But in terms of, for example, what is the allowances, the value of the allowances, the N+ rule, or the way that the N+ rule is implemented, because there are a number of nuances around that. I do feel, Chair, that it is important that the Portfolio Committee also plays a serious role as part of the inputs into that process in the current year.
Thanks, DM. Susan.
Yeah, Chair, maybe a statement as we request, or probably I'll remind yourself, Chair, to request through our committee secretary to request information regarding these students, that the administrator says confidently, he's confident that it was the right decision to make, that 6,514 students get defunded. I put it to the administrator or the administration and the executive that there are many administrative issues that result, including policy issues, as the TM is rightfully saying, that results in students that are eligible for funding not to be funded. The COO sitting there knows that there are issues among many other issues that are brought to them, where TVET students from a Teguni college were not migrated due to administrative issues of the college and NSFAS for at least 2 years. And majority of those students, except 2, have been migrated and have gotten their monies after 2 years later because of administrative issues, not even policy issues, DM. And those 2 students are still legible, but now it's a back and forth between NSFAS officials and the college in terms of opening the registration or something to upload their current academic standing or academic registration. So part of this 6,514 that have been defunded, Chair, I can bet on it that if not half more, would be financially excluded because of the systems at administrative issues as well as policy issues, as the DMN we are all agreeing here in this committee. So I don't take lightly, administrator, that you think it's okay for 6,514 poor students who are coming from poor backgrounds should go back home, whether this reason or the other, when many of the reasons might not be known to you or you might not be familiar with them, but we are, because we interact with the students on a day in, day out basis. So, Chair, we'll request information for each of these students for us to satisfy ourselves that 6,514, that's, even if 100 students were to come in this door now, poor students from poor background, I don't think any one of us here would be comfortable in saying to them, it's okay that you were defunded, your future is gone, go and sit at home. So I just wanted to make that point. It doesn't need a response. We'll request information, administrator, because there's no way in which you can justify it. Maybe to us here, but I don't think the students that are watching, sitting at home, from this 6,514 would be happy to hear you say you think the decision was correct. Now, I want to deal with, by the way, Chair, I think the numbers that were given to us were very misleading, because these numbers were not in the presentation. The administrator read it from somewhere there, unless, administrator, if I'm wrong. But this 6,514, you read it from your slides there, including the 3,000. It was not only the 780, Chair, it was 3,500 that were refunded, which means that 3,500 or 3,000 something were students that would have not had funding for 2 months. They went to exam without funding. Others would have been evicted. Others had many other issues that they had because they did not get their monies for 2 months. Whom, by the way, NSFAS will not consider that when you consider that they did not do well academically for this particular semester, when you defund them next year for not having done well, particularly in TVET colleges where you have stricter measures than that in universities when it comes to academic standing or academic performance when you refund the student. So I want to deal with my second to last question. I'll leave the other one, Chair, for you to summarize on the one of the illegal or irregular payment of advisors. I won't deal with that one. Administrator, you mentioned that in as far as the non-credited student accommodation, you put in conditions, including conditions of transport, including conditions of conducive teaching or learning environment within the non-accredited accommodation. I think you mentioned the third one amongst the conditions that you had put in place to be imposed to them. How do you ensure that these conditions are imposed? Because I put it to you again that we interact with the students. They tell us that some of these, even accredited accommodation, by the way, do not provide transport in time. If they do not provide transport that is in line with the needs of their lecture times. So how do you enforce this, especially for non-accredited, before you even get to accredited? How do you enforce it?
No, thanks for the question. So it will not be us enforcing that. This request was being made by the university, CET specifically in this regard, because those are the ones that I acceded to a special dispensation to. I requested the university, in the form of the VC, to say they must ensure that wherever they are moving students, those conditions are then met in respect of the non-accredited accommodation, as much as those that, you then have to make assumption that the ones that we have accredited do then meet the minimum standards.
Yeah, so my question is, how do you enforce it? You see, making a recommendation is one thing, but ensuring that it is enforced is something else altogether. And you can't say, as NSFAS, that does the payments, you then just leave it to the universities to enforce, but we still pay these people, both non-accredited and accredited. So what is your mechanism of ensuring that these conditions you've put in place as NSFAS, that does the payments, is enforced? By the way, I haven't gotten to the point that you said you're now paying direct to the service providers. So, which would still mean that you must then enforce these conditions that you've put in place.
As I say, Honorable Msizana, the university requested this special dispensation. I dispatched a team to go and look at those accommodations which were not accredited. And the team did come back having identified the spaces that they thought students shouldn't be in. And that was the basis on which I made those conditions, so that in the instance where students are traveling between 15 kilometers and whatever the case is, and the accommodation provider there doesn't provide a transport, those students shouldn't be accommodated there. More so that the university had said that we do have surplus beds in accredited space, so they would then have had to move those students to the other place. If I can't trust the university vice chancellor, then we have a problem.
Let me maybe just one last question, Chair, because I think administrator is not responding to this one. Maybe the head of student accommodation can assist us. You accredit beds, which means you have the database of the beds that you've accredited. Now, I'm making reference to conditions that are imposed or recommendations made to non-accredited. Are you telling us, head of student accommodation, that you have the database of both non-accredited accommodation providers and unaccredited accommodation providers? Because the question relates to the administrator saying they must both provide they must both provide conducive spaces, safety and security obviously, as well as transport. And I put it to yourselves as NSFAS that some of these non-accredited accommodation providers do not provide transport, and if those that do either don't provide it according to the times of lectures, shortage or otherwise. So I want just to get that response, Chair, as I descend.
Non-accredited doesn't provide any of those things. So we don't have a list of non-accredited, because the student signs the lease directly with whoever they're staying with, whether there's a lease or whether there's no lease. We only have a list of the accredited.
Okay. No, it's just a follow-up which was not answered to. Apologize, Chair.
No, I'll come back to yourself, Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Administrator, please read the section that allows you to pay advisors without the approval of the Minister of Finance.
I don't have that.
Sorry, sir.
I don't have that.
Does it exist? Excuse me?
I will agree with you.
What are you agreeing with, Administrator?
You're saying it doesn't exist.
No, I'm asking you, does it exist? You say you don't have it, so I'm asking you, does it exist?
Well, not according to the sections that has been quoted here. It doesn't.
Your answer is it does not exist. So we agree it's common cause that the act does not allow you to pay advisors without the approval of the Minister of Finance.
We will agree.
So was the payments that was made to your advisors legal?
It will have to be determined how that payment is treated by the Auditor General of South Africa.
If there's no law that allows you to do it, and if you agree that you shouldn't have done it, the law doesn't allow you to do it, do you agree that makes it not legal?
I will have to take the matter on advisement, Honorable Member Souls.
I advise you and I put it to you. Those payments was illegal. Did you ask for advice? You said you asked for advice to finance in NSFAS. I want to know, did you ask the advice before signing the invoices of the two advisors that used their companies to receive payment? Did you ask for advice before you signed or after you signed?
I asked after the matter was raised and as to what has happened, because my understanding was that the advice that had been provided was that it was legitimately possible to do it that way, and that advice was consistent. It may have been wrong, but it was consistent with what would have happened in the past.
Let me rephrase. Did you sign first or after?
No, I signed first.
You first signed, then listen to advice. Would you now agree, if you didn't sign, would they have been paid?
They probably will not have been paid.
Not probably. You sounded very sure the entire session. Maintain the posture, Professor. If you did not sign, would they have been paid?
So they wouldn't have been paid because
They wouldn't have
my
been paid.
signature is an authorization.
So they have been illegally paid because you signed.
Again, I say I will have to take that matter under advisement whether it is illegal or it has to be treated as irregular expenditure.
That was
I will have to take that under advisement. I wouldn't be so sure to agree on that it is illegal.
That wasn't a question, Professor. I was putting it to you. They were illegally paid because you signed. You want to convince us that 17C of the Act is not linked to 17B. The chair wanted us to read it. He read it to you. I want you to indulge me, Professor, and let's just read 17C quickly and show the connection. The minister, with the approval of the Minister of Finance, may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator, one, and any other person in terms of Section 17B. So the Act is telling us, read 17C together with 17B. Do we agree? Please state for the record.
Yeah, no, we do agree.
We agree. Now, read together, based on your understanding, who determines the remuneration based on 17C? Who determines it? I read again. The minister, with the approval of the Minister of Finance, may determine the remuneration and allowances to be paid to the administrator and any other person in terms of Section 17B. Based on that section, who determines the remuneration and allowances? You or the minister with the approval of the Minister of Finance?
On that reading, it will be the minister.
On the reading of the act, it would be?
It will be the minister.
Not you. Not you. Why do you determine the remuneration in this instance?
As I indicated, Honorable Souls, the advice that I had gotten was that that is what should be done. The reading could have been incorrect, but that's what happened. Hence, I'm saying we're going to have to take the matter on advisement, and whichever determination, then we'll have to go with that determination.
No. That's not what was said, Professor. You maintained you were authorized. I listened very carefully. I kept quiet the whole time. Wanted to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And trust me, I did not miss anything. Your position was that you were authorized. Now you see that you weren't. And furthermore, now that we know we must read 17C together with 17B, it shows us you were not even supposed to determine the remuneration. You are not the emperor of NSFAS. You have bosses. The Act says, ultimately, it's the Minister of Finance. You did your own thing. Do you see what I'm saying, Professor?
I see what you are saying, but it needs to be seen in the context of what the government gazette was saying, and now
Explain the context for me.
transversing this issue
Explain
together,
the-
and the other member.
Explain
together
the
with other
context for me.
members. Yeah.
Give me the context. Please.
Repeat yourself.
Give me the context, please.
I'm saying the context is that the government gazette that places the administration in place says the administrator will appoint advisors, technical advisors, with the concurrence of the Minister of Higher Education.
The government gazette was quoting 17B. That's what you just quoted. Do you agree?
I would agree.
Yes. So you just quoted the act, but you left out 17C. So if that's your context, again, you're incorrect. There's no other context. You did something illegal. In your presentation on the missing middle, you say out of 53,575 applications, 3,102 are eligible. Were they paid? The 3,102, were they paid?
Maybe before you move to that one, I want us to finish the point you're making now. close it properly. The administrator says. No, the
I follow your
administrator-
lead, Chair.
No, I'll give you. I've just paused your time. The administrator says the context might have been, it might have been confused by the, what do you call this thing? The Gazette. On paragraph 3 of the Gazette speaks about the assistance to the administrator. And it says, and I'm amplifying your point, 3.1, in terms of section 17B of the Act, so the Gazette itself refers the minister to the Act. The administrator may, with the approval of the minister, appoint any person with suitable knowledge and experience to assist in the performance of the administrator's functions. Then it goes further to speak about what this knowledge, suitable knowledge, may talk about. It does not speak anything about determining the remuneration and allowance. And I think maybe the problem would have been when I think we're in this room, when we met the first time on the 6th of May. You guys may have been joking. You said it was the other room.
Said it's the boss.
Yeah, when it's 12A. You guys might have created the problem because you said the administrator is the God. You said he's the God. He's everything. So maybe that's where the context, maybe the administrator wanted to bring, but not the Gazette. The Gazette number 3 at least, on the assistance to the administrator, it says nothing about the remuneration. In fact, it refers the administrator to the Act. So I wanted to close it because the issue was that the context is the Gazette would have created that impression. Yeah, you can continue.
Thank you, Chair. The 3,102 eligible in the missing middle, were they paid?
No, they will not have been paid yet, Honorable Souls, for the very simple reason that we only got the concurrence, policy concurrence from the minister on the 22nd of July. So that process will still be ongoing.
All right. So when it comes to students who needs money to study, you follow legislation. You did not pay students, 3,102 students who was eligible to receive money in the missing middle. Because you didn't have concurrence, you only got it mid-July, you did not pay them. When it comes to 4 people who advises you, you ignored the act and you pay them over 2 million rand. Now you see, Professor, I could look over everything. But what you show here is where your priorities lie. You were called to prioritize our children. You have proven here you prioritize 4 people, some of which is people you know, as you said earlier. And you neglect 3,102 of our children. that's unforgivable. It upsets me to the core. We are sitting here until midnight not because we want to trick you or we want to corner you. We're sitting here because we are saying, for heaven's sake, our children are asking for help. We have tasked all of you to help them. They apply, they appeal, they cry to us. And what do? We would rather find ways to see to our friends than to see to 3,000 children. I'm going to close right there. You know what you remind me of, Prof, in this book? Your conduct is like what this book calls a wolf in sheepskin. This is not SARS. It's also not the MDDA. We don't fear wolves. Your knowledge just puff up. That book also says, before the fall comes pride. I hope you change your demeanor. I hope you see that there are other people that also knows. And I sincerely hope that you start prioritizing our children and not your friends. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Law.
No, thanks very much. Prof, I want to pose my first question because I would have already, the members could have put a sequence. Why do we have CFO and 2 advisors of finances? What is the purpose? Are there no duplication roles? And what are they doing?
No, there is no duplication of roles there, Chair. There is specific issues that have been raised around finances, and those issues needs to be resolved. It is quite possible that a number of these issues that has been raised were raised under the leadership of the CFO. So it is important that we are able to get people that will be able to assist me, at least, in terms of resolving some of those issues that has been raised by the Auditor General and bring them to finality at the very least.
Okay, are you saying, given the fact that the 2 advisors are there, and then there were issues that were raised, you've brought them because you couldn't raise issues with the CFO where there were issues raised, or what are you saying? I'm a bit lost. I've asked, why do we have 2 advisors of finance and the CFO? What becomes their role? Is it duplicate or what becomes their role? I'm asking this because you made submission that you have never engaged finance on any other issue. Now you are engaging the financial advisors. What therefore becomes the role of the CFO and the finance SCM positions?
No, there is no duplication of roles. The CFO has a specific role that he plays, right? I'm saying to you that the AG, his or her disclaimer note, have raised specific issues that needs to be resolved. And we do need to accept that those issues have happened under the watch of the CFO in different forms in that regard. So I have a limited role to play in terms of time span, and I've been charged with ensuring that we're able to resolve some of those issues. So, and that's the reason why these 2 people are there. And they have specific responsibilities. The chair has said he's going to request for information on what those people do. You will see in the detail of the roles that they play that they specifically do have very different roles that will be able to assist us in clearing the backlog or the issues that are happening there in finance.
Hold on. So you are saying the ages report of the disclaimer that raises issues on finance happened under the leadership of the current CFO. Did I hear you correctly?
Not all of them, not all of them, but at least to the extent of the 2025-2026, yes, it will have.
The 2025-2026. When was that audit concluded? Because I said at the beginning, the allegation is that you have not submitted the financial statement, so you have not been audited for 2025-2026, or you have been audited.
So the audit is currently ongoing, right, for 2025-26, because 2025-26 starts on 1st of March to 28 February. But those issues are prevalent, and I have raised those very same issues in the report that I have submitted in terms of the stabilization plan.
Yeah, we don't have the plan, the stabilization plan. I want us to deal with the time frames properly. So the last audit you have was there 24-25.
24-25, yeah.
So this was 1 April 2024 until 31 March 2025.
Yeah.
And you are saying some of the issues that are raised in that report happened under the leadership of the current CFO.
Yes.
When was the current CFO appointed there?
Yeah, but I didn't say all. I said some.
No, I'm asking you.
I've
heard you.
So the current CFO would have been appointed at the end of 2024.
At the end of 2024?
Yes.
So would have been appointed in when? You don't know.
I'm sorry, Chair. I must correct what I believe is a mischaracterization going on here. Yeah, I was appointed in February 2025. Yeah,
No.
yeah. And I think it's common cause that everybody in this room knows that
hold on.
1 month after I was appointed, I
No,
was asked to act for
hold
a period
on,
of 12 months.
I'm asking the question to the administrator. I have the information. That's why I'm asking specific questions, because I know administrator, that can be true. I'm asking them, no, I know for a fact that the current CFO was appointed by the previous administrator in February of 2025. And at the end of that February 2025, less than a month after he was there, around that time, was then appointed by the board to act as a CEO, to close for a month before the end of the financial year. So when you say to us, some of the issues